It's another Sunday night GT2 extravaganza. It's the non-championship round for GT2 Challenge 2021 live, the 6 hours of Westhill International here at Sim Broadcast Live today, both on Twitch and YouTube. My name is Chris Ford, and as per usual, I am joined by different commentators during this event today. Right now, I'm joined by Thilo Falkenberg and Peter Butcher. Hello, good evening, gentlemen. How much are you looking forward to this race today, the 6-hour event from Westhill?
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic race. It's a nice flowing track, pretty much ideal for these cars, and yeah, it's going to be a spectacular 6 hours.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's good to be joining you again in the commentary box for the GT2 Challenge today at Westhill International for 6 hours on a sunny day, both outside and on the sim.
Yes, sunny just now, apart from the fact apparently where I live it's going to snow heavily this evening, which is sort of sums up the north of Scotland very well. beautiful sunny day followed by massive snowstorm. But never mind about that. Today we, of course, have low wind conditions for these drivers out there. There's the combination at Westhill. It's, of course, slightly changed from the original Westhill layouts. The chicanes have more pronunciation to their and definition to their corners, for example, and it's been extended slightly over the last few years. This is a very, very technical flowing track still though, and this is perfect, as Thilo says, for the GTR combinations. 3.6 kilometers and a wide range of variety of corners for the drivers out there today, and it'll be interesting to see where the wind comes from, because that affects things massively at Westhill, because it's so open and it's so fast that the wind direction and speed will be certainly a big factor for these drivers today during the 6 hours. Here is the cars today. Again, XRR, FXR and GT2 restrictions. Again, the XR seems to be the one that's favoured today so far, gents.
Indeed, we do have, if I'm not mistaken, 18 XRRs on the grid, whereas only 3 FXRs and 1 sole FZR. So it's very likely that an XRR is going to win this whole affair, but at least from my perspective from the training session, it was rather even.
Now, on the screen just now is our grid today. There's no qualifying session. Thilo, would you like to explain how the grid has been formed for this race?
So each and every team is made up of 1 to 6 drivers. I think the most drivers are for a different team with 5. And for the starting order, we took the average points of the actual championship standings. So Procrastination Motorsports, Matthias Linde and Andreas Leibniz together scored 180 points on average throughout the season. And then pretty much going down the order with that point tally.
Indeed, and they are on the way now on the formation lap. Led, of course, by our resident safety car driver Stuart Baker, and it's a crosswind on the start-finish straight with 16 kilometres, so that will make it interesting, I would say, into this first few corners here at Westhill when they eventually get underway. And we come around now toward the start of this 6 hours at Westhill International. They plunged through turn number 2 just now. We cut to them just now. There they go. And this is going to be very, very interesting. Again, strategy could be a massive role here.
Yes, and we are currently seeing our pole setup, Procrastination Motorsports of Linde and Leibniz.
Yes, indeed. And something we want to just discuss very, very quickly, Mr. Butcher, is that this is a very special milestone for sim broadcasts today, isn't it? Not just the fact that we're broadcasting both on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, but there's something else a little bit special. And I think it's only right that the main man himself discusses this moment.
Yeah, so today is our 100th LFS broadcast as part of simbroadcasts.tv, and we're streaming this race to YouTube and Twitch for once, so that you can get quality controls over there if you want to watch along. It's great to be streaming the 100th of our broadcasts with NDR for a big event, 6 hours, and a great grid. We're watching Andreas Leibniz for Procrastination Motorsports weaving around on the home straight, following Stuart Baker in his nice safety car. And Chris.
I love this camera shot down into here, but we're coming into the third sector. Just a last, Thilo, do you want to quickly go through the order again one last time, just to make sure everybody knows?
Yes, so Procrastination Motorsports on the pole position ahead of Savage Angus Racing, the collaboration of Savage Sim Sports and Angry Angus Racing. Row 3, Eoin Harmon in there with SMR Harmon Enterprises in front of the 2 Yes Motorsports cars in 4th and 5th. 6th, Race Green Autosports. 7th, Energy Virtual Racing. 8th, Gum Garage. 9th Aerotech Pixel, 10th Born to Race, the only FZR, 11th Gum Garage, another car of those. My team, Heroes of Racing, in 12th. And as the cars approach now the final corner.
Yes, we'll get to see you racing today, Thilo. That's something I haven't seen in Live for Speed for a while, so hopefully you'll be looking forward to driving your FXR bus around here. But as you say, they come out the final corner. Lapidek is on provisional pole position ahead of Jared Mead and Adam Brown in third position for the SMR Harmon Enterprises as guest driver for them. We approach the start of this race, a little bit of contact further back down the field already, and we get ready to go. We're just waiting for the green flag. Here they come, spooling up those turbocharged engines up to this red line. They come past the red line. When is the green flag going to be given? There's still a bit of contact to the back, and the green flag is given. It's a fantastic start by Nico Pantola. Nico Pantola comes round the outside of the first row of the grid and is looking for the lead in that Yes Motorsports car. Adam Brown goes to the inside of Lapidikis in for second position, and up the inside there again is Eoin Katia in the Yes Motorsports car. It's a great start for Pantola. Pantola leads in the XR. Lapidikis down to second position. Pantola and Jeremy in third position with Adam Brown in fourth position as they come through turn number 1 and 2. It's all clean so far in the first couple of corners. A little bit of contact further back. Oh, and we do actually have PFN in the Gum Garage car with a little bit of damage as Lapidakis goes around the outside of Pantola down into turn number 3, trying to make the move. That gives Jeremy a sneak up the inside. That was an ambitious move there from the pole sitter. The front two on the grid now battling over third position with Adam Brown looking very, very hungry right behind them.
Yeah, great start from Nico Pantola there up to first, and he's got a huge gap already over Leipniak's, Mead and Pantola, and the cars behind.
Yeah, Mead now defending against Adam Brown there, who moves ahead into third position for the unofficials and broadcast team.
Yes, there we might be able to see Eoin Harmon a little bit later on. Might have a chat with him as well, and also Adam Brown in that team will be coming into the booth later on. He's defending now down the back straight. It seems as though Bala fancies a move on Mead down the inside. He gets the move done as well. So Daniel Bala as well, now Sim Broadcast Illumini, up into fourth position. So a good start for him because he was a little bit further back on the grid. Pakanko making slight contact now with Mead as well. Mead is slipping back a little bit at the moment. He's not having the best of starts out there. And Eoin Katia now has... Eoin Katia has actually dropped down quite a fair bit. There goes the Born to Racing car of Kraken running wide there in the chicane, and that's an interesting little chicane there for them all to navigate. But we come to the end of the first lap. It's Nico Pantola leading by about a second from Lapidakis. Great start from Pantola, and he is off in the Yes Motorsports car.
Yeah, the FZR of Qatar Kraken, the only FZR on our entire grid, guys. So yeah, it'd be really great to see that car do well. Representing all three cars, hopefully on the podium. But yeah, the XRR's strong. The whole top 10 basically filled with XRRs today.
Brown wide in the first corner. Yeah, Brown was one of them, certainly running wide there. Pete and a little bit of... I wonder if that's the wind effect starting to play havoc there, because these drivers will not have driven in these conditions on this track, and it's completely new to them, especially when that was the first lap they came through there with full speed. So let's talk a little bit about the wind. It'll be a crosswind for most of this track, and that will affect the XR quite badly, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, there's a decent amount of wind, so across a race this length, they're gonna struggle with certain characteristics of the car and the lap. You know, you don't practice usually with wind, so yeah, it's all a different story as we see Nico Pantola beginning to be caught again by Leipniak's, half second the gap as we come across the next sector time underneath the bridge on the back straight.
Yeah, and to pick up the point about practice, even if you train in windy conditions, the next session starts and the whole wind is reset into a different direction with a different speed. So it's hard to really predict what the racing conditions are going to be, but this is also one aspect, keeping those races fresh.
We're currently watching Chris's face drive around on the front of that Yes Motorsports.
Not only. On the side,
Chris
I think
just
it's
reminded
Isaac.
me of that in my ear. Yeah. Oh, is it Isaac as well on the front? Isaac as well on there, yeah. So, lots of fun being had.
Yeah, Nico Pantola's trying to get revenge for all the times I've laughed about him crashing into bins. So
That's only fair.
He's using a picture of me from 2008. So that's yeah. And it's still early 2000, and it's not quite early 2009 still in Need for Speed in some aspects. So it seemed like a fitting photograph.
Pedro Bicanco here for Energy Virtual Racing alongside Daniel Balla for Race Green. Goes around the outside.
Ooh.
Nice move that up to P4.
Yeah, Bicanco making moves early.
Oh, someone was kicking up one of the poles there.
So we've enjoyed a very well. It's been a very enjoyable GT2 Challenge season this year. Building on the success from 2020, 2021 season was excellent, and the 6 hours of Westhill International. It's going to be a great race with plenty of drivers who were involved in the series, and a couple who weren't involved, I believe. Are there any teams that you know of that have got drivers who weren't involved in the main championship, Thilo?
2 teams compete. Wait, I have to look it on my sheet.
I could think of one driver. Mr. Falkenberg.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I wasn't involved in the championship, and I'm competing in this, doing a double stint at the end.
Yeah, Joni Katila's come a bit alive here, hasn't he? He's also donning the Yes Motorsport livery, but he's got past Mr. Daniel Balla, and he's up to P5. We're running an open configuration here today, so we only get updates on positions officially at the sector times. So Joni Katila will now be classified as P5 as he sets the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yep, Katia's been working quite hard on the setup for this track. I think he knew he was starting a little bit further on the track, further back in the pack than he would normally do. So Katia working his way through for Yes Motorsports, who he's driving for today.
Yeah, and plenty of drivers side by side up the back straight. We saw Katal Crawkin being overtaken by, who was that? Daniel Lacastic for Fragmasters.
Really nice to see a Fragmasters team in this race. It's also packed with drivers, so 5 Fragmaster drivers behind the wheel throughout today's affair.
Yeah, lots and lots and lots of drivers. And just a reminder, if you missed it at the top of the show, we are also streaming today on YouTube. So if you fancy watching it over there, you can do. Of course, we are still live on our Twitch channel as well for the 6 hours. Crawkin and Veloso are having a nice battle. Veloso up to P13, ahead of the Born to Race car that's now dropped down a further few positions, actually. Almost outside the top 15.
Yes, there's certainly been some movement in the field, as we kind of would expect, with it being a grid that was determined not by pure speed but by average points in the qualifying. I think that was a good, interesting move to make everybody fight at the start of this race. It certainly worked. Pantola has extended his lead slightly to just over a second. Adam Brown seems to be a little bit of a cork in the bottle for Pedro Bicanco, who's been absolutely on a charge. And also now, look, Joni Katia's caught them both right up. So Katia, the man on the move, the man with the pace at the moment, but it's his Yes Motorsports teammate, sort of, his other car, Nico Pantola, who continues to lead this race. We're looking back from third place man Adam Brown at Pedro Bicanco. If we were on board with Bicanco, we would see Katia right behind him. They slide quite far out wide, and here comes Veloso around the outside now to turn them on. The other EVR car around the outside, just squeezing in front. And the Born to Race XRR runs a little bit wide on the exit. He had no front downforce, haven't been that close into the corner. And down the inside there, whose car is that? That's Quinteros making the move for 15th position on the other Born to Race car, the FZR. The only FZR in the race is going a little bit backwards today.
Yeah, there's a huge void between the final the final FZR, the only FZR, and the first FXR. 5 seconds the gap back to P16. So it looks like the FXRs aren't on pace right now. Maybe they'll begin to come alive later in the stint, but look at the gap behind Crawkin. There's no cars there. The FXRs really are a long way back.
But also quite dramatic how much Crawkin lost in those couple of corners.
Yeah, just from being too close to the cars in front. He lost front downforce and off he went. It was not great for him. Ran a little bit wide. Malik and Veloso. We're not going to say Michael Malik's team today, I don't think, boys, are we? Unless somebody would like to have a go at what the name of the team he is representing is.
Well, for the graphics, we've shortened it. It is Chargo Racing.
Okie dokie. Yeah, Michael having a bit of a struggle through there. He's lost a load of time to Veloso, and he's now under pressure from the other Born to Race car.
Picanco is having a go at Brown Pete. Sorry, they're side by side at the final corner. They must have gone into the final corner side by side. Here comes Pedro Picanco. He's got the inside line. You have to assume that Adam will have to give this up because he won't want to lose too much time with Yoni Katia right behind him. Katia waits in a little bit. Brown tucks in. Will he lose downforce and run wide? No. Good drive there from Adam Brown to maintain a good watching brief behind Picanco and not lose out to Katia as well. So Picanco all the way up to third position already. Fantastic for him. Down the inside now comes Katia as Brown does lose a little bit of front downforce through the second corner, and it looks like Yoni Katia is going to make this one stick into turn number 3. Yes, he is. So Picanco and Katia have made up several positions at the start of this race and are now third and fourth. Adam Brown down to 5th position.
Great stuff, not if you're Adam Brown, but great stuff to watch as Yoni Katila and Pedro Picanco making up places at the early stages of the race. Of course, they were slightly out of position on their qualifying because of the way qualifying worked for this race. So the first stint, probably, lads, will be the drivers getting themselves into the order that they probably should have been at the beginning of the race.
But then again, it's an endurance race, so you often see in the first hour some reshuffling as the drivers who probably set the qualifying time are not necessarily the driver who is doing the start stint. Oh! The Yes Motorsports car was off.
Yeah,
Katia.
Just
Adam
out of
Brown
camera shot there.
smashes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Adam Brown. Somebody's obviously hit the tyres, and Adam Brown is absolutely smashed into a tyre in the middle of the road there. He's very lucky to be still going the right way round as well. So Katia, an unforced error. We were just giving him massive amounts of praise there, Yoni Katia, for his storm up to 4th position. He's weaving around a little bit. Does he think he's got damage to something?
Well, he'll have to work out whether he's got damage. He doesn't want to spend the rest of his stint driving a broken car, and with only 15 minutes gone in this race, has Yoni Katila already got a problem? He's carrying on for now, but let's see if that problem develops. He's already lost, 4 places now? 5 places nearly? Yeah. Down to 8th place. So it seems rather fitting that for our 100th broadcast we're going to be enjoying a selection of commentary action in the commentary box. Chris Ford alongside Thilo Falkenberg and myself for the first couple of hours, I think. Before Thilo, when's your first stint?
I'm doing the final 2 stints of this race, but I will be out of the booth beforehand to get myself race fit.
How many hours do you think you'll need to get race fit, Thilo?
Probably 2 days, but
Okay,
I think 1 hour will be sufficient.
Okay, good. Well,
For
best
now,
of luck
at
with your
least.
stints later on.
Yeah.
Just a quick note, we've been talking about drivers who've made up continuous positions. Another one that we sort of gone off the radar just now is Sean Lee. He's moved from 9th position to 6th, and at the moment he currently has a good amount of tyres on his car at the moment, so that's a good sign for Sean in 6th position at the moment. Obviously helped by Yoni Katia's unfortunate error on the last lap down here. I just looked back at Yoni's error, he just touched the grass, and that was most unusual for Yoni Katia to make that error. There's a lot of cars going through that chicane in the final chicane. There's a lot of people going through that tyre wall and clipping them into the middle of the track at the moment, so that's something to look out for later in the race.
There's an FXR here, Martinez, with a lot of damage on the right rear of the car, and he's under pressure now, or I think he just managed to get past Quinteros, actually. Yeah, on the timing tower there. Quinteros has been passed by Martinez. But yeah, that's FXR already looking worse for wear. It's got a lot of rear damage.
Yes, and there's also... Sorry, I was going to say there's also a car there with a lot of front damage, which is Pierre Fenny. So I wonder if there was contact there at the start. Were they around each other at the start? No, they weren't, so ignore that one. That theory's out the window. But yes, a lot of damage, so he's clearly had an incident with a wall somewhere.
Pedro Picanco now with the fastest lap of the race. He's
Oh,
always also losing the car into the gravel trap. That's going to be a tricky one to get out if you
That's
can't
a
keep it
safety
moving. Could be a safety car if you can't get it out. Now he's
Okay,
kept,
it was
kept
clever.
it moving. It's going to be
but not too
tricky.
clever.
Try not to rejoin the road, Veloso. Oh, there we go. Okay, so no one's coming. That's lucky that he managed to keep that going. Could have quite easily been our first safety car of the day if he'd have got beached, as we see Thilo's teammate going very wide there. Jürgen.
Erdinger car comes into frame for the first time in the race sideways. That's a good start.
Yeah, sadly lost 5 positions, but then again, due to the gridding today, I think there was some reshuffling expected at the early stages. Top 5 still quite close to one another, as we see now Jared Mead and Andre from Born to Race fighting. Mead today sharing the car with Martin Kapal, hence why it is Savage Angus Racing.
Yeah, the traditional Savage Sim Sports livery with the green looks quite nice, as Mead gets that all wrong, and he's going to be a sitting duck for Andre up to the final corner, and there's a battle behind between Korkin and Lacastic.
So both Born to Race cars to the inside in the final corner.
Mead's run pretty wide there.
Looked like some contact there. Now Mead in the slipstream of the Born to Race XRR.
Yep, round the outside into the first corner. He's going to get the position back by the looks of it. This will be brave. Very brave.
Very
Off
brave.
the road brave. Just too brave, I think. But it was worth the go there for Mead. He just couldn't quite get far enough ahead into the corner to maintain the position. And he runs wide, trying to give space, and might lose another position here, or two.
Another 2.
Here comes the BTR car and the Fragmasters car down the inside into turn number 3. Can he make the move stick? Mead's going to brave it around the outside again. Contact, and they both Crockett spins out.
Yeah, it's a really tricky place to go too wide there. Mead left him the room, and Catal just got that all wrong, I think. I put the blame for that firmly on Korkin, I think. There's nothing Mead could have done, really.
Yeah. Although this corner, when you're driving it with these GTR cars, you tend to get a rather wide exit, and Jared was more or less in the middle. It is difficult. The first 3 corners are simply nothing where you should be side by side anyway, let alone fighting for a position.
That's of course where we saw last season the 2 leaders taking each other out at the start of the race. Isaac Price and Johanny Katiak, of course, collided there in very similar circumstances and pirouetted, and Joe Holmes went through the middle of them.
Although Isaac and crashes in Westhill in the first corners are still something. I have different memories from other events.
You're determined at the moment to wind up poor old Isaac.
Am I? Who's
Yes.
going to tell?
Who's going to tell?
Well, where is Isaac today?
In Shropshire or wherever he lives.
Okay. Well, anyway, without it's a shame
Probably
that,
on the stream.
yeah, shame you couldn't be racing today with us, but yeah, anyway, plenty of fast competition out there. Currently, Nika Pantola, who is putting on a great show at the front, and look at the gap, 2.5 seconds already ahead of Leipniks. Yeah, great stuff.
My face is enjoying leading the race. That's the first for many years. Picanco is a man on an absolute charge today at Westhill. This is the sort of stuff we know that Pedro Picanco could do, but he's often very unlucky in races. He
has been really unlucky.
Hardware issues normally. Of course, it's a bit difficult when you're effectively using the internet from so far away from the main base, but this is a very, very solid run so far from Pedro Picanco. He's all over our pole position man Laparikis now, and he must be feeling really happy in that car. Oh!
As Leipniks goes very wide. Yeah, but Picanco needs a little bit of luck, I think. He's a very, very fast driver. He's been driving liver speed for a lot of years, and him and his Energy Virtual Racing teammates always seem to be seriously unlucky in these endurance races. Even during the main season, we ended ended up having, bad luck quite often from these guys. So hopefully they can get a good result today. They've got a couple of cars in the race. There are plenty of opportunities.
Though I want to point out that Pedro is today racing with Energy Virtual Racing. He usually hooks up with his team, Roda Preza Racing.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe Pedro is the turn of luck that this team needs. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. He's making up quite a bit. He's now really close to the Procrastination Motorsports car.
Yeah. So, Chris, I know you've been watching the entire season really closely. There's a good mix of drivers, joining forces for this race. But which, on paper, which teams out there are the ones to watch? Kind of during the entire race, of course.
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I think that you have to look at the car that Katia's driving. And Picanco's team as well should be quite good, as Picanco comes up behind Latnik's for second position now, as we see a nice little run down the back straight. That's going to be quite an easy move for second position for Pedro Picanco. It says gap 0.05 seconds. I don't think it is anymore. Down the inside he goes. It's now plus 3.5 to Nico Pantolo, who's moved on. Yeah, I think that Johnny Katia's Yes Motorsports car will be quite strong later in the race. If you look at the roster they have in that car, Slagutskas will be fast. We know that, for example, and the other two are not exactly slow. In Gabor and Zitautis, that's ones, isn't it? That's that team. So that's the strong team. I would say Pantola's team is pretty good as well. Nico Pantola, Zanella, and Sarah are going to be driving, I think, today. I think that's the three that are driving for them. So they should be quite okay for a podium, I think. But yeah, and let's hope for Owen Harmon's sake that he isn't doing the last stint in a podium position, because well, can you go on, Owen? You can do it.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see Eoin get a bit of luck today. So yeah, on that lap, Pedro Picanco moved up to P2. He still has the fastest lap of the race. He's on pace right now, but there's still a 3.7 second void to Nico Pantola. And as you mentioned, Sarah and Jeremiah Sinella will be joining him later on. Can they keep that car in the lead of the race? We'll see very shortly, I guess. Yeah, Leipniks, again, his teammate Mattis Linder, again a very fast driver as well. So they're solid team. Thilo's teammates under pressure. Weber being passed there into turn one by Martinez for Team America. Two FXRs on it, going at each other. And Sigitas Sakis in the background, driving there with no skin.
Well, having a naked driver.
I can tell you it's a very nice skin. Looks like, is that a Pikachu it's got on it or something? It's a Pikachu with a knife. Okay, maybe the reason it's not on the broadcast.
Maybe.
Not fit for broadcasting. As we have Lucas Wilson on the screen. Had Lucas Wilson on the screen. Now the other Gum Garage car of the Janau Zaitis.
Here's a battle here for what was a battle for 5th position, but Daniel Ball's been passed now by Sean Lee, and here comes Johnny Katia round the outside, making his way back up again for the second time in this race, having spun earlier on. Johnny Katia must be getting fed up of passing everybody at the moment, but here he comes. Can he get the run on Sean Lee as well down this main straightaway for 5th position? So Katia 7th to 6th, Balla 5th to 7th, but Balla's got a good run here down to the first corner. What do you think of having a move? I think it's just going to be a little bit too difficult. Balla does think of moving to the inside line, and Katia says, no thank you, that's my corner and I'm staying ahead of you. So Katia moves not comfortably, but Katia moves back into 6th position, the man with the fastest lap of the race so far, and he chases Sean Lee.
Yeah, like Balla was trying to scare Katia onto a wider line.
Johnny hasn't made his life easy, has he? At the beginning of this race. I feel like we've said that before with Johnny.
Yeah. It's Johnny Katia. He doesn't make anything easy for himself.
and
off goes Sean Lee in the foreground of your picture there, but he manages to get back on the track at what we should probably call, Thilo will remember this, Jason Lovett Corner. Anybody who doesn't know that reference, my teammate once reversed into the middle of the track there in Masters of Endurance and got us a 2-lap penalty by taking out the leaders of GT1 class. Jason Lovett Corner. Anyway, here comes Eoin down into the place where he spun earlier, down into this chicane, this left-right chicane, down the outside of Sean Lee, looks as though the job's going to be done before the corner, and is Katia back into 5th position for the second time in this race.
Yeah, all 4 wheels on the track through that corner there, and onwards. That's more like it.
Sean has not given up this position and doesn't seem to want to give up without a fight. Is he going to have a run into the final corner? No, he thinks better of it. He should be able to get the draft there, down the main straight in the XR there. We're on board now with Sean Lee as we come down out to the final corner. Is he close enough to... Oh, a little look over his shoulder there. Not really sure what he'd be looking at that point, but down the straight he comes. He's just a little bit too far back to get Eoin down into the first corner. Katia, well, we still make a fake to the inside, okay, but Katia maintains 5th position and clips the little cone there on the inside.
Yeah, Sean's doing a good job to keep under the rear wing of that car through this complex of corners. He'll probably drop back a little bit further as he enters the second sector, but yeah, not giving up, trying to use the slipstream to good effect. It's really risky following a car that closely through this section for sure, but Sean will want as many opportunities and places as he can.
Also, we know Sean for taking some risks.
You've just taken the words out of my mouth, Thilo. I was going to say, Sean Lee, we know he will just, be a bad man. And he is a bad man with his mouth.
It took us half an hour and we're already Sean bashing. I mean...
We're Sean bashing, we're saying he's mad.
We're Sean bashing.
He'll appreciate it. As they both now catch Adam Brown, whose pace seems to have dropped off slightly in the second half of this stint. We're half an hour into this race already. I'm going to be interested to see how long tyres last here. I haven't been able to see too many people doing full stints. I think Eoin the other night did a 25-lap stint. So we'll see. So we've done 15 lap, or we're on the 15th lap just now. So round about then is when we should be seeing people in the pits. No R2, R3 combination state. All R3, R3. Even in the GT2 combination today for this race, that just proves how difficult this track is on tyres. This is a tyre killer. It always has been, it always will be. The speeds put so much pressure on these tyres, and it's really impossible to run an R2 R3 combination or a mixed combination as you would normally expect on other tracks. An R2 R2, forget it. You can barely do a qualifying lap on R2 R2s here. So that's the way that things are at the moment. Everybody on R3 R3, the harder the compound, and we will see people in the pits within the next 10 laps or so, and then I wonder if we'll get some driver swaps. That's something we haven't seen for a while in a New Dimension Sim Broadcast TV event. Some driver swaps. Can people remember to do them?
Well, if you think back, the last race we had that was with driver swaps was the TBO Challenge, part of New Dimension Racing's series last year.
Incorrect.
Is that incorrect?
It was incorrect. The last race was the endurance race of Fragmaster's Fox Endurance Series. That was also broadcasted by us. Back then, Travis and Jonathan at the...
Oh, yeah, of course. That was yeah. There's some damage on the Procrastination Motorsport car ahead of Adam Brown.
I think he has hit some tyres.
Yeah.
And this is what I was noticing earlier. There's a lot of risk being taken into this chicane that they're just about to get into just now. And I have seen quite a few of the cars. Somebody hits that tyre there, the white tyre, and it bounces into the middle of the next person's cars, the next person's line, and they can't avoid it. It just hits the bonnet and that's it. So quite severe damage there. Nothing structural, but is it touching the ground at the front? I think it must be, because his pace has dropped off considerably in the last few laps since that's
looks
happened.
like the splitter's dragging, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, thinking back to the Fern Bay round during the GT2 challenge, Lightning was unlucky, wasn't he? A couple of laps from the end, he got a puncture at the front, which is looks similar to this, where the splitter ends up dragging on the floor. Obviously, he thinks he can keep going with that, but yeah, he's losing time to Brown for sure.
Yeah, it's not worth it at the moment pitting, because they can if he's confident enough that he's not going to throw it off the road with that damage, or he's scoped out the car, then with 10 laps to go in the stint roughly, then he'll get to the end of the stint and he'll be fine. He'll lose a bit of time and a bit of performance, but in an endurance race, these things can happen. We all know some famous stories, normally Toyota related, at Le Mans, where damage occurs and they lose laps and then have to fight their way back. So we see that damage has occurred, and he'll repair it at the pit stop, no doubt, but there's no point in losing more time by pitting early and then having to readjust your strategy. So the splitter hitting the ground will be a particular pain in some of the faster corners. Just to touch the ground will remove all downforce from the front of that car, and off you'll skate slightly. We're on board now with Nico Pantola, race leaders. He puts laps. We're lapping people already.
Yeah.
In the 6 hour race. So yeah, that's where the main problem will be, probably in that second sector, the fastest sector on the track. So that's unfortunate for them, but they'll carry on and repair in the pits.
Yeah. Talking about the lapped cars, that was the second Gum Garage car. We have a total of 3 Gum Garage cars on the track, 2 of which are FXRs, and the one driven by the Wilson family, the only XRR. And also the other cars are trying this race as solo runners. So
yeah, I noticed there were a couple of solo runners, which is a bit brave. I mean, yeah, we've seen people try to do solo runs in 6 hour races before. It tends not to go too well. Concentration drops off within the last few hours, as we see Ioni Cotillo getting really close to the rear wing again of Adam Brown. These two probably know from looking at their deltas and things to Leipniks, they are catching him, so they're happy to be battling right now. They don't want to battle too hard because Sean's behind them.
I think Ioni Cotillo will be desperate to make the move quite quickly, though. He will see himself as the person who can really go after Picanco and Pantola. Picanco is taking time out of our race leader, or erstwhile race leader, Nico Pantola. But I think Cotillo will see himself as the man who can challenge that. And he's already lost 9 seconds in this first stint. It's remarkable, the first sort of 8 are within 15 seconds of each other, and then the rest of the field are all within 20 seconds or so of each other. So it's spread out a little bit, but not too much at the front. 15 seconds after nearly an hour between the top 8 seems quite close to me.
Yeah, well, anyway, side by side, Ioni Cotillo and Adam Brown. Ioni squeezes Adam to the side of the track. It's very forceful there, wasn't it? And yeah, Cotillo back up to P4 for now. He goes through that corner where he spun a few laps ago, and no drama this time. So one more car to go, and he's on a provisional podium during the first stint. It's Leipniks up ahead, who is struggling a little bit, we believe, with some front damage. The splitter dragging on the ground a little bit potentially. As you can see there, the car is a bit wonky at the front, and as he goes around this left-hander, all the load will be going onto the front right of that splitter, and yeah, he'll be losing some time because of that, we think. We'll keep an eye on his lap times.
I was going to say, having said that Picanco was catching Pantola, Pantola's pulled half a second out of him on that last lap, so that was quite an impressive move. This is a problem for Ioni Cotillo. This is a problem.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable. The back marker may well have been better getting out of the way on the straight with all these cars coming through. That's cost Cotillo quite a bit of time. But luckily for him, Adam wasn't able to get close on the straight, so Ioni should be able to drop Adam again through the middle sector, but still losing time because the back markers already with less than 40 minutes gone in the 6 hours of Westhill by New Dimension Racing.
But I must admit that having lap traffic in the first sector is pretty much the situation I'm most respectable for my stints, because those are high downforce, high load corners, and getting off the line there is not the easiest of tasks, neither for you as the one getting lapped, nor for the one trying to lap you.
This is a nice battle outside the top 3 right now. 3 very fast drivers indeed. Eoin, who normally drives for world-class lines, currently driving in the Yes Motorsport stroke. What other teams have been represented on that livery? CSF Esports. No, that's Eoin on the front. That's not Chris.
Because Yanni's driving it.
So Eoin's driving a car with his own face on it for once.
Yes.
You'll notice that Nico Patola never puts his face on these cars, but he puts everybody else's. Who else is in that team? So it's officially called. Yes, it's the group's got such Chad Esports and who was Gabor racing for in the series? Sidus, yes. So yeah, there's 2 Sidus drivers there, isn't there? So Sidus, Chad Esports, and World not Crash League, Class Lines.
It used to be World Crash League, yeah. Showing your age a bit there, Chris.
It's funny to annoy Isaac and Yanni about their beginnings.
Yeah. The thing about Yes Motorsports is that they are a foundation from the Team Rock Racing Championship 2020. More as a loose organization of drivers who did not get enough other drivers to form a team.
Yes, and Yes Motorsports, what a great name that is, yes! Exclamation mark. For catching very, very quickly. For second position, or third positions now, Lycus in second for Procrastination Motorsports.
Yeah. X is definitely being caught by Yanni Katsila.
Oh, the Aerotech car is now side by side. It looks.
Yeah, he's
Adam Brown
managed to get some ground on Adam down the back straight, and it looks like Adam's lost some time actually. Yanni's so far ahead of him now. I wonder if Adam made a mistake. Did he make a mistake?
Yeah, he must have done, because it was 7/10 of a second at split 2. So here he comes back round the outside of Sean Lee. We'll stay with this one because this could be entertaining at turn 1. Brown and Lee, who's going to prevail?
Adam was on the brakes.
Yeah, Adam gives up. Yeah, okay, fine. Sensible driving for Adam Brown. Must be learning a lot from his Adventures in iRacing that you can see on simbroadcast.tv at the moment.
Shameless plug.
Not really shameless.
So Sean Lee up in 5th position.
Yeah, I don't know whether Adam did make a mistake or not. Something certainly happened, but the Pixel Air Attack racing car up to 5th from 9th on the grid. Good driving in from Sean.
Yeah, there's people are pairing off at the front. Pedro and Nico are separated by 3.2 seconds now, so that gap has come down a bit more, Chris, from when, in fact, even further now, as we see Yanni going for P3 past the Procrastination Motorsports car of Andres Leipnieks, and that's the move made. Now, can Yanni keep this position this time, or will he loop it again?
Right through the corner he looked at so far, so that's good. Well done, Yanni. So that's 3rd position, as you say, taken from him. So he is 8 seconds behind Pantola in the lead and 5 seconds behind Picanco. So let's see if he can start to move that. That gap is coming down rapidly, as you say, Pete. That was 4 seconds 2 laps ago. So something's happened, obviously, to Pantola. I wonder if he's going through back markers.
He was. There is a back marker between, which he may have lost some time, but it's Michael Malik. You wouldn't think Michael Malik would be getting in the way as much. So weird. But anyway, the gap is down below 3 seconds now, and Nico hasn't been behind the back marker for a while. So maybe Picanco has just turned it on a bit.
I think from memory, I did see them going through. I think Pantola caught him at the chicane, so that can be a dodgy place to overtake, regardless of how nice the back marker is. So I think that could be part of the reason, certainly in this boat. And now he's catching another back marker in turn 4 into the chicane. So Nico Pantola's not having the easiest of runs at the moment. Wilson gets nicely out of the way on a nice back markership there. But yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Let's see the first split times: 26.38 for Nico Pantola, 26.25 Pedro Picanco. So reasonably close.
Yeah, I mean the time is just coming down all the time. 2.8 now, and yeah, it's going to continue to fall if these guys continue the way they're going. A reminder to teams out there that our commentary box is open for interviews during the race, before or after your stints, or during if you're feeling brave. So feel free to join us on the New Dimension Racing TeamSpeak today for interviews and just a bit of a general chat. We're here to have a bit of fun during our 100th Live for Speed broadcast, which is a pretty big milestone for us.
On the screen currently, the Master Race Car entry.
What did you see, Chris?
Oh, sorry, Wilson. So Wilson's managed to bin it in the chicane. He's gone through all the tyres in front of the second and third place runners. I think he's back going again now, but he was trying to let who would it be? It must be Picanco through, and sort of got on a funny line into the corner and drove into the tyres, spun around, and almost took third place out with him. It must have been Katia that was coming through the ice spies. So Wilson having an adventure there while trying to be very courteous.
Yeah, that is now worse for wear. Damage on all corners, so that's been round into various tyres and walls probably, and that's going to be a nightmare to drive for the rest of his stint, which is, oh, there's a lot of that stint left.
Yeah, that would be much fun. It looks as though, yeah, he definitely hit the wall. He hit all the tyres and the wall, so that's not good for him.
Yeah, on the camera now, you can see just how close Pedro Picanco's managed to get to Nico Pantola. They're in the same shot pretty much now. Pedro's gap down to 2.5 seconds near enough, and there ahead is Nico Pantola. I don't know. Yeah, he is approaching the heat peak stage, I guess. So maybe Pedro's just doing a better job on the tyres at this stage of the race.
Interestingly, Eoin Katia took a second out of both of these on the previous lap, so Katia is on a move. Let's put it that way. He's now got free air. In fact, all of them now have free air. The back markers are out of the way. So let's see how quickly Eoin Katia can catch. It was 5.2, it's now 4.3. In fact, it goes up to 4.5 at the split. So yeah, and certainly it does appear as though Picanco has just got that little bit more speed just now. Pantola getting toward the end of these tyres. We're 45 minutes into the stint. I thought they'd be pitting around about that 25. I think I must have been forgetting that it must be a little bit later than that. It must be maybe another 5 laps or so. So it'll be interesting to see who goes the longest on their tyres and who takes the risk to go longer. Because there is, theoretically, if you get to around about an hour and 15 within the stint times, you can save a pit stop and only pit 4 times rather than 5 when you're going for an hour. So that's something we have lacked, because obviously we haven't had that element of pit strategy, because the races were effectively pit or don't pit in the past, but now you're going for a 4-stop or a 5-stop. So it'll be interesting to see whose setup protects the tyres the most, whose driving style protects the tyres the most, and who'll go for a 4-stop and who'll go for 5. Of course, you run the risk with a 4-stop of punctures, but if your tyres are looking as good as Nico Pantola's at the moment, you might be able to get away with it. So let's see within the next 15-20 minutes who has to make an earlier pit stop.
One question we covered last year, also an endurance race from this very track for the TRR Championship. If I recall it correctly, back then Michael Malek tried to save a pit stop and was caught out by a safety car period doing so.
That's another danger, yes, of course, the safety car element. So far today, no even, well, apart from Lima, who went through the turn 2 gravel trap. Apart from that, we haven't really had a sniff of a safety car yet, but that can all change with 5 hours 14. Just we say that there's a car off.
Ah, okay.
Yes, a poorly timed safety car can completely screw your strategy, so you have to be very, very on the ball with your strategy during a 6-hour event. It's been a long time since I've done a 6-hour event on New Dimension Racing, so yeah, it's just good to see that sort of style of racing back.
Yeah, now I can correct my earlier mistake and say the last 6-hour race that NDR hosted last year, Thilo, was the TBO Challenge. 6 hours of Aston North. A moment ago, we saw Sequeira get overtaken by Quinteros. the 86 team and 37 team switching positions. Team 37 is Argentina Turismo, and Team 86, that is the Furtive Racing team.
This race really sees a large portion of South American drivers competing, which is also nice to see.
At the front, sorry, I was going to say at the front, the last lap, 53.7 Pantola, 53.5 Picanco, 53.1 Yoni Katia.
Yeah, it's all going to bunch up at the same time by the looks of it. Yoni's gap to Picanco has come down to 4 seconds, and Picanco's gap to Nico is less than 2 now. So at some point, there's going to be a 3-way fight for the lead, I think.
The way the race develops, it might be right around the pit stop window.
Sean is catching the back of Lightning X gradually. Adam's dropped back a bit, so Adam's just not found the pace at this stage of the race just yet, with 50 minutes gone thereabouts. And yeah, we'll see what's happening with these gaps. Yeah, Sean's looking a little bit ragged there, actually, off of the back straight.
I swear, every time I watch Sean Lee, he's ragged. He could be... Oh, and it's the tires. That's exactly what I've been thinking of, the car front. So that's why there's a perfect example of what I've been talking about, where cars hit the tires, the car comes behind, and off he goes. But yeah, Sean's very aggressive on his mouse. Let's put it that way. So he always looks as though his car's dancing on the edge, and it's a very high energy style. There is Adam Brown with a slightly different SMR Harmon livery today with the red and white. It looks a little bit like an old style barbershop pole, I would say.
Yes, but it's a great throwback to the skins the team of Eoin Harmon and Stephen Martin used throughout the series. With Eoin driving the all-red car and Stephen driving the all-white car.
I'm just disappointed that Steve didn't take my suggestions for some of the liveries, but that's for another day.
If you guys out there want to have a unique skin design, please contact Chris Ford.
Oh, it will be unique.
It will be, in a way.
Down the order, we've got Sakis under threat from Veloso. In fact, that battle is now over already. Veloso moves up into P17 around the final corner in that Energy Virtual Racing car. And if you want to keep up to date with all of the happenings in the race as well as the broadcast, you can keep an eye on the New Dimension Racing tracker at tracker.newdimensionracing.com. Link to that in the chat.
I swear you sounded Liverpudlian when you said tracker there. Tracker! Anyway.
Could give it the full name. Volatility Boothie NDR tracker or something. Don't know at which stage of the iteration it is right now.
It's remarkable that tracker has been with us for 15 years almost, I would say, probably in one form or another, and it still works perfectly fine.
I mean, it is so iconic that back when Masters of Endurance moved from Live for Speed to iRacing, they actually used the same design for their live timing.
Yes, they did, yes. And it worked perfectly. Speaking of here for 15 years, here's Nico Pantola in the lead, chased by Pedro Picanco. Down to 1.4 seconds. Johnny Katia is within 5 seconds of the leader now, so really, Katia.
Yeah, really has continued it up.
52.80 is what Katia's done for the fastest lap of the race now. Pantola looks a little bit ragged, I would say, at the moment.
Yeah, he's coming to well, he's over halfway through his stint, so the tyres are going to be a little bit of a pain. And, you know, finding consistency on your own can sometimes be a little bit difficult. Sometimes you need someone to chase. It's often said in racing that it's more fun to chase than it is to lead. Pedro Picanco, he's going to be having a sniff, having a go at both of those roles in a minute, I think, as we see Leipniks weaving about. Chris?
Yes, weaving around because Sean Lee is all over the back of him, and he's going to try and go around the outside into this chicane complex where we saw Katia make some moves earlier on. Lee holds off just now, goes for the cutback though, but that gives him again the outside line into this next corner. But he's slightly ahead. Can he keep the position? Can he go around the outside? He'll be a brave man if he does that. But we all know Sean Lee is a brave man, and they're still side by side into the chicane, and they're still side by side out to the chicane. But Lee does make the move.
That was
stick.
nice. Fair
Beautiful
play.
move.
Fair
play for both of them.
Great.
Absolutely perfectly clean driving from both of them there. Fantastic move from Sean Lee, who takes 4th position. And Adam Brown now fancies a go at the slightly wounded Procrastination Motorsports car. So we are 53 minutes into this race. It's car 42, Yes Motorsports in the lead, chased by Energy Virtual Racing in 2nd position, and then the other Yes car in 3rd position. There they are, they're all in the same shot just now. That's how close they are. Quintola 1.1 seconds ahead of Picanco and 4.3 seconds from 1st to 3rd at the moment, and Joni Katia charging around like a very angry person after his mistake earlier on that cost him so much time. Where would Joni Katia be right now if he had actually not made that error?
Well, we'll never find out. Let's see if Yoni can, get to the front of the race. At which point we may stop mentioning the spin that he had at the beginning.
I know. No, I don't think we'll do that.
No, I don't think so either. But yeah, Joni Katia, the man on the move. He's got the fastest lap of the race and absolutely on it at the moment.
Speaking of making a move and being on it, here comes Adam Brown, wanting 5th position back. He's suddenly found a little bit more speed again around the outside. This is exactly what we saw last time around with Sean Lee, but Adam Brown is through before the corner, so no exciting side-by-side action for 5 corners like we saw the last lap. Brown up to 5th position.
Yeah, up to 5th. That's XRR of Leipniks. I wonder if they will go for the repair at the stop. We can't be 100% sure if that is the reason that car is slowing. Showed great pace at the beginning, then it had some sort of incident and then slowed down again. So maybe Leipniks thinks may as well get it to the end of the stint, do the pit stop then, repair the damage and carry on from there. It's a long race. We're only an hour in, and yeah.
Gap at the front is down. I was going to say, gap at the front down to less than a second. Sorry, Pete, carry on.
It's about trying to weigh up your potential gains in making a pit stop so early. Leipniks has had that damage for over half an hour. Maybe repairing it during his first stint probably would put him into a position he didn't want to be in, so he may be waiting. We'll see. If he doesn't repair it at the stop, then it's probably not causing him that much trouble. As we see, Leipniks has actually made it back ahead. Yeah, missed that.
I think Adam must have made an error somewhere then, because he was well in front. Oh no, of course they might have been able to make the draft down the straight, so that's possibly what's happened there. But Sean Lee's gone away from them both, so I wish we had the replay function working. But so Brown again settles in to try and chase down the Procrastination Motorsports car out of the chicane. This nice little chicane. It's nice and flowing still, that chicane. They have tightened it obviously in lift speed. In the past it was in these cars it was shift down a gear, throw it into the first part and absolutely charge out of the second part and try not to hit the tyres. But it's certainly still a flowing corner, and the general flow to this track has remained pretty good. This section of course has changed as well, down into the final chicane, and you can see there the car in front of us making a slight slide there as he comes through the chicane. I can't believe that chicane's still flat though, that's remarkable. But Brown looking to make the move.
Yeah.
Joining us in the commentary box now for the second hour of the race is...
Oh, the two! Sorry.
Go for it,
Sorry.
Chris. What's
Sorry,
up?
the the two leaders have both gone off simultaneously in the first corner. Pantola ran very, very wide and almost spun, and then through came Pikanko off the track as well. So these two clearly pushing very, very hard, doing synchronized sliding there and almost ending up in the wall, but they carry on. It was a very interesting moment, and hello to Mr. Cagash.
Yeah, Zdeněk Cagaš in the commentary booth with us, as well as Zdravko Topolnjak joining us for the second hour. So it's going to be pretty busy in here.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Hi, kid.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, you're joining us for a pretty intense stage of the race that it's about to become. As Thilo Falkenberg will step out of the commentary box for a bit. Thilo, thanks for joining us for the start. We'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, see you later.
So a little bit of a shuffle round in the commentary box. Zdeněk and Zdravko, we have a battle for the lead about to begin.
Yeah, that's why I just joined.
Oh, so you join when it gets interesting?
Yeah, the Brazilians have been training hard, and now we see Pikanko will try to. I think he will be smart, try to stay behind for the last turn, then launch a move on the start-finish straight. He does that.
Yeah.
Pikanko getting squarely in the final corner there and losing all momentum.
Yeah, he cost himself some time there. It's the wrong time to be underneath the rear wing, I think. But anyway, let's see. Yeah, what Nico needs to do is hold him up so that Pikanko has to be begins to get a little. Always, Nico runs wide and leaves some rubber on the road. Nico will want to stay ahead for sure. He won't want to let Pikanko run away. Yay! But he needs to stop dropping wheels on the grass. They've got a back marker here now, one of the Gum Garage cars, so that Pikanko can start to be caught by Eoin. And as soon as Eoin's giving Pikanko some pressure, that takes the pressure a little bit off Nico. But yeah, that relies on Eoin getting through.
He again badly balked in outer turn number 3 there by the back marker, but he's through now. 2 seconds. I mean, this was 10 seconds not that long ago between. 8 seconds between these three. But now Pantola under severe pressure from the back of Pedro Pikanko down into the second sector chicane. Through they go. We're on board now with Pedro Pikanko. He will fancy his chances here getting in the draft. I think he's slightly too far back to make the move at this point. He needs
Slightly too far, yeah.
Stay neat and tidy and he'll be able to get it on the main straight.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get too close to Nico's car through the final sector. He did this on the last lap and it didn't work, so he needs to back off a bit and choose the time to get past. If he does indeed want to get past, if he stays behind, he will be getting held up again wide.
Oh, not if he gets on the grass like that and they turn into the chicane. Could have been disastrous, but Pikanko survives, and actually Pantola made a slight error on the exit, so the gap remained the same. And Eoin can see for each second is just swallowing them up whole. Pikanko getting very, very close to the back of Pantola. That's going to wash out slightly wide out the corner, but he's got a great chance here down to the first corner. He needs to time this perfectly so that Pantola cannot come back past him before the turn 1 complex, but he's slightly too far behind. It's like they've got too much wing on that car, which might explain why he's so fast in the second split, but he is not able to get past on the draft. That's very surprising. Pantola easily didn't even have to defend, and that was not something I was thinking when they came out that final corner.
Yeah, I was watching from the point of view of Pedro Pikanko, and he was even slightly braking before the first turn, so he wouldn't lose the downforce. So I guess he's playing this smart and in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with you slightly. I think Pikanko is really eager to get past. He's been too close on a couple of occasions on the last couple of laps to Nico. I'd say that he's actually impatient to get past.
Oh yeah, I agree. Maybe I said it wrong. Just trying to wait for the right spot at the right time.
Well, this looks like the right time.
Well, let's go.
Down the back straight they come, on board with erstwhile leader Nico Pantola, who's led since lap 1. The gap between the top 3 is now just 1.1 seconds. You'll see in a second a flash of blue. Yes, Motorsports, there he is. Eoin Katia trying to take the lead of this race, but it's currently held by the other Yes Motorsports car of Nico Pantola, as it has been since lap 1, when he jumped from 4th on the grid into the lead. nicely through the chicane there again. Pikanko's just a little bit too far behind at the moment to make that move.
Yeah,
Eoin has been chasing down for the whole time since he spun, so I guess he will be the one taking the lead in the very close future.
Well, Nico's doing everything he needs to do. As you know, guys, you need to have an overspeed. You've got to be a certain amount of time faster per lap than the guy ahead of you in order to get past and stay past. Yoni is going to have a similar problem pretty soon, but Yoni is on such pace that he might have that advantage over Pedro. So we may see a change for second before we see a change for first.
I think it depends really how fast Yoni can get through. If he can't do it in like first lap or two, he will just get stuck. Because in those fast turns, dirty air is a big problem. And as I said, if he can't surprise Pikanko and can't do it fast, he will be just stuck like Pikanko is now.
Oh, Pikanko's round in turn 4. That could be a safety car. Could very, very easily be a safety car. Is he going to be able to get? It's going to be a safety car. He's going to get beached.
He's just kept it going, Chris. He's just kept it going. He's probably going to be okay. It's going to be close. There's a lot of gravel. He needs to keep the revs up. He's going to slow down to a stop. We could see our first safety car of the New Dimension Racing. 6 hours of Westhill International. That's a disaster for the safety car confirmed. Stuart Baker has been scrambled, and Yoni Katila will be grinning because Pedro has just fallen off the road ahead of him. But Pedro's beached. That's such a disaster. We were talking about it at the top of the show, Chris.
Yeah, it's so easy to do at Westhill because here comes the rescue car very, very quickly into position. So he might not lose too much time, and he should be able to get
work
back
by the
going
safety
again.
car, by the rescue cars here.
Yeah, I suspect somebody might jump into the pits for a quick change of tires or refuel because now would be already a good time.
Yeah, you're getting toward the point where you can make a 4-stop strategy work with some safety car, aren't you? It would normally be about an hour and 10, hour and 15, so an hour and 4 minutes with some safety car running. I think you would imagine that they can make the tyres last a little bit longer with that.
Was that cameraman Elmo who just rescued?
Yeah, we have first 2 guys into pits.
Oh, wow. So they're choosing to make their pit stop now. Oh, it's a huge amount of cars in the pit lane.
Yeah, it makes sense to make the pit stop now. It'll be very interesting to see later on how much further they have to make. Oh, Katia's missed his pit box. Katia has missed his pit box on the way in, so that'll cost him time compared to Nico Pontola. He went a little bit further down there, but yes, so they can pit now, and then with the safety car running, it should save the tyres enough that they won't have to lose too much at the end of the stints at the end. Here comes the procrastination car. Will he repair the damage? He doesn't appear to be repairing the damage, which I'm slightly surprised at. But Tola comes out of the pits already. Is he ahead of Katia? Yes, he is still just ahead. Just ahead still of Katia. So the top 2 remain the same. It's still going to be Pontola and Katia, 1 and 2. And I don't think anybody's gone through. In fact, Sarah has taken over the 42 car. Who's gone through? Who hasn't made a pit stop yet? Let's see.
We also have Renault Woods taking over Sean Lee's car.
Yeah.
Is it just Vertinen who hasn't made a pit stop? I think it is. So car 87 of Vertinen has not been in the pits yet, and he picks up the lead. He was in 8th position, I think, before... No, 6th position, I think. 6th or 7th position before the pit stop. So I think he might have to be in the pits this lap, though, because those tyres are very, very cold.
That's a bold move not to pit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe still wanting to stick to the 4 stop. I mean, I think the 4 stop is still possible, even if those guys are pitted now. But only just...
Yeah, with the safety car running, I think it should be fine. Their tyres before they pitted looked as though they had quite a bit more rubber to give. I think everybody was running on I don't think anybody was running, given that they hadn't pitted a 5-stop strategy. So everybody should be on a 4-stopper after 1 hour and 7 minutes of the stint. You're ideally looking for an hour and 15 on a set of tyres, which would have been another 5 laps or so. And look who's joined us in, not in the commentary box just now, but look who's joined us on the track. It's the man with the cat, our commentary friend, Eoin Harmon. I was going to make a joke there, but I lost my train of thoughts about a joke, so we'll get rid of that. There's Eoin, now taking over from Adam Brown in 6th position. Eoin, that's the grass, you don't want to be on that. Stay to the tarmac, friend.
Yeah, and it looks like Pikanko has passed his car onto his teammate, William Lima.
Yeah, makes sense.
He hasn't lost too many places. It's still, he's lucky there was no damage involved, and because it's a safety car period, everybody's going to bunch up again. So this isn't the end of the world for the Energy Virtual Racing number 12 car, because they're going to bunch up again before the safety car is pulled back into the pits. They've done their pit stop now, so they're on level terms with the cars ahead, pretty much. So it's back to the beginning for these guys, except for Santu Sara and Jimmy Virtanen.
Yes, and Joni Katia stayed in the car. He's one of the very few that has stayed in the car to that opening stint. So Katia will be fancying his chances certainly to get the lead. Martinez told to overtake the safety car, but then goes in the pits. I would have gone round if he could have done that, but never mind. So that's a good opportunity there for Sarah and Katia to battle this out. Katia will be fancying his chances right now. The number 10 Veloso gets waved around. So we're doing the wave around today, just so everybody's aware. So all the lapped cars now overtake the traffic, overtake the leaders, overtake the traffic. Yeah.
Well, it is technically traffic for them, isn't it?
Yeah, I wanted to say something about traffic, but never mind. It's gone now. I've said the stupid word. So Katia, you'd have to favour guys at the moment on pace over the rest.
On pace for sure, but net lead of the race at the moment is Santu Sara in that Yes Motorsport car. Nico's jumped out. He's had enough. He's going to probably get back in the car later. I think my money's on Joni Katila for a good start and getting past Santi pretty quickly.
I'm not sure who gets the double stint at the car 69 or 42.
Yeah,
because
that's
there's two drivers.
Well, Joni's been in the pits, so he's doing a double. As much of a double as he can get, basically at this point. Remember that the two front runners now are teammates, essentially. Obviously, different cars, so they're not going to want to have any trouble with each other. I'm not forgetting that Jimmy Virtanen is in the lead of the race, but he hasn't made a pit stop, so he's going to be on older tyres. He'll be in the pits pretty soon.
I would be terrified to be driving those tyres after this safety car goes in on this track. This is not a track you want ice cubes for tyres, and more ice cubes at that. It's a brave move. I'm not really sure I see the value in it, given that they were doing quite well, and they were firmly well within the top 10. They were in that top 8 breakaway that we discussed earlier, so I'm not really seeing the value of staying out, but we'll see. Safety cars do happen to often breed safety cars, so could be an opportunity.
Yeah, no word yet if the safety car will be in this lap, so we should assume we have one more lap to go. And yeah, it looks like we will be having one more lap under the safety car at least, so that all the cars in this train can kind of catch up and we end up with a nice bunched up field. We've still got a few cars going around, actually. That's one of the Team America cars as everyone moves over to the left. Who is that who's going through? Work out who that car was. The FXR there?
It's car 73 of the GAM Garage, the single car driver.
It wasn't him. It was the orange and blue Team America car that was overtaking the pack.
Oh yes, that's number 52 of Mr. Curubetto.
Oh, yeah. Virtanen pits.
That is the wrong time to pit. That is a bad strategy call in my book for the number 87 team.
I see what's happened. His teammate wasn't ready, I don't think, because now his teammates come in. So this must be the point. After an hour and 10 minutes, he was scheduled to take over. Right. So I think that must be what's happened there. And they've dropped back only to 14th.
He should have stayed in the car and done a double. That's going to ruin their afternoon. You have to adapt to the situation. If your drivers aren't ready, you have to adapt. If Jimmy didn't want to do a double, then maybe they're not going for the most competitive route to the front of the field, I guess. But ultimately Jimmy Virtanen and his team will be almost last at this point.
Well, while I agree with you in some points, it's still better for him to stay out and pit now instead of staying out for many more laps, because he will be less now, but at least he will be at the end of the train.
To the back of the train, but he should have come into the pits when everyone else came into the pits. Was my point, to stop this from happening, essentially. But anyway, it is what it is. Jimmy Vertinen will hand over to his teammate, and we'll see what we have when the race gets underway, which should be, hopefully, at the end of this lap.
We have the final car who didn't pit in the pit lane for a change of tires and refuel, which is number 47, Michal Malek, which also is the sensible thing to do because his tire wouldn't last too long.
Yeah, he was in the pits very early for some reason.
Yeah, he was crashed early because of lag or bad ping, so he had to go for repairs. But so now his strategy is altered.
This is probably a good thing for him then, because that brings him back into line with everybody else. So that's ideal for him.
Yeah, we just had another car overtaking the field. Lucas Wilson has repaired that XRR for Gum Garage and has just overtaken the field as a wave around. So hopefully that's that for the wave rounds. I can't imagine there are many more left. I mean, we've done how many laps under the safety car now? Like 3?
Yes, I think so. Well, if this... Oh no, we're not going live. So yeah, that's wave out done. So yeah, we'll go back live at the end of this lap.
Yep, one more lap of safety car.
Yeah, I'm just watching. If safety car does one more lap, and it looks like it will do it, considering the time lost under the safety car, it will basically be like a normal stint for everybody that pitted now. Because ideally you would do 38 laps, and with one less lap because of safety car loss, it will be almost on the point with 36 laps completed.
Yeah, so for anyone wondering why the safety car is still on the track, it's because we have wave arounds in New Dimension Racing events where anybody who is a lap down behind the train is able to overtake the field under safety car periods if we have enough time to do so while the incident is cleared up. The incident was cleared up very quickly. Wave arounds were done, and now hopefully the safety car will be in this lap and we will get racing again. And as Zdravko rightly pointed out, it won't affect the strategy too much because we're at the hour 15 mark now, and that's around about the time when cars would be coming in to serve their first pit stop. It's actually coincidentally around about the same length of races that we've had in the main GT2 Challenge season. Am I wrong?
Here we are looking. Oh, there we go. Confirmation from Jonathan Provost that we are going green again at the end of this lap. We look now at Eoin Harmon in 5th position. In fact, the procrastination car did not repair damage, so maybe it wasn't damage that was doing it.
It might not have been. Off. Might not have been. Yeah, it does look like a bit of dragging.
Ooh.
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, it does. Yeah. It looks very droopy.
Oh, that looks like an interesting decision. I would definitely go and fix that damage in their place, because they would lose like 3 or 4 positions.
It looks like it's it does look to me as though it's dragging, and that is the most annoying feeling in the for speed when your car is dragging.
Yeah, and now with full tank of fuel, it might be worse.
Yes, it's let's watch out for them. They've got Eoin Harmon right behind them. So it's a yes 1-2 at the moment. Reno Coots has taken over from Sean Lee in the air attack car. They're in third position. That's procrastination. Then SMR Harmon Racing rounding out the top 5. Santu Sara is now in the car. He has taken over from Nico Pantola, and he will lead them to the green flag. He normally drove an FZR in this season, so a new experience for him in the XRR. Chased by Yoni Katia. Now, Katia must be feeling very, very confident about getting this lead at this point of the race. As we come to the final quarter, Sarah backing the field up now, doing a little bit of weaves around.
Yeah, this should be one of Sarah's first safety car restarts. I don't think I've seen him do it. He's gone, he's bolted.
Oh, he's absolutely caught them out there.
Yeah, it's a great restart. He's caught Yoni out. And we are racing again.
Yep, Sarah leads Katia off the start line there, and that's a really, really fine restart from Sarah. And 42 maintains its lead that's held from the start of this race. Across the line they come, and so far everybody seems a little bit spread out. Here comes Lima trying to make up positions back to where that car was before the restart. The racing green car of Mead goes around the outside of Hinkala. So Mead's still in the car for that car, and up into 6th position goes Lima in the Energy Virtual Racing. And wide there, who was that going wide?
That was Patrick Linker for Born to Race. It went wide.
Someone's off, 37, he spun, somebody crashed into him. It was Victor Veloso, and also Gum Garage car is involved.
Yeah, so the number 37 is still having trouble with the wall. That's between turns 1 and 2, if I'm not mistaken. A bit of a weird place to go off. There we go, back underway again. Sarah's under pressure from Yoni.
Indeed he is. Katia has made up the gap very, very quickly onto the back. The S12 is about to become a S12 as Katia moves past out of the chicane and down the back straight. Will they give each other nice and room? We've seen teammates at Westhill not giving each other room in the past. Thilo Falkenberg would have liked that quip, but there we go. Yoni Katia takes the lead. So he's been at the back, he's been at the front, he went to the back again. Now he's in the lead. A very Yoni Katia race so far.
Yes, and Magic just got overtaken by Hapamaki for the Fragmaster team.
Yay!
I suppose there will be lots of shuffling now because drivers changed and the strength of the teams will shuffle a little bit through the whole field.
Yeah, Alfonso there for the 86. That'll be the... I forget the name of that team. Give me a second.
Was he having connection issues? That's unfortunate.
Yeah, as I mentioned him and put him on the camera, he has connection issues. The Furtive Racing team.
Yeah, I don't think he will recover from this.
Yeah, that's a shame. Possibly our first retirement, but they should be able to rejoin. They'll get their laps back. We'll see where they pop up again. Here we have the Fragmaster team, number 44. It's Zdravko's teammate, actually. Zdravko, when are you in the car?
I'll be doing 4th stint, so in 3 hours, a bit less than that.
We have lost our first car, unfortunately. So yeah, you're in the car in 3 hours. So yeah, how's the race gone so far for your team? I mean, we're watching him make up another place there.
Oh, nice drive by him. Well, we had some problems. We got hit, or we hit some car, I don't know, on the lap 1. So we were carrying damage whole first stint. Then we got hit by a backmarker while we were lapping in and got a bit more damage, so we had to repair on the pit stops. But luckily safety car brought us closer.
Good stuff. William Lima getting past Mattis Linda, Procrastination Motorsport there, and we've got Eoin dropping like a stone through the order, Chris. He's down to P11 now.
Not he just got shuffled back. Yeah, he just got shuffled back there, Pete. So that's unfortunate for Eoin, but he's doing a nice steady job actually out there just now. A little bit more of his track, this one Westhill, than Aston. He absolutely hated Aston, as he told us. So yeah, you just need to find a little bit of rhythm. It's difficult when the cars are all piling through at Westhill to find some rhythm, but I'm sure he'll find some rhythm in just a moment. 11th position for Eoin now. Sarah under pressure from Coots in the battle for 2nd position.
I think the big issue for the drivers that took over for this stint is the wind. It's quite different than in practice, and you just gotta get used to it in the first few laps.
Yeah, Jared Mead is one of the drivers who's decided to stay out. Him and Yoni Katila are some of the front runners who've decided to remain in the car. So those guys will be used to the wind, as you mentioned, Zdravko, and they'll be probably the most comfortable at the moment. And yeah, Jared Mead, P6 at the moment, so that's good.
That's great for him. He had a strong first stint, but fell away at the end of it. Now he gained places back.
Yeah, and the man on the move at the moment, apart from Yoni Katila, who's just checked out the front by 2.5 seconds, is this man, Renault Coots, driving for the Pixel Newsroom Racing Air Attack collaboration team with too many sponsors and names on it. As he's lining up the back of Santu Sara, the other Yes Motorsport driver, along the back straight. Sean Lee's teammate, first stint in the car. Pixel Air Attack Racing is the name of that team, I've been told.
you sponsor them for this season. I fully expect Kuts to be on the Eoin's pace once he gets settled into the car.
Yeah, I was following a little bit too closely through the chicane. Sarah taking a bit of grass as well, but yeah, I think Sarah's days are numbered with Renault on such pace. News for you FZR fans out there: the FZR of Qatar-Kraken, the only FZR in the race, is inside the top 10 again, so up to P9 for the number 23 Born to Race team. As Sarah gets a bit of a slide on out of the final corner, Renault Coutts will be under the rear wing. I reckon this is just a bit too far away to make the move on this lap.
Yeah, I think he's a bit too far. Now he will have to watch out for the fast turns. Yeah, he has a nice distance, so it doesn't disturb his flow. I've been told by my teammate that turn 1 is really hard with this wind in the race, so maybe in the air you might have to lift, otherwise it was full throttle.
Yeah, turn 1 is difficult here at the best of times, and with a little bit of wind to play, it's no wonder we've seen cars going off there onto the kind of runoff grass and then subsequently the gravel.
You gotta say that Sarah is using all the track he has.
And even more than that in the first 2 turns from what I saw this lap.
Yeah, throw a little dust into good size, maybe he won't see it well.
So, William Lima also in the background was using plenty of runoff as well. But Sarah, actually, you have to say, has found a little bit of pace on this lap. The gap is not close enough for Coutts to be in the slipstream even slightly there. Let's see if Coutts can get any closer through this final sector.
Oh, for Lima to be in P4 is really great news, because Pikanko was basically last after in the safety car period, right? And
Yeah, so Pikanko rejoined P8 after the incident. The rescue car was so quick on the scene that they were able to get rescued pretty quickly. And with Jimmy deciding to pit during the safety car, that promoted them another position for free. So in the end, for the Energy Virtual Racing team, it hasn't been a complete disaster. They're only one step off a podium, but you have to say Pedro will be kicking himself for dropping the car in that way. Bringing out a safety car, it's not a comfortable situation. In the background there, we've got Jared Mead feeling as though he has to go defensive on Patrick Linker. Patrick Linker across start finish in P7, chasing the Savage Angus Racing car, a collaboration between Savage Sim Sports and Angry Angus Racing for this race.
Linker will be surely fresher, because he took over on this round of pit stops.
Well, look at the gap that Joni Katila has now over Santu Sarah. We said, Chris said actually that he thought Santu would be a little bit off the pace of Joni, and 6 seconds nearly the gap at the front. Joni Katila is, he's been in the car for the first stint. He knows the car, he knows the way it's handling, the wind, etc. And he's using that experience to putting it to good use, because Sarah is nowhere near him. But Sarah has woken up a little bit on the last lap, because the gap to Renault Coutts is opening up. Zdravko.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Coutts got into problems with his tires. It can happen if you get close to a car, and especially at the start of the stint. What's interesting is that the fronts, at least for me, fronts were bigger problem than rears, and that can hurt really bad when you're in dirty air, because you understeer even more, you hit them up even more. So maybe Coutts is just biding his time, trying to stay out of trouble, trying to get tires in the best hit range before Sarah gets his.
Yeah,
just attacking.
Personally, I hope somebody picks up the pace, because otherwise battle for the win is already won for Joni Katila and his team.
Oh yeah,
I think it's far too early to be talking about the overall win.
Indeed.
You gotta count that Gabber will probably put it into wall once, at least.
Okay. Well, as we saw, Michael Malik in a battle there with Gentile down a position. So Michael Malik moving up to P17 at the split, ahead of the other one of the team. Is that the number 37? That is the Argentina Turismo team. But yeah, it looks like Ioni's just taken a second out of Santu on that last lap alone. So yeah, Sarah and Coots just nowhere near Ioni's pace at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, even more, Ioni just did a 53.84. It's like Ioni is lapping in a pace where it looks like every corner has the perfect wind. And everybody else has the same wind over the whole track. And Coots is still close, but I think he's just not wanting to attack.
It doesn't sound like a very Renault Coots thing, not wanting to attack, especially when the car ahead, Ioni Katila, is literally running away. The gap up another 3/4 of a second through this lap alone. If that gap goes anywhere near 8 seconds across the line, then that'll be a further 1.5 that Ioni's pulled out over the rest of the field on this lap alone. Incredible pace, actually, from Ioni at the moment.
Let's see the lap time. I'm just waiting for it.
Well, he's gone across the line, and the gap to Santu is, well, as near as makes no difference.
8 seconds, definitely.
7.75 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. That's crazy pace. But I was watching and talking with Ioni in practice, and the guy basically managed to do 53.6 for the first lap of a stint. For reference, I did 55.0. So that's how fast. That's how fast he is.
That is incredible pace for this combo. I was watching the guys in practice as well, and lots of them were in 55s and lower. And when I saw these guys practicing, yeah, basically only team I noticed who were doing 53s. I mean, there are more teams doing 53s at the moment as well, but these guys are, for the moment, in the league of their own.
Feel free to interrupt me if anything happens during this, but we're at the bottom of the hour, and at the bottom of the hour we like to do a rundown of the order. So Ioni Katila for Yes Motorsport, currently running around in the lead, some 9 seconds-ish ahead of Santu Sarah, his teammate, who is doing a pretty good job of holding up Renault Coots for Pixel Air Attack Racing. William Lima for Energy Virtual Racing in P number 4 at the moment, followed by Mattis Lind, who took over the car from his teammate Andreas Leipnieks. They're sporting a tiny bit of aesthetic damage, as you can see, on the front right of that car. Not helped again by the little tap on the tyres that he just had there. P5 for them at the moment. Jared Mead for Angus Savage Sim Racing, Savage Angus Racing, whatever the order of their team is called for this race, is under pressure a little bit from Patrick Linker. These guys battling for P6 on the road, the Born to Race car there, number 33. Then we have Zdravko's teammate, Hapamaki, driving in P8 for Fragmasters. Katal Krorkin, the only FZR in this race, is in P9 for Born to Race. Elder Kadrich then driving the number 87 Master Race Car entry. Good position, P10 that. Strong result if they can keep it. And that is our top 10 at the moment in the 6 hours of Westhill International, part of the New Dimension Racing's GT2 Challenge post-season endurance race.
But they were 8 before the safety car, right? It was just the problem that Kadrich wasn't able to join in time.
Possibly. I wasn't really aware. I mean, yeah, let's have a word with Sean Lee, who's been waiting patiently in the interview waiting room here on the New Dimension Racing TeamSpeak channel. Nova, you had a great first stint.
Hello, glad to join you guys again. The first thing was actually, it was at the start, it was really, really bad because the wind just made it. Like, you had to fight the car through the first 2 corners, especially on the opening lap. I think everybody just whacked off.
Yeah, and your teammate is currently struggling, it looks like, to get past Santu. Is this a strategy? Is Renault sticking behind for some reason, or is this genuinely his pace at the moment?
Well, if I'm not wrong, I think similar to Adam, Kurz Renault hasn't gotten a lot of practice, and we swapped setups right before the race started. So for me, it was just trying to adapt, and I guess it went pretty well. But I think Kurz right now is lining up a pass as well, so it's more to just staying out of the backwash from the car, because it's really hard to stay behind.
Yeah, so not only does he need to worry about his tyre wear when following, but also, where does he make the move? He wasn't close enough on that straight, so, okay, if it really is his pace and he's just maybe a lack of practice for the event, then, Eoin is running away with this one.
Yeah, Eoin is, I think he's about 3 tenths faster than, I think, everybody. Right now, he's kind of stuck behind Sarah, same as I was stuck behind Lapinix for a while. So I guess Kurz has to find a bit of space. Right now it's still early into the stint. Yes, I think he has a run now.
Yeah,
he goes for attack.
Trying to make the move into the chicane. It's not going to work this time. He's going to have to try it on the back straight.
He's in the
Looking off the
slipstream.
line.
Sarah goes defensive, so Kurz has the draft, will take on the outside.
Going off now to the outside, Kurz.
Yeah, a little
And-
I
squeeze.
think he will send it. He will send it.
Round the
Nice
outside
job.
he goes. Very
Nice
nice.
job by both.
Gives room, and Kurz goes past.
Let's see how he does now that he has a free air in front
Yeah,
of
I
him.
mean, that's the main thing, isn't it? I mean, so Sean, you're in P2 in the race now. When are you next in the car?
Because of the time zone, I won't be next in the car anymore, so this is the last you see me. So Kurz will hang over from him to, I think, Ali Reza, who will hopefully take the car somewhere forward, and then Simjintas will take the final stints, if I'm not wrong.
How many stints will Kurz do, Sean?
I have no clue. Right now it's just one. It's just the one stint.
Yeah, if the race goes to plan and you guys are planning a 4-stop, then everyone should get a fair shot in the car.
Yeah, this race is more to just having fun. I mean, after the race where I did some, ice skating, that will be the last of it, I swear. After that race, I think this race is just more to finishing clean and seeing where we can end up, because there's lots of opportunities, of course.
Yeah, Sean, the safety car came out right at the edge of the stint limit, if I may say so. How did that turn out for you? Did it come at the right time, or did it come at the wrong time?
Well, I came in. I mean, I was planning to come in about 2 laps from now, as we see Lima lining up a pass on Sarah. Sarah has a bit of a moment after the corner. Is in the draft right now. But yes, and Lima pulls on to the inside, side by side into the hairpin. Can he pull this off?
Easy for Lima.
And down the inside, smooth. But
We need to wake up, because Sean's going to steal our job at this rate.
Yeah, I let him talk. He's good at it. Yeah, Sean, I have a question, Sean. So you wanted to do how many laps per stint?
Surprisingly, when I was doing the practice, it was not going that well. Like the previous set we had, I only made it to lap 31 before the tire exploded again. So I was aiming with the new setup. It looked alright to go to 35 or 36, which is, I think, a bit shorter than Katira. I think they can manage like over 40 laps, which is mental. But the safety car came in and we just took it, because it'll be a waste. I think Jimmy pitted from the lead and he's now way down in the field.
Yeah, that's correct. But so now I'm thinking again. You said Kurz will give the car to Ali Reza, and he will give the car to Simjintas. You're missing one stint there.
Yeah, someone needs to do a double stint in your team.
Yeah, Simjintas will be doing the double stint.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the previous time he did the endurance race, he said that he had to take a toilet break, so that ruined his flow. So this time I think he wants to put in a better job at it, so he's doing the back-to-back at the end.
Well, speaking of a better job, I think you better go and give Renault Coots a bit of motivation, because at the moment, Eoin Attila is 12 seconds ahead. It's doubled in the time you've been in the interview commentary box. So thanks a lot for the chat, Sean. I hope the rest of the race goes well for your team. You're currently P2. Hopefully, Simas and Ali Reza can carry that car to the end.
Yes, and hopefully William Lima doesn't come after us, because they are all three in the train now.
Sean, while you're here, I believe that you have a little bit of an announcement or something you wanted to mention to the viewers of the stream today.
Yes, so as part of a New Dimension Racing, if you have not heard of Layout Racing League, this was run for 2 seasons. It consists of custom layouts and, of course, custom car combos. It's unique in that you will never know where you'll finish, because every combo is different. I think, Pete, you won the championship, so I think you can give a bit of an insight of how that goes.
All right, certainly a fun event to get involved in. If you like driving around custom layouts that Sean and some others in the community have made, then Layout Racing League, definitely one to join. There have been 2 very successful seasons so far. We streamed the finale last year of the 2nd season, as we see Sarah going very wide there. And yeah, so Layout Racing League, when's it kicking off? Season 3?
Oh, Sarah's off. Hold on. Lima's going to get a run.
Sarah's back on the track, but yeah, Coots had a trouble.
And Lima is on attack.
Oh, it's Coots. Oh no. But yeah, so Layout Racing League. Anyway, he's coming back in May. So that's what we're planning, and it's going to be a little bit more exciting. Some of the tracks that you love, if you have racing it before, and if you haven't, sign up soon. Details out very soon, I guess.
Well, thanks a lot for that, Sean. We'll let you get back to whatever it is you're doing, and yeah, best of luck to your team for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Cheers, Sean. Sean Lee there, driving for the Pixel Air Attack racing team, driven by Renault Coots at the moment. And while we were talking to him, Katal Crorkin had a bit of a mare. He's dropped down to P10. He was in P8 or 9? P8, I think, a minute ago.
Yeah, he lost 7 seconds on the last lap, so probably went a bit off. And that got him into clutches of Mr. Veloso, who is himself on a bit of a recovery drive after going into the gravel on the first stint. Veloso is currently lapping quite faster than the laps ahead of him up to P6. So if he continues that, he will have quite some overtaking to do to the end of stint.
Yeah, Victor Veloso is actually on par with his pace with the top 3. So maybe if he catches a lucky break with some safety car, he could insert himself into the battle.
Yeah, Tal's having trouble here. Look, he's all on the grass. He's going to be mugged at this point. We've got a car off. This could be a safety car unless that car can get moving. Not sure why it's waiting. That's the number 73 Gum Garage car, driven by Janicitis at the moment. Currently last in the race. As the leaders come through, it's a little bit worrying.
We do have a safety car. We do have a safety car. Safety car has been deployed.
Okay, so strange timing. Didn't get the race control message in our ears or on the broadcast feed there, but yes, the safety car has been scrambled.
Yes, 72 appears to be with his 73. Sorry, appears to be moving with his wheel, but I have no idea what's happening there.
Welcome back, Chris.
That's good timing to come back and see a wrecked car in the middle of the field.
Yeah, a wrecked car in the middle of the field that appears to have moved all on its own. Look at the rear. Look at the rear now of that car.
Totally
now we can see it
wrecked.
coming into view.
Now it
Completely
makes
wrecked.
sense.
Okay, that is a lot of damage.
I really want to know how he's done that.
That's been in an Armco. How has that happened?
This will take a long time to get into the
We've
pits.
got the full cohort of rescue cars on the scene to try and get this car back. This is going to be a long safety car period, as we've got cars not slowing down well enough there for. That was almost a big accident. So let's keep an eye on Eoin Attila as he comes up to pick up the safety car. Stuart Baker, who will leave the pit lane. I'd be very surprised, guys, if anyone comes into the pit lane to serve a pit stop during this particular safety car period. But someone might decide to give it a go.
Yeah.
Well, depends on the strategy. If there are teams that can't make 38 laps stints, they might take a pit stop now and have themselves shorter stints to the end of race. So if they pit stop now, they could do like 32 laps per stint.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Yes Motorsport are not going to be thanking Gum Garage for this. Gum Garage has essentially lost Eoin Attila at, what was it, 13 or close to that second lead over Renault Coots in the Pixel Air Attack racing car. Yeah, that gap is down to nothing again.
Yeah.
And that brings Mr. Lima closer to the lead.
Yeah,
Absolutely, yes. And he's virtual racing SP3 again.
His buddies from South America, from Energy Sim Racing, will be thanking Gum Garage Racing as well, because they will be now able to catch up the field. I think that who might change his strategy is car 47, Michal Malek, who is notoriously known for his not only long endurance racing alone, but also for his unusual strategies. So let's see if he decides to do something.
And he's so far down the field that it actually might make sense for him.
Yeah, so the safety car's now caught up to the incident of the car that's trying to be recovered. Janicitis, who needs to move out of the way, actually, if he can, of the field. They should wait there while they try and get that car back to the pit lane. I would be surprised, well, I wouldn't be surprised if Race Control asked that car to just jump back to pits and they'll give the laps back, because this is just going to take a long time to get that car around. This could be a long period of safety car, which we'd like to avoid if possible.
Because after all, they will have to wave him around again.
Yeah, this car has to turn basically full lock to the right to keep going straight, so...
Another tricky decision for Race Control, but so far it seems as though they're going to be bringing... Wow, look at that. I don't know how you managed to get that amount of damage on an FXR, but anyway, there we go. The car's having to get past that, and we're approaching the 2-hour gone mark in this race.
Peter, I might be able to share some knowledge as to what he did. He effectively spun in turn number 2, got going again, and then just drove straight into the wall on the left-hand side of the track where it cuts through the infield section, and just drove into that, and well, that's the result.
Possible hardware failure, or was it just...
Possible hardware, I think it is quite likely to be a hardware failure, because it was quite a strange incident. He was going again after his spin, and he just carried straight on into the wall.
Yeah, they should help him into this turn now, because he cannot turn to the right.
Okay, well, under the safety car for at least one more lap, we have the field who are weaving up and down as we head to the cross start finish and up the hill. Eoin Attila currently leading the train behind Stuart Baker, the NDR GT2 Challenge safety car driver. William Lima, you mentioned this, guys, before, well, as the safety car was called. William Lima, this is a gift. This is an absolute gift for this team now. They've caused a safety car already, as we've got some wave rounds happening. Very eager car from Furtive Racing Team there, trying to get through, I think. Yep. The guys need to let that car through. They will have been told that wave rounds are happening. They will be aware that cars will be overtaking. But yes, Energy Virtual Racing back up to P3. This is great. This is just where they need to be. Eoin Attila won't like that. But anyway, we have a race on our hands again.
Indeed, and hopefully it's a good one.
It will be a good one.
Meanwhile, car 73 is being led through the back roads into the pit lane.
Glad you mentioned it, because that's spectacular what we're seeing on our oh, now we've got a blimp camera, and it's like when the police are following somebody in America. It's like
is this a cruise server?
And they finally made it back to the pit lane. So luckily, we
pits?
were using the open config version of Westhill today, so they could use the back roads to get cars back to pits. So thank goodness for that decision, and thank goodness that Live for Speed supports open configurations, so we can actually use the back roads and certain things to
Indeed.
get back to the pits. Live for Speed.
Turns
Ahead
out
of its time.
Turns out it was a really good choice, because I was asking before the race as a steward why the choice was made, and it was because the rescue cars can drive around exactly as they did right now. So it helps also to help the keep the track clean.
Yeah, I asked the same thing on Wednesday, and I was like, Deco, why? It doesn't make any sense. It's just silly. And so I expect a very gloating message very soon now that we've seen that entertainment. What do you think his crime would have been if he was actually being chased by the American police? Tax fraud?
Grand Theft Auto.
Anyway, of course.
We've still got wave rounds happening, so it's one more lap left at least. PFNE for Gum Garage has just gone past on start finish, so we won't be in this time. In fact, yeah, Stuart's gone past the end of the pit lane, so definitely not. Look at them all weaving around down the home straight. It's great to see, touch wood, that we still have 22 cars driving in this race. We had 22 starts, and yeah, we're coming up to the 2-hour mark, and we've still got 22 cars in the race.
So we're currently 15 laps into this stint. So that should mean the tires should have enough tread to be able to heat up properly again. If it would be like 5 laps later into the stint with this long safety car, many would have big problems.
Yeah, so you heard Jonathan Provost's voice as you see one of the rescue cars there zipping down the escape roads. It is brilliant, isn't it, to see the escape roads in use properly in an endurance race for once. Yeah, it's actually brilliant to see that. So, safety car in this lap. Jonathan Provost did give us the notice a few moments ago, and we're watching Eoin Gatilla as he weaves around down towards back chicane. I am waiting in anticipation to see what's going to happen here, Chris. Who's going to get a good start? Eoin did not get a good start last time, if you remember. Sarah's down in P4 at the moment.
Sarah absolutely made him look silly. To be honest, at that restart the last time, he went out of the final chicane, and I wouldn't expect Katia to do the same. I think he'll hold them a little bit longer than that. That's normally how he does his restarts. But yeah, Katia very aggressively tyre warming there. Stuart Baker not really getting away from the field so far as they plunge down in this final sector before we go green again. Safety cars do breed safety cars, so hopefully we got away with that the first time around that we came to a restart, but hopefully we'll get away with it again. Coots and Lima looking very, very racy as they try to make a move on Eoin Katia, who had a 13-second lead, and that was all wiped away by the safety cars. They come round now to the back straight. When will Katia go? Will he go as early as Sarah? It doesn't look as though he's going to.
Well, they're already dragging brakes. They're spooling the turbos up, so it looks as though Eoin may go earlier rather than later. It won't be a Joe Holmes style to the line restart, and he's gone.
Go. Yep, he's gone, and he's caught Coots out a little bit.
Yeah, this is pretty early to go. Remember, the overtaking is, well, there's already some overtakes going on. That might get them in trouble, but we'll see how that goes on. That is Sarah losing a place to Mattis Linde as we go across the start finish.
This should give Mattis Linde a penalty because there's no overtaking before the line.
I think he's giving the place back.
He got drafted past, really, there. I don't know whether he gave the place back. If he did, and the stewards deem it to be okay, then he might not. He might get away without a penalty. But yeah, Mattis Linde was definitely ahead of Sarah as they came around the final corner. Not allowed that, unfortunately, in the rulebook, as we are green flag racing again.
And Linde takes the position back, maybe, in the third turn, and he's through.
Catilla with a great restart there. Renault Koots was a little bit asleep at the wheel by the looks of it, but he has managed to keep William Lima behind him, which is important for his campaign. But William Lima is a very, very fast driver in this XRR car. A very fast team of South American drivers, actually, Energy Virtual Racing. As you see the rest of the cars in the background thundering through the chicane onto the back straight. William Lima will want to make quick work of Renault Koots, and he'll know the pace of Eoin Catilla. He'll have been watching him for a while. Jared Mead under pressure from one of the Born to Race cars, guys. That's Patrick Linker.
Yeah, can't quite make the way round. Go on, sorry.
Flinker was attacking Mead and catching him before the safety car, so no wonder he wanted to pounce fast.
Already bumping into Hapomäki's car is Victor Veloso, who is trying to make up the positions. 9th place for now, restarted in 10th position, so he will be back with the top 5 within a few laps, I suppose.
I trust in my teammate, he won't. I think Veloso is a lot faster, he will just get him now. If Hapomäki is smart, he will not fight him too hard. It's not our fight.
Already side by side, coming into the first turn with Veloso on the outside. And he lifts first. But Hapomäki is wide, rejoins safely in the front, though.
I heard the sound of an FZR, and yes, indeed, Qatar Krorkin in the only FZR for Born to Race is watching this battle as they go side by side again. Veloso on the left there gets the job done finally.
I forgot to breathe.
I tell you what, at the front, the Koots and Lima are not being dropped at any stretch of the imagination by Eoin Catilla at this restart, so seeing the leader seems to have certainly helped Renault Koots' pace issues that he was having earlier. Maybe he's got used to the setup, as we heard Sean Lee discussing earlier.
Yeah, it could be any number of things. You can't take away from the fact that Eoin's still got absolutely amazing pace. The gap at the front nearly up to a second. Mattis Linder's in a bit of a bubble at the moment, and it looks like Jared Mead, he always has the most entertaining races in GT2 Challenge, doesn't he?
And Veloso on attack again.
Yeah,
Takes
down
the
the inside. Sorry.
Similar story in the background. The Fragmaster's car under pressure from the FZR now. And yeah, that looks like Alder Kadric in the background for Master Race Car as well, looking like he wants a piece of that action too.
I can't watch it. I need to close my eyes. I don't want to watch it.
The door to the commentary box is always open if you need to step out. But yeah, the Fragmaster's car there, a bit twitchy on the rear as he heads onto the home straight. Will Catal have a run?
I think he's too far behind. Yeah, so looking at the last lap, you only did 3/10 faster than Koots. So that's not as big advantage as it used to be before.
Yes, and Lima was right in between the two of them, and Lima's all over the back now of Renault Koots in the battle for second position. Certainly does seem as though these EVR cars, EVR drivers have significant pace around Westhill today. They often are very, very quick, and so far they have had their stroke of unluck, but it seems to have followed a stroke of luck. Car 37 has been given a 10-second stop-go penalty for that incident earlier that we saw at the safety car restart with the 3 cars that piled into each other. So that's unfortunate for them, causing a collision. So they were the ones who came out of it worse, and they have been given a penalty for it as well.
Yeah, that's Argentina Turismo, which is sporting some damage as well. So yeah, not ideal for them. They're already way down the order. So dismal afternoon for that team, or morning if I've got the time zones right. William Lima, he's looking like he wants a piece of that black and gold Pixel Air Attack Racing team.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Victor Veloso picks up another position from Mr. Hlinka, and already has Mattis Linde in his sights, going for the 5th position.
At that pace, he's gonna be P4 in few laps, because Sarah isn't far away, only 2 seconds ahead.
Hlinka Sorry, Linde has a little slide exiting last turn.
Definitely a big gap between P3 and P4. The P4 to P7 battle that we're currently watching is pretty tight. In fact, it goes quite a lot further than P7, doesn't it? It goes all the way back to Jared and Happy Mackie.
Even further back, Cagaš is also close.
As we approach the 2 hours gone mark, Chris, might be time to run down the order in a few minutes. But before you do that, we are here to remind you that today we are streaming on YouTube and Twitch. And we have a driver in the sim bin, apparently. There we are. Not Victor Veloso, sorry, that is...
Car number 4 crashes.
Gentil, taking a sim bin penalty there.
Car number 44 crashed.
Oh no. Oh no, Zdravko. Your teammate's binned the car. Talk us through what happened. You saw it happen?
No, I just wanted to check LFS remote to see how close Lima is, and yeah, I saw what I didn't want to see.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Luckily he has no damage to the suspension, so that's no problem for the future strategy, but it's a big time loss, definitely.
Huge time loss.
Speaking of damage, something rather dramatic has happened to the Gum Garage car, number 20, the XRR car. Half his right side is missing. So what on earth has he managed to do there?
Oh, that's the second time that car's looked like it's been through the wars, and that is worse. I think that's got some positive camber on the right side now on that car. It's been in a wall. For sure.
Honestly, without the LFS damage model, we would have no Gum Garage in this race anymore.
William Lima. Sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to just say, imagine the wheels falling off through the track from every Gun Garage car ever.
William Lima is hot on the heels of this of Renault Kutz's car, but yeah, it's a similar situation to what Renault was having to deal with Santu before the safety car. Santu Sarah was about the same distance away from Renault as William is now from Renault, and yeah, William's just struggling to try and get past. He's just not catching him at the right time of the lap, and he's still not close enough to make the move on the back straight. Doesn't really need to make the move if he's comfortable to sit in behind. They've both got great pace. Johnny's not that far ahead, and the gap behind them is pretty safe. 6 seconds now separating William Lima from Santu Sarah.
20 cars for him. And we have safety car. He's
Lucas has
stuck in the
beached
gravel.
it. Oh no. So another issue for another Gum Garage car, and a very almost similar place, but yes, this is another safety car. The rescue cars will be on the scene pretty quickly, I assume.
Just as we spoke about him, the positive cambers showed its disadvantage, and he spun in the second turn. And on that note, I will be signing off for a while because I'm going back to the steward's room, and we will have a lot of work to do right now. So I wish you guys a lot of fun, and I will be back later.
Thanks. While you're in there, can you ask the stewards to send some sandwiches down, because I'm starting to get a bit hungry here in the commentary box. Thanks.
Definitely. Yeah.
Thanks for your time, kid. Might see you later.
See him.
Zdeněk Cagaš there, as we've got. Go ahead, Chris.
So there's a few cars in the pits. Linda and Mead have pitted in the safety car, so they must be reckoning 2 hours in. I would suspect that they're going to have to pit twice more still. No, 3 more times with this stint. They're certainly going to be in a bit of trouble with their tyres at the end at 2 hours exactly.
So, looking at this will definitely help Veloso again, because now he's just got Sarah to overtake and he's back in the leading top 3, and he was able to drive at their pace. So it will be interesting to see how it works out for him. So currently, Eoin is first, Kutz is second, Lima third, Sarah fourth, Veloso fifth, Kadrich sixth, Car 86 seventh, Magic 8th, Surubeto, sorry, 9th, and Michael Malek 10th.
Outside the top 10, we have Thilo Falkenberg's teammate. I think Thilo's just popped into the commentary box to say hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, so P11 at the moment, Thilo. Who else is driving for the Erdinger Heroes Racing team this race? You've got a few drivers, right?
It's Christian, so Mensafest, Jürgen, Hüweb, and me driving
And you,
the car.
so yeah. Cool. And you're in at hour 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Hour 5 and 6.
Hour 5 and 6.
I
yeah.
want
End of
to
hour
have
4.
the hour 4 free for me to prepare.
Prepare, of
Since
course.
since Thilo, oh no, the beeping's going again. Just to speak. 1 second, sorry. I'll ask my question in a second.
This is the problem about running an endurance race. When people live in their houses, they decide to go and make dinner during the race. Renault Coots is, yeah, he's got to try and get a better start here. I'm not sure what's going on here. Has Lucas Wilson decided to carry on driving after beaching that car with that damage? He hasn't pitted. So he's been freed.
Probably would
to
lose
carry
the
on.
wave around otherwise.
Yeah, so I don't know whether he's going to use the wave around then come into the pits, but I definitely expected that car to be in the pit lane. I don't know whether that weaving is because the car's unstable, but yeah, he's gone off again in the same corner.
no.
Okay, keep that car moving, Lucas. Keep it moving. Come on.
Oh,
Get that car in the pits.
my problem with this is...
Yeah, he's binned
Oh.
the car in front of the field again, so this is going to be uncomfortable for Stuart to see that. That car needs to be in the pits.
I have a funny feeling Stuart's actually probably laughing more than anything, but the
Yeah,
reality
there you go,
of the
black and orange
situation is he
meatball
should have
flag.
pitted.
Yeah.
Because he would still have had time to get the wave around because he was so far ahead. But I was going to ask Thilo a question since I heard Thilo was back. Do you actually get Erdinger delivered to your door as part of the sponsorship?
Sadly, only the higher ups in the team, and sadly, they didn't give me any share so far.
It's 3 weeks till the pub's open here, and I'll be going down the road to my local, or one of the local pubs for a pint of Erdinger very, very soon.
You hope.
Memories.
You're lucky.
Memory.
Dear.
Erdinger and Bitburger on the tap, lovely.
All right.
It's so long.
Other beers are available.
Yeah. Other non-alcoholic beverages are available. Renault Coots, I keep saying Renault Coots. Renault Coots needs to get a better start after this restart, and we hope to see Lucas Wilson in the pit lane repairing that damage so that he doesn't put the car off at turn 2 again in front of the field. Not a great afternoon for the Gum Garage guys. We are expecting. Here comes another of the Gum Garage cars for the wave round. That is Pierre Finney. I think Pierre was the first car to pit in the entire race. And he's driven off the track.
Yes, he was.
And he's back on. So he's to complete his wave round. If he completes it quick enough, we may go green this lap. Although I think now it is too late as we're entering the final stretch.
Well, it still depends on the car number 20 if he's in the pits repairing.
Lucas is in the
he-
pit lane now.
Yes, he is now.
Yeah, so he will come behind safety car Kui and have to unlap himself again, I guess.
The race will get going before that happens, I'm fairly sure. But we may get one more lap under safety car because of that shenanigans with the number 20 car on the previous lap. So a bit of a delay here getting going again. But still 22 cars in the race, which we should be thankful for.
So that's lap 24 starting in the stint. So that would mean the tires will get very cold. And everybody is doing a great job of hitting the tires up, because they just have to. If you don't heat the tires up on the restart, you're gonna be a sitting duck for the first lap with no grip at all.
And given the point everyone is on their stint, it is unlikely they are getting too hot.
Oh, not at all. I think it's contrary to that. They're getting too cold.
Confirmation there from Jonathan Provost, the one of the race directors today, telling us that the safety car will be in at the end of this lap. Finally, we're going to get green again. This was about the same length as the previous safety car period, where the number 73? Yes, it was. Had a strange incident at turn 3. Had to be recovered through the back roads of Westhill by the rescue cars. And Eoin Catilla still furiously tyre weaving.
So coming to the restart, we have Yes Motorsports and P1, closely followed by Pixel, Aerotech Racing, Energy Virtual Racing, the second Yes Motorsports entry in 4th, Energy Sim Racing, this is the team to Energy Virtual Racing in 5th, 6th Master Race Car, 7th Futive Racing, 8th Race Green Autosports. For once I can say all Race Green Autosports cars are in the same livery, but only because there is only one car. In 9th, Team America. 10th is Chargo Racing, aka Michael Malek. 11th, Heroes of Racing. 12th, SMR Harmony Enterprises. 13th position, Fragmaster. 14th, Savage Angus Racing. 15th, Born to Race. The second team. In 16th position, currently, Procrastination Motorsports. And Yoni is now keeping the pace and going for it.
Yeah, he's gone. Eoin Catilla with a great start again. Green flag is called by the race director. And yeah, we are going again, finally.
We got Veloso
William
attacking
Lima.
Sarah. And passing already in turn 1.
Yeah, and
Got
his
Lima
teammate-
on the grass.
Yeah. Magic also on the grass through turn 1. But yes, we have Energy Virtual Racing cars back where they really belong to be, P3 and 4 at the moment. And yeah, they need to try and get past Renault Coots finally in this race.
Well, considering how Lima was driving before the safety car, I'm thinking he will go full on attack now.
Yeah, if he wasn't already going full attack beforehand, he definitely will be now. And yeah, he needs to try and not focus on what his teammates doing behind. Victor Veloso will obviously want to get through this as well and won't want to be overtaken subsequently by Sarah behind. Sarah currently in P5 for Yes Motorsport. But yeah, Renault Coots is going defensive
I think
already.
Lima has the run. Lima has the run, gonna try the outside. Coots will defend this hard. Or not. Oh, it's already done. That's a good job. That's a great move.
Thilo's teammates going down the order must have had an incident somewhere. Christian Ecker there is all the way down in P18 now. But yeah, great move there by William Lima. Santu Sarah fancies getting Victor Veloso back. Victor squeezing Santu over to the left. And Santu goes for the move down into the final corner. Thought there was going to be contact there, but nope. Oh, as
Veloso goes wide. Now Veloso will get the draft, so it might be a blessing in disguise for him. He goes for the outside. Oh, this will be interesting in turn 1. Oh, Veloso,
That's a
very
great-
committed.
That's a
Very
great.
committed from Veloso. Yeah, I think Sarah will remember now not to even try from now on.
Santandrew going for a move now on Sarah. Sarah just won't have anything to do. Well, actually holds it around the outside. That's a good move. It's often difficult to overtake there on the inside, and that's
Yeah.
why.
It's an ambitious position to overtake.
Lightnex is back in the car, by the way. I'm not sure when that car pitted.
Did they repair?
They did do the
Yeah.
repair.
So it was. It
Must have
was a
been
pit
before the
run.
safety car. Must have been before the safety car. There's no way that car being P12 otherwise, I don't think, unless it was just as the safety car was scrambled. So a driver change there for the number 9 Procrastination Motorsport team, and they've repaired the damage they picked up in the first stint when Lightning was last in the car.
Well, we also have a driver change on car 98 because Martin Kapal took over Jared Mead.
Yep, you're right there. And it looks like Tal's had a bad restart down to P14. And it gets a bit of a wobble on there. And again, really struggling with that car. What's going on with the FZR, guys?
It could be cold tires. That's my safest bet.
Okay.
But looking at this driving style, they won't stay cold for long.
Yes, you're right there.
So
Renault-
at the front, I think Lima is going on a hunt after Eoin.
Yeah, less than a second the gap, and Veloso now is the Energy Virtual Racing car behind Pixel Air Attack Racing.
Yeah, let's see how that pans out. Maybe Veloso won't be as patient as Lima was, because as we saw with Sarah, he doesn't mind sending the car in.
Yeah, the
For
gap.
now-
Go on.
Yeah, go on.
The gap at the front's down to a second. I mean, yeah, well, holding around a second, and it's not as close as the battle for third. Renault Coots is under all sorts of pressure. He's gonna, yeah, I'm guessing he's gonna want to be in the situation he was at the beginning, where he was kind of running around on his own, kind of trying to focus on his own pace. At the moment, he's just being hassled by these red and blue cars. Wants a bit of breathing room, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, like 15 laps ago, Veloso was what, 12, 13? It's a great race from him.
It's now
Great
going to be
stint.
a provisional double podium for Energy Virtual Racing as he makes this move and makes it stick into the final sector. What a move. A
Great
lot
job.
quicker than William Lima managed it as well. So let's see what Victor Veloso's pace is as he charges to the front. This is fantastic to see these guys battling for the front of an endurance race.
Yep. And well, they were practicing a lot. They were really practicing a lot. I woke up early today and the server was full of Brazilian and Argentinian drivers. They were just pounding their laps.
Well, it's certainly paying off because look at them. They're P2 and 3 at the moment, showing the rest of us, rest of the drivers what's going on. As there we go on the Tony Tower, Victor Veloso classifies P3 as he comes across the start-finish line. Renault Coots has to settle for 4th at the moment. He's got to dig deep and find some time before he hands the car over to his teammate. Sorry.
But did I spot correctly that Eoin now just set the fastest lap time last time round?
No, Eoin set 1:53.88. The fastest lap is, I think, 1:52.80. But the difference between Eoin and Lima was 0.01 of a second. And there's a battle on the screen that I don't want to even commentate on because it's my teammate.
Then I do. We have Hapamaki in a sandwich of up in front Procrastination Motorsports and behind him Michael Malek. And further position behind is another Czech with Martin Kapal. Oh, and Frank Masters goes wide through the chicane.
Martin's going to fancy a run here.
I smell 3 wide.
Yeah. Martin's To be honest, I thought he was going to make it 3 wide. He's just going to sit behind and let Michael and Happamaki fight it out for themselves.
Oh, Happamaki! That looked like sliding through that corner. Downhill left-hander. And so the Fragmaster's car is now down to 12, and next car behind him is the Born to Race car, the FZR.
We've been racing that FZR for a whole race already.
Well, you're going to have fun with that FZR when you get in the car. It does look like Catal is struggling now on those tyres. It wants to be, I think it wants to be in the pit lane more than anything, to be honest. But yeah, Happamaki, when he crosses the start-finish line, will register 12th. Martin Capel makes 2 places. He's up to 11th, and he's fighting with Michael Malik.
Yeah, Michael already with 3 pit stops in this race.
I have to say, though, fair play to the number 52, the Team America car, in 8th place at the moment in FXR.
Yeah, that's a great achievement in the bus.
Well, P9 actually, because Lightning X just got past, but there we are.
Indeed, and they started 18th. So 10 positions up from the start. It's quite a good achievement 2 hours, 20 minutes into the race. As Michael wants to have the inside. Oh dear.
Yeah, that gap went away as soon as it opened, and now Martin Capel has yet more slipstream action down the back straight.
Yeah, there was some conversation between Martin and Michael, because I saw a flash of the turn indicators. As up in front, Lightning is now around Magic. We briefly saw it at the edge of the screen.
Yeah, Magic coming under pressure then from the FXR of Curubetto, and he will have the slipstream. You don't often see an FXR going for a move on an XR, do you? But here we are. It's almost happened into the final corner.
It all depends on the drive out of this turn. Yeah, but I think that the race green car is too far ahead now. Yep. It's a problem with...
But behind we've got a chuckle of cars.
Yeah, Capel managed to get past Michael. And the final corner, I imagine. And Happamaki now then behind Michael Malik again.
FZ are just lurking in the background.
Yeah, the FZR wanting to get in amongst the action. I'm amazed that FXR is holding on so well. It's under threat again from Martin, who looks down the inside, thinks better of it. But yeah, an FXR inside the top 10. I'll take that. Good to see.
A 6-car train.
This is what you want in an endurance race. You want to have, scraps up and down the field, and we've got one. Thanks mainly to...
Oh, Fragmasters to the inside of Michael into P11.
Yeah, I was going to say that this bunching up is thanks obviously to the safety car. We did have quite a lot of bunching at the beginning, and it does look like the Team America team is going to have the place actually quite easily. In fact, on the XRR, the balance of performance coming into effect there a little bit, and Magic will have to...
FZ takes Michael Malik and overtakes. So Michael has went from middle of this group to back end of this group in a lap.
Yeah, and this FXR has just monstered through it. That's good stuff. I mean, Leipnix has moved 3 seconds ahead.
Oh, 3 wide.
And 3 wide behind.
I look away.
Yes,
Through the middle goes Fragmasters and claims both positions. Not quite, no. Runs wide and loses.
Oh, 3 wide again. Oh, and it's spinners. That's Catal Corkin and Magic Klimzik, who have decided to take part in the race no longer and have flown off to the side. And Magic's decided to come into the pits with that. So 3 wide on the exit of the final corner just didn't work out for those guys. But Happamaki in P10, he'll be happy.
That looked like a great move. in the end we did profit, so good stuff. He will get a raise from his salary in the team.
Good stuff. So yeah, Magic taking a pit stop with some front left damage that he hasn't then repaired. Was that an error? Not sure.
Maybe.
Possibly. I mean, that damage was picked up during the incident that we just saw and wasn't repaired. Meanwhile, at the front, it's probably worth updating you that the gap is almost 2 seconds between Yoni Catilla and William Lima. And then behind that, it's a gap of 5 seconds to Victor Veloso. Was able to get past Renault Coots fairly easily, but the gap has been going up pretty steadily since then. Renault Coots is holding on to P4, but right behind him, it's Santu Sara with the back marker in between in that XRR that was driven expertly by Nika Pantola in the first stint. They opened up a huge gap at the front, and then safety cars happened, Sara took over, and everyone else bunched up, and that car's been shuffled down to P5 in the order. Elder Kadrich for Master Race Car currently in P6. That car started quite low down, I think, Thilo, and they've made their way up to a healthy top 10 at the moment. Andres Leipnieks, they started quite high up, P7 at the moment after a stint by Mattis Linder and Andres himself, and he's back in the car again for the third hour. Then it's Cubaretto, the number 52 Team America team, followed by Martin Gapal for Savage Angus Racing. He'll want to get past that FXR pretty quickly, I imagine, but the FXR certainly on pace.
Yeah, I'm amazed by it.
The whole group's still tied together, especially now with Martin looking for a possible move on the blue and orange Team America car. Oh, as we have in the background, Frag Masters in the dirt.
Oh.
It seems as though when there's a Frag Masters car on screen and Zdravko's in the commentary box, it all goes wrong. But Martin Gapal has made his way past the FXR of Cubaretto, the number 52, and Michael Malik now is the next car on the radar for the orange and blue FXR. As we see Katal Krorkin up in there.
He's falling down the order.
Yeah, did he go in the pits? I'm not sure. Maybe.
I think he lagged a bit.
Okay.
It could be that.
Weird.
Because I'm looking at the times, he's only 20 seconds behind car 44.
We're hearing that
Indeed,
car 23 has got a drive-through penalty. Krorkin.
Krorkin was in the pits just now.
Yeah, so that'll be a drive-through that they've just served. So that's why he dropped down the order. They had a penalty to serve, and probably one we missed. They crossed the pit exit blend line a few laps ago, and
he kept it. That was some tough angle. He was sliding through that corner.
And Santu is where's Santu Sara? Santu Sara's in the pits, so Santu's pitting. I wonder who's going to take over from that car. Or will Sara go out again? We're hearing that the number 9 car, Leipnieks, also has a drive-through to serve, guys.
Now the penalty game starts. Oh dear.
Yeah.
I think Motojuices will take over.
Karolis Motojutis takes over indeed from Santu Sara, as you see. He makes his way out onto the track, rejoining in P11. And Alireza Ibrahimian has taken over from Renault Coots. So we're having some driver changes at the 3.5 hour mark. That is about when we were expecting it. So the safety cars haven't changed the strategy options for the drivers too much. But yes, there we go. We're starting to see more driver changes. As we've got back marker trying to get past Ibrahimian, that's Lucas Wilson. Yeah, deciding to have a go at the car that was in P3 and the P4 in the race. Gets back past. I wonder if Lucas realises that, yes, okay, he's on the brakes. There we are. So Ibrahimian will now be able to focus ahead, hopefully, after that.
I think we are getting close to another round of pit stops.
Yeah, well, we've already had 2-3 cars in the last couple of laps. Leipniks has to go down the pit lane to serve that drive-through within 3 laps anyway. Won't be able to stop during that.
Well, they did stop on the second safety car, so they are out of synchronization with
Yes,
others.
with the rest, that's true.
But I'm looking at Catilla, Lima, Velosa.
They're
all
coming in
the...
together with
Yeah,
the
Cagaš is coming
master
in.
race car.
Yeah. So Cagaš will be stopping, and Leipniks won't. He'll just travel on straight through to serve his penalty. There goes Elder Cagaš. Wonder who's going to take over for the master race car team. Just trying to work out who else is in that team. That's the
Sivri, Emre Khan is the 3rd driver nominated for that team. He has not
He's
yet
on the
done...
server.
Oh, okay, so he's probably taking over the car.
Yeah, Emre Khan takes over, the Turkish driver, for the number 87 team.
And I see on the server for number 69, Lagukas. So that would mean that Yoni will come into pits soon, I guess.
Probably, you're right. And this means that the leading Yes Motorsports car is handed over from one fast driver to another very fast driver.
And also we're hearing that the number 20 car, Lucas Wilson, has been given another drive-through penalty for something or other. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. But yes, Yoni Catilla should be in the pit lane fairly soon because his teammate is on the server
He's
waiting for
coming
him.
No.
And he's going to stay out for this lap. Lucas Wilson's Lucas Wilson's penalty was for blue flag infringements, as far as I'm aware. So he'll have to serve that within 3 laps. Strong performance, Zdravko, from the 2 Energy Virtual Racing Team entries here today, as Lima goes a little bit wide through turn number 1.
Well, I'm not surprised, and looking forward to the race. Lagukas will take over from Catilla, and that will be another very strong stint, I'm sure. But for car 12, we are expecting one more stint from Lima, one more stint from Pikenko, and then probably one more stint for either one of them, probably Pikenko.
Yeah, both of those are 2-driver teams, aren't they?
Yeah, and car 69 has Gabor and Fast running last 2 stints, I think. So if there is a safety car later in the race to erase this 4-second lead, I wouldn't count number 12 out of the fight for a win.
I wouldn't count anybody in the top 3 out for a win. And Martin Kapal is a surprise entry into the top of the grid, top of the order. He was under the radar, it has to be said, throughout the GT2 Challenge series, but we know the caliber of Martin Kapal throughout the years in Live Speed. A fast driver, and he's got a great teammate in Jared Mead. And that car is currently P4 on the road on merit.
That's amazing achievement. But I think that car that Emre Khan is driving now could be ahead of them when the pit stops are over. So the car 87. But I'm wondering a bit how many pit stops they have left to do, because I'm looking at my team and we're trying to kind of even it out all lengths of the stints, and if we would pit a lap before like car 87 did, I think it would be a stretch to finish it with 3 more stints.
Sure, well, the master race car number 87, all 3 of the drivers in that team have already been in the car, so it's hard to say whether what order they're coming back in or who's doing a double. One of them's got to do a double at least, or separately, as we see your teammate in P6 at the moment, which is pretty respectable, getting past one of the back markers there as Pierre Finney leaves the pit lane.
Yes, he just bet backmaker. Sorry, I think he's just chasing Michael.
And yes,
Looks-
Leipnigs has served his penalty, I think.
Yes,
Yes, he has. He's finished it.
We've shown it on screen.
Yeah, we saw that one. It's an endurance race. I always forget what happens, even though it's a lap ago, pretty much.
For this reason, you have someone like Chris in the booth, who remembers every detail of endurance races from 10 years ago.
Yes, but Chris was telling me a moment ago that he's got a new air fryer that he's trying to work out how to use, so that's why he's not in the commentary box at the moment. He'll be back soon once he works out how to work out how to use modern technology. But Leipnigs looks fast. He's all over the back of the Fragmaster's car. Happamaki still driving that car. Johnny's in the pits, and so is William Lima.
Probably the third energy virtual car will follow soon.
Well, I think Victor's going to take over the lead of the race for a lap, so he's going to be he'll be registered as leading the race for this lap. Those two energy virtual racing cars really are using all of the track limits, aren't they? So we have a new leader. While Johnny serves his pit stop, let's see. You can see the energy virtual racing car of William Lima in the background there. Johnny gives the car to his teammate, the Gutskas, and he's back on his way, but it looks like a slower stop for Lima as Pedro takes over the car. Pedro's back in.
There's going to be an interesting fight between Pedro and Vitautas.
A much, much longer stop for Pedro. So Zdravko will be stepping out of the commentary box for a bit. We wish you luck with your stint later, Zdravko. I hope to speak to you at the end, hopefully. Thanks for joining us in the commentary box. And it looks like Chris is back with us, so a little bit of a shuffle again in the commentary box.
Yes, I've been watching our stream on YouTube while I was having my dinner, so it looks fantastic actually on YouTube. That's just a reminder, Twitch and YouTube for this afternoon's event.
Yeah, I also tested both out in my break, and it really looks phenomenal.
Well, hopefully we'll be broadcasting on Twitch and YouTube for future events. Today, obviously, our 100th Live for Speed broadcast that we are celebrating here, and we're watching the Gutskas being overtaken by Leipnigs. I didn't expect to be calling that action. The Gutskas has lost a place.
But don't forget, Lagutskas just came out of the pits, and warming the tires really takes a lap or 1.5 laps.
Yeah, Leipnigs has got way less fuel in that as well. Actually.
Indeed.
And unnoticed by us, he's actually repaired his damage from earlier in the race as well. So
that happened a while ago. Yeah.
Did it? Okay, I must have been dealing with my beeping air fryer at that point.
So Martin Kapal. We have another new leader. Martin Kapal will be registered at the lead of this race. I wish Jared was in the car right now, because that would be interesting, wouldn't it? But yes,
screenshot.
The Savage Angus Racing car is currently at the top of the timing tower. Remember where you were on this day, folks, when this happened. There we are. Martin Kapal driving that car in P1. A little bit of a honk there for the broadcast. Thanks, Martin. Victor Veloso rejoins in P2. Leaves the pits.
He's ahead of Katia.
Lagutskas. How did that happen? No, he's not ahead of Lagutskas. They're ahead of them on the road. It's just the timing hasn't updated. I got very confused.
But Michael is in second.
Yes, Michael Malik is in second at the moment. He is yet to pit, though, of course. Same as Martin.
But still, do a screenshot and post it to Martin and Michael.
Great.
We actually have the Malik train at the moment in the second sector, so he's holding everybody up at the moment, or not holding them up because he's still going as fast as he can, but you know what I mean. He's going to be overtaken here by the Procrastination Motorsports car, I'd imagine, down the back straight. Looking beautiful now that it's no longer got a droopy face. Simple move on the straight there, up in the second position. So that car's had an interesting run today, isn't it?
I think Michael already has been everywhere on the timing tower and it seems like everywhere on the track as well, even outside of the track.
Took down one of the polystyrene barriers.
Oh,
takes evasive
safety
action.
Car.
Oh, okay.
The safety car lights were on.
Turn two, there's a car in turn 2. It's the car 88. It's the Pixel air attack car.
It's the
Oh.
car that was in P4 when they pitted Renault Coots and Sean Lee's car. That's a disaster for Ali Reza Ibrahimi. He's not been in the car for like 5 minutes, and we've got a rescue car on the scene that will want to get that car out as soon as possible. This is really bad for the Pixel Air Attack Racing team's chances in this race. It started off so well. Hopefully, they can get out of the gravel effectively here and carry on the race. But this looks like then that Martin Capel, in fact, Martin Capel is the car behind the safety car. I wonder whether he was tempted to pit. I feel like I wish I knew what Martin was thinking there. When was the safety car called? Was Martin already past the end of the pit lane when it got scrambled? He can't have been. He must have been before, right?
I think it was too quick. I think it was too quick to get him into to his changes that he needed to make. But he has a decent amount of tyres left to Pete, so it's not like he's coming to the end of his stint. It seems as though they must be. When did he last pit? Let's look at the tracker. So Martin Capel last pitted
35 minutes.
35 minutes ago. So he's mid-stint.
So he's still got a lot of stint left. Yeah.
I think he just enjoys leading the race as well. I mean, this is,
Yeah, another new leader. We like to see it. I'm not saying he should have pitted at all, especially if it wasn't planned, obviously.
The Procrastination Motorsports car is showing his last pit 9 minutes ago, so technically he is actually our leader, pretty much.
Yeah, net on the road, I guess. Yes, that's a great strategy from them. Ibrahimian, that is pretty poor, isn't it, from that team? That the team we expected to really be shaking up the top of the order. That is a long drive back from P20 now. That just shows you how many safety cars and wave rounds we've had. We've got 20 cars on the lead lap after 3 hours. So yeah, that's an uncomfortable race. Ibrahimian really needs to get a move on as well. He's trundling around. He's holding up a bunch of cars here. I don't know whether he knows whether he's allowed to go at race speed to catch up.
Yeah, it looks like he's in a virtual safety car speed.
Yeah, he needs to get a move on. He's got the FM car behind him, and he's also got the Team America Heroes of Racing, and is that a Gum Garage car I see in the background? Yes, it is. So Ibrahimian needs to be told to move.
They can overtake him, can't they? They can overtake him because he's not going to the pace that he should be going at, so they can overtake him, I would imagine.
Maybe,
don't think he's going slow enough for that.
But do you risk that move?
He's slowing down to 50. He's trying to let them through. He has let them through. He's stopping. So.
Okay. He's let them through. This is not good for this team. I wonder what's going on. I wonder what the reason for Ibrahimian letting them through is. He didn't have to, unless he's got some technical issue. I really don't know what's gone on there. He didn't need to let those guys through.
Gives you a good look at Darius Vajinskis in the SMR EH Motorsports, whatever they're called, entry today. He's not driving a bus, so this will be very strange territory for him.
Yeah, they're all the way down to P16. They qualified really, really high up, obviously, and they're on a bit of a recovery drive at the moment. But yeah, I'm interested to know what is going on with the 88 team. That is not where we expected them to be. Obviously, they'll be disappointed for throwing a safety car. We have 1 lap left, probably under the safety car, until the wave rounds are completed. Ibrahimian's back up to speed again, but he won't be able to repass the cars that he got past, that he gave the place back. So 21st position, guys, for the 88 team.
I think they'll get on. I think they should be waved round as well, shouldn't they?
They're not a lap down, so no.
Ibrahimian is a lap down.
Oh, they are a lap down. Yes, Ibrahimian is a lap down. Sorry, yes, you're right. Okay, so there we go. Martin Capel leads the drivers round under the safety car.
So Capel leads Las Vegas and Vitalijs Lagutskas. And that's going to be in top 3. So Martin Capel will be the third driver in this race, I think, to give us a restart. So will he go as early as Johnny Katia? Will he go as early as Santu Sara?
It's been so long since I've seen Martin do a restart that I have no idea. He might do what Sarah did and go early, Although Sarah went quite late, didn't he? As we've got some more wave rounds happening. That's Lucas Wilson
Jesus.
driving through.
Almost hitting Lugutskas as he came through there. And the 88 does get the wave round as I suspected, so that's good for them. They're
Okay,
back
good.
on the lap.
Yeah.
I wonder if he had some kind of issue with his equipment, because it was very odd. And it was also an odd. It was an odd time to go off because I think he just come out of the pits. But yeah, so there's our leader, Martin Capel, in that fetching lime green and white livery. As
With
we
a bit
come
of
to
red and grey to highlight the connection to Savage.
Indeed, I think it's quite a nice fitting livery. Actually, I think it works quite well with the colours.
Yeah, indeed. It's the original livery of Savage Sim Sports, but with the colors of Angry Angus Racing and some nods to Savage Sim Sports themselves. But
Not
it's a
Angry-
great livery in the first place already.
Yes, Angry Agnes Racing, of course, as you've called them in the past, Thilo.
Yes, because of the founder of the team, Agnes Skinner, from the United States in the little village of Springfield.
Won't have a cow, man. No, hang on, shouldn't have said that. Right, never mind. Carrying on. Yep, they're just weaving around. I think it'll be one to go this time round. 88 has gone past the. Yep, there we go. The one to go. Board is now out. We're on board here with Martin Capel, our race leader, in the XRR. So Lugutskas has got some work to do. Veloso and Picanco back in the car. That could be very interesting to watch. Back in 5th position again. The two EVR cars having to make up ground again, having caught up in the previous stint. But it's very interesting to see the procrastination car has pitted and is in the lead, effectively. Well, Martin Capel's in the lead, of course, but for the cars that pitted that last round or near to that last round of pit stops, it's Procrastination Motorsports who come out on top. So this will be a very, very interesting restart for them. Lugutskas, of course, a new driver behind him. We all know that Vitautas Lugutskas can race. The winner of the final round of the GT2 Challenge for 2021 at Aston 2 weeks ago.
GT21.
GT21, I think that was something we tried with our Masters of Endurance. But oh, we've got a collision on the back straight there. Saki's car 21 has gone into the wall. Something happened there. They were all weaving around and all of a sudden he appeared in the wall. I don't think he's got too much damage.
He's lost places.
Yeah, well, yeah, he has lost places. He went in the wall and was very slow. He hasn't lost too many places, but it was a very strange incident. I just caught the tail end of that. I don't think there was contact with another car, but there could have been. That was unfortunate for him.
Like there was also some issue with the 33 Born to Race car of Gandhar. He fell down the order also quite rapidly moments ago.
It's unfortunate for them.
Yeah.
Right, so when's Capel going to go? We come to the point where Sarah and Katia went, and he's decided not to go yet, so we shall see the Procrastination Motorsports car right there waiting, ready to pounce at the start of this race. Can he get the run into the lead? Having qualified second, having got damage early in the race and then dropped back a little bit, he's now back up at the front. Vitautas Lugutskas is very, very aggressive on restarts. We all know that. Capel goes, and Capel drops it nearly in the final corner, but has just about got enough of a gap in the lead to not be drafted down this front straightaway, and I think Capel's going to hold the lead still. It was a good restart. He did get a little bit squirrely in the final corner, but he holds the position. The two EVR cars side by side as they come across the line. Hopefully nobody overtook.
Oh, free
After
ride.
safety car. Down the middle goes the Yes Motorsport car, the 42 that was the leader at one point. Tries to go around the outside of both of them, splits the two EVR cars, and doesn't quite get the second one. So, and that's a car going wide there. They're all going wide in the first corner. That was Saki's going wide there. Yeah, so that's it seems so the two EVR cars have gone back on number 42, and Capel has lost the lead. What happened to Martin Capel? Unseen by us, Capel has lost the lead and is now dropping back to 4th position. So something did happen. I wonder if Capel went slightly wide in the first corner, because he did appear to have the lead quite comfortably into the first corner, and as we were watching the drama unfolding in the middle of the pack, or at the front of the pack, but he drops back to 5th position all of a sudden, 6th position all of a sudden, so something happened clearly to Martin Capel.
He's got awful lot of momentum through the first sector. Now, oh, he's sliding again. He's not really getting up to speed.
Super aggressive start there for Carlos Motojutis on the restart. He really got in amongst Veloso and Picanco, and he's having another go look. He's side by side with Picanco as we head, Veloso as we head up to the final sector. Carlos Motojutis has pace. We're not surprised, obviously, but yeah, that Yes Motorsport car was a little bit down on speed during the last stint with Sarah at the wheel, but hopefully Motojutis can get that car back where it belongs at the front.
Yes, indeed, Veloso on the back of him again. We'll be hoping to draft past down the straight again. And XRR is certainly looking likely to win this race at the moment. At the moment, Procrastination Motorsports, who last pitted 18 minutes ago, have had a little bit of wear in their tyres, are in the lead ahead of Yes Motorsports.
Yeah, and as you mentioned rightly, Chris, that safety car was perfectly timed for Lagutska. Sorry, for
Oh,
Lightning.
3 wide on the main straight. Was it?
It's 4 wide.
4 wide.
Oh, Daniel Ballas in there, Michael Malik is in there, and the FZR of Katal Krok in there. Up to the front of that little group as well, with Martin Capal just ahead. That shows you how bad of a couple of laps Martin Capal's had if he's down with these guys. Yeah, what a terrible restart for Martin Capal. Away initially pretty well, but then as Chris alluded to, an issue at turn 1 as Michael Malik went for a move on Katal. It's always uncomfortable seeing those cars go too wide through there, but they seem to have made it through
Oh, Daniel.
so far.
Who's caught up, boys? Darius Vajinskas is right at the back of this and is coming straight through into 12th position. Vajinskas quickly making up position. Malik making moves as well. Good grief, down into the chicane.
That was more like a move from Dancing with the Stars, as we see
Wow,
Vajinskas.
Vajinskas really is on a flyer here. Someone we've been very used to seeing drive the FXR. He seems to have been grabbing this XRR by both hands and is carving his way through. But Braun now, driving for the Team America team, takes over from his teammate who drove from the beginning of the race. He's not letting him get away with it. And yeah, Vajinskas gets that move made and is now trying to line up Michael Malik. Nose to tails, there's no room between each of those cars. Michael Wide again.
He got a little touch from Vajinskas. To send him wide that time, though. Vajinskas had to get out the throttle, climb through, but he's going to come down the inside this time and up into 10th position already. Considering that they were 18th before this safety car, Vajinskas has got this car and has absolutely driven the wheels off it so far coming to this mid-pack. So SMR Racing is...
that's a great little comeback. Yep.
Yeah, they're absolutely charging through the field at the moment, back to where they were when Adam Brown was in the car.
Yeah.
Speaking of Brown is now on the slipstream of Michael Malik.
FM in the pits.
That was a swing out and a half. This is almost the way he got caught out there, Brown.
Nice move.
Oh, and he slides wide.
Ooh.
Malik runs wide. Is Malik going to be able to hold that? He is going to be able to hold it, but he loses the position to Sakis, who comes through past Malik. Malik running wide in the draft there. Very aggressive stuff at the start of this stint, and that's a Fragmasters have had a drive-through penalty for crossing the pit lane line. That's why they're in the pit lane. So that's unfortunate for them. Their race is really, well, it's kind of gone a little bit slower than it was earlier.
Yeah, an absolutely frenetic restart to the race. Probably one of the most frenetic restarts we've had in this race so far, with all the safety car action. Lightnex is, well, he's holding steady, isn't he? 2 seconds the gap to Lagutskas at the moment. Pedro Picanco looking like more of a threat at the moment than Lagutskas. And then Motojutis, he's really on it. He's managed to open that gap up to Victor Veloso by over a second and is thundering towards the other EVR car in P3.
Yeah, but it's interesting to note that you can see there in the background the little lime green car of Capal. Capal now that he's got back, got a little bit of momentum going, something happened in turn 1. We're not entirely sure. We missed it, unfortunately. But now that he has got that momentum going, he's pulled away from this pack again and is holding on quite comfortably to 6th position and a little bit quicker than the cars in front again. So Capal regained his momentum, got his composure back, and now he is pulling away in 6th position. As Daniel Balla lines up the FZR in the background there, you could just see it. Here he comes down the inside, thinks better of it, and will think about a move on the straight instead. Bala, of course, has had some cracking races this season in this XRR car of his. He is lining up the FZR on the straight now. Will he be able to make the move? I think he's going to have a good slingshot down into the first corner. As Vizhinskas again in the background there makes up another position. But can Bala make a move on the inside? The only FZR in this field. He's down the inside. He's going to get the move done quite quickly. The FZR powers around the outside though and keeps it on the road. Well, that was something we haven't seen today. We would normally see cars spearing off there when they try and go around that around the outside there. But a great move there from the FZR. It looks as though Vizhinskas has moved up into 10th position as well. So Vizhinskas will be on the back of these two very, very shortly.
Yeah, he has indeed. He's inside the top 10 again. That car was in P5 at the beginning, if I'm not mistaken. They dropped down way outside the top 10, and now Vizhinskas is dragging that car through the order. I was just about to say before that Darius Vizhinskas is going to need to book into to see a specialist after this, because his back is going to be killing him.
Now, that's not very nice on Owen. I make the Owen jokes.
I didn't single anyone out, you did. Meanwhile, the FZR, the sole FZR in the race, is under threat, as you said, from Daniel Bala. Daniel's got some damage on that car. I don't know if you talked about that, but yeah, that's some mighty damage that car has got on the front left now.
Yeah, it almost looks as though it's tyre related, would you say? I would say that's possibly been hit by a stack of tyres at some point in the chicane they're going through now. In fact, again, there's a good example. There goes some tyres flying in the background. Yeah, I think
Imagine
it's
those
tyres
were unmovable.
Oh, the good old days of Live for Speed tyres, eh, Thilo? Bring back the red and white barriers and send you to space.
Or back in the day, the poles with their little hitbox catapulting the car out of bounds.
Oh, the memories.
Nostalgia. As we see Veloso going very wide again. They like that wide line, the EVR cars. Martin Capel, he must be kicking himself a bit about how this restart's gone. Just hasn't gone right. In the background there, you can still see Catal managing to hold off Bala, Vizhinskas and Emre Khan.
I think with Capel it was the fact that his tyres were slightly older and had clearly cooled down a little bit more. His pace is incredibly good though. He's doing low 54. He's comfortably the fastest man on the track at the moment. And I think that once at Westhill, once you get a little bit of a blower, you get dirt on your tyres, it's the worst track in the world for being able just to stem the bleeding effectively. If you lose momentum, you're losing momentum right the way down the hill. Because the corners are all so fast, because they're all so flowing, any momentum loss just affects you for the most of the rest of the lap until you come out the chicane in sector 2 before they blast down the straight where they are just now on the track. So that's I think what happened to Capel. Now that he's back, got his momentum going again, he's really quite quick on his older tyres. It'll be very interesting to see what happens with Capel and well, with that car and also our leader at the moment. Both of them have older tyres on the cars that they're around, so it'll be interesting to see what that strategy brings them at the end of the race. The Gutskas has obviously been in the pits. He has fresh tyres, as has the two EVR cars and also the other Yes Motorsports car. There's Capel. You can see visibly Capel is catching these cars again.
Yeah, absolutely. And a name who will be familiar to the GT2 Challenge main season viewers coverage. Travis Mellinger joins us in the commentary box for a little while. Hello, Travis.
Hello, good day to you. Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. How much of the race have you caught so far?
I've actually caught very little of it. I had some Easter morning plans. Done with those now. Going to enjoy some racing for a couple hours and then go do some more Easter Sunday activities.
Great. Well, you've joined us at a great time. It's been I can't remember how many safety car periods we had now. Is it 3 or 4?
Three, I think.
Three.
Yeah,
okay,
three.
So 3 safety cars. The last safety car bred a lot of initial overtaking and shuffling of the order as we had some cars out of phase on pit stops. Lightning-X currently leads the race, and he's in pretty good stead to keep that actually, because he pitted only just before the safety car came out, we believe, and he should be able to go quite long at the head of the race, and he's got a comfortable 4-second gap now over the car that Joni Katila was driving before, Patautas Lagutskas, and that team has the fastest lap of the race, and they were favourites to win at one point, but that's changed a little bit now because of the strategy options that the other drivers and other teams have gone for.
I think there's a potential issue with something's happened to Veloso in the number 10 car. He has really damaged his right rear tyre, and it's not going to be very easy to cool that tyre down. He's clearly at a massive moment somewhere. Capal is comfortably reeling him in just now. That car, both the EVR cars have got tremendous pace today, but they keep on having unfortunate incidents. So if he can cool that tyre down, I'm sure he'll be back on the pace very, very soon, but he's just having to baby it at the moment. And there he is on screen. He's now 2 seconds behind the 42 Yes car, when he was right behind it not that long ago.
Yeah, he can't afford to baby it too much because he's going to be swallowed up by Martin Capal if Martin can find a little bit of consistency again for a bit. So, yes. You've missed quite a lot of action, Travis, but there's still plenty to go as we are about to hit the halfway mark through the 6 hours of Western International, the non-championship endurance race organised by New Dimension Racing, to round off what has been an amazing season of GT2 Challenge action in Live for Speed. And it also happens to be our 100th broadcast in Live for Speed as well, so a day of celebration as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking down the order to catch myself up, and the one thing, well, a couple things stand out to me. One, looks like an impressive performance from Pedro Picanco. He's running near the top. And then as I look further down, I don't see a bus until 14th position. I expected them, maybe one of them to be a little closer to the top. But I guess there's still a lot of time left in the event for that to change. Hopefully we can see a bus further up the order. The FXR, for those not familiar with the bus joke.
There was one. Braun has dropped down the order in the last few minutes. He was inside the top 10 at one point. He's currently on screen, and he is in a little bit of a battle himself. But yeah, his teammate did a great job, had a really solid start, and Braun showed some pace. But for some reason, they've dropped back down a bit. But they were much higher up a few moments ago as he runs wide.
As we see him struggle with the corner, and now Born to Race is going to take a look at the position that Born to Race runs wide, and now it's Heroes of Racing in the splitter, in the diffuser of the XRR.
Yeah, notice that the Gundahar went wide, as you called it, and then then Weber behind him, I think, was four wheels in the grass on the inside of the chicane, just missed the tires.
Ooh, but
I don't know how carefully we're scrutinizing that in a non-championship race, but that was a pretty greedy bite of the portion off the track inside the chicane.
The gap between Leipniks and Lagutskas has opened up to almost 5 seconds over the last few laps, which is quite a large gap. I wonder if Lagutskas made a tiny mistake, because I don't remember it being quite that big. Anyway, Pedro Picanco is doing a solid job in P3, and we still absolutely have a battle on our hands because Lagutskas and Leipniks are out of phase from each other on their pit stops. They are not on the same pit stop strategy, with Leipniks' team, Procrastination Motorsport, pitting a little bit out of phase to everyone else at the beginning of the race. Motojutis, this car led the race for quite a number of laps at the beginning of the race with Nika Patola at the wheel. Then once Sarah got in the car, it dropped down a little bit, but Karolis is doing a really solid job at the moment, keeping it in between the two Energy Virtual Racing cars. And Martin Capal is up to P6 again. So someone's had a wobble somewhere, I think.
No, he's been P6 for a little. He's been chasing Velocity for a while, yeah. So he's still been P6. It's I think the wobble came. I think he got overtaken by Malik, and he was down to 7th, and then Malik had a wobble himself. So that's that's what's happening there. Interesting, Pete, to note. I wonder, looking at the race leader's tyres, he must be planning to go to a point. He must have to still make 2 stops in this race, because there is absolutely no way that those tyres are going to last another, I would say, 20 minutes to get into the window. I think they're going to have to pit twice more at least. Whereas I think that the other cars will be trying to get to maybe one more stop, but let's wait and see. But no,
Yeah,
that's not right, is it? Because they've already done 2 stops, haven't they? So they're all going to do 2 stops, but I wouldn't be convinced. I'm not entirely sure I understand the strategy for car number 9 at the moment.
No,
So
they're on the edge. They're on the edge, I think. It will be pretty difficult for them to do it. Well, no, they'll be able to do a 2-stop. They will be able to do a 2-stop, I think, from here. Possible. Thilo Falkenberg is going to step away from the booth because he has to go and prepare for his stint. We wish you the best of luck with your stint, Thilo. We're watching you drive around in the number 31 here as a racing car for the final 2 hours of today's race. Is that right?
That's right.
Brilliant. Enjoy.
So-
Just good.
Yeah.
Go and enjoy an Erdinger to get you ready for going in the cars.
Of course. So, see ya.
See you later, Thilo.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Thanks.
Good luck, Thilo.
Our leader.
So obviously, I've come in midway. If we're not yet tired of my musing, I have another observation to share and discuss. As I note that the Fragmaster car with Rando Muru behind the wheel is well down the order, and that is a bit surprising to me. I still feel bad for him because those who watch the BF1 series might recall that he was in command of the round at Fern Bay Black and then disconnected. And then he had a very exciting race in the 5th round to kind of shake up the fight between Alexa Lamerto and his teammate here, Zdravko Topolnjak. I'm sorry to see them so far down. Clearly, I missed something. I anticipated they would have been further up the order.
They were, and then it all went very wrong, and they spun, and then they had a drive-through penalty. So for crossing the exit line, yes, you remember we had a joke that we should do Eoin watch, and we should have a jingle for it. I've got another one, Travis's observations. We could have a little jingle for that, and then Travis's observations, and then
Sure
comes Travis with an observation.
Sure we can work that out. Yeah. But yes.
Would that be as popular as Eoin watch?
I don't know. Be close, I think. Fragmasters have had a bit of a tumultuous race, Travis, it has to be said. They started strong, they were in the mid-pack, and then it went a bit wrong. The car was in the wall at one point, while Zdravko was commentating on it, which was a bit ironic. And yeah, so Zdravko should be able to drag that car up the order again, but it's going to be a tough end to the race for sure.
Well, if anyone can do it, he can. He is very talented, and he's very determined.
And I wouldn't put it past there being more safety car action in this race. With half the race gone, there's still half the race to go and all that.
Yeah, now it's getting pretty close between Motojutis and Veloso again. Veloso is really close behind Motojutis again, so maybe the wind has gone slightly out of Carolus' sails. I mean, it was a mega start to his stint, to be fair. But yeah, that gap is the closest of the top drivers, for sure.
Yeah, and they're both being hunted down a little bit by Martin Capal in 6th position as well, so that could be an interesting fight coming up very, very soon. As
Veloso takes the line we've been very used to seeing from the NDR Virtual Racing cars. Very wide at turn 1, lost a bit of time there. And a driver is on the move. It's Ibrahimian. He's back up to P19. He's made up 2 places, but critically, the gap to the cars ahead has come down a lot. So yeah, he's making his way back through after his unfortunate incident, which brought out the previous safety car when he got beached at turn 2. He is currently P19, and that is most definitely a recovery drive now for the Pixel Air Attack Racing team. Yeah, so we're into a bit of a quiet phase now between pit stops. There's no one's really fighting wheel to wheel at the moment, and we're kind of sat waiting for the next phase of pit stops to come, which we expect. When are we expecting that? It's not too far away, is it? It's in the next few laps that we should start to see cars coming in. car 20 coming in soon. That's the Gum Garage car. Yeah. So it should start to spice up again in a minute.
Yeah, I think we're about 10 or so laps away from pit stop still. The safety car was still half an hour ago. There's a lot happened in the last half an hour since that restart. It feels as though there was a massive sort of splurge of action, and now there's...
Sorry to interrupt, Chris. Michael Malik just bended under the bridge coming into the chicane at the end of the circuit. Dude couldn't see if he had help or not. Now he's been run off the circuit by Weber coming through. That's the 31 car going to be handed over to Thilo in just a few moments' time. He's got the blinkers on now. Nothing obviously wrong with the car other than some dirt on the tires. It looked like he did that by himself, but he was running close to another car. I was not able to see the name of the other driver, but he's off and going again now.
Contact actually between Daniel Balla and Crawkin there, as Daniel Balla does make the place. He's up to 6th. In 7th, my mistake. Past the Born to Race FZR. That has to settle back down to P8 and will be under pressure from Emre Khan for Master Race Car, someone you were very familiar with commentating on during the BF1 League earlier in the year, Travis.
Yes, indeed. I recall he was awfully quick in the in one of the Grand Prix of Japan, the one of the Grand Prix circuit. I believe he was running as high as 2nd or 3rd. He's a quick driver, but had for how the top of that event was stacked, he had surprising pace there, and if I recall correctly, he kind of went off at the end, collected a few other drivers, a bit of aggressive driving, trying to preserve positions when the tires had already gone off his car.
Well, that was a great move on
yes,
the outside there.
It was a really solid move.
As Qatar runs wide again. But anyway, yes, nice move there from Emre Khan. Glad we got that one on the cameras.
Further up, Veloso is in Carlos Matayotis' slipstream now. Not able to stay close behind him coming through the first sweeping corner, but got a good run out of the final corner to be right under his bumper through this sequence of sweeping bends. He'll have a good chance to make a move, I think, coming through the chicane after this series of corners and at the bottom of the hill if he can get a good exit. Bit of a gap now. Looks like he was a bit slow into that corner, but he will have some traffic ahead of him that may lend him a little bit of help. The lapped car of Wilson ahead of them.
Katal Crawkin for Born to Race makes his pit stop. Doesn't repair that splitter damage that we noticed earlier. He hasn't repaired it, but yeah, that car was starting to look pretty out of shape quite a while ago. So I'm not surprised to see that in the pit lane maybe slightly earlier than we would have expected. We're watching Victor Veloso chasing down Carolus Motojutis as the back marker, almost getting into the back of Veloso there. And that's Martin Campal in the background in the Savage Angus racing car.
Yeah, it looked like Lucas was looking for the drivers behind, and I think he looked like he might have misjudged that Victor Veloso was coming through as well, but managed to stay wide. They continue on.
At the front, 53.52 from Procrastination Motorsports. Yes, 54.05. So I wonder if Lucas made an error there at some point in the track, because he was certainly beginning to just reel in a couple of tenths of a second a lap. This is where having his tyres will be going through their best period, whereas I think that the car in the lead has probably gone over the peak of their tyres now. Be interesting to see when definitely. They pit again.
Yeah, Leipniks is going to be in before the Gutskas. Now, the crucial thing is, can Leipniks and Mattis Linder get the two more stops that they need, or will they need a third? I think they're going to be able to do it possibly just on a two-stop. It's going to be tough. They'll have to eke out nearly an hour and 25 if they pit now. So they have to make that stint as long as possible that they're on at the moment. The number 9. If they can't get to, I don't know. It might be too much of a push. It might be too much of an ask at this point.
I think they're going to have a very short final stint. Is what we're looking at here.
Smash and dash possibly at the end.
Yeah.
But with new tyres.
Yeah, and light fuel, so they won't go through any kind of heat peak. I would imagine. I think I'd give them another 5 laps on those tyres, maybe. It's more that it doesn't seem to be a wear issue. It seems to be more that the tyres are cooling quite rapidly. It's only 42 minutes since they pitted, so I wonder if they didn't. I wonder if they just swapped drivers in that pit stop or something. Something strange has happened that they are on these tyres having pitted 42 minutes ago.
Behind the leader, Victor Veloso and Carlos Matiotis, this battle continues. You could throw a bed sheet over the two of them now. Carlos might be struggling a little bit. He had a couple slides in the first part of this lap and allowed Victor Veloso to catch up. Looks like Carlos got a slightly better exit out of the corner here. Will give himself a bit more room than he's had in the lap prior.
That was very similar to when we were watching Picanco try to overtake Pantola earlier, and I wonder if the Yes Motorsports setup is more focused on, or has a better setup for getting out of the corners, because certainly we didn't notice that Pantola was actually not getting caught when he was being drafted earlier as well, so it's very interesting to see where each of these two setups are best. I think that the EVR car, you can see it, I mean it's visibly hugging the apex is easier even in the draft of the Yes Motorsports car ahead of it. It's visibly getting to the apex is a lot stronger. Well, that was a bit too much of an apex there, but it's really interesting to see how the two setups compare.
Yeah, it was through those two corners on the previous lap. The Carlos had a bit of a slide, allowed Victor Veloso to catch up. I've also noticed that I think Carlos is struggling with grip through the middle of the corner and then the exit, because he tends to be on the dirt a lot. Watching his tires, he's carrying a bit more of the brown stuff than Victor Veloso chasing him. Looks like he's a bit stronger toward the end of the lap, getting the exit out of the final corner, which is where Victor Veloso really needs to be right on top of him to try to make a pass where he's strongest around the middle part of the circuit, but still able to hold him at bay, even though he's using all of the road and then some. And he shouldn't have to do this much longer before he'll be able to come in and get fresh rubber. Victor Veloso not going anywhere, though. Now within a couple car lengths, as close as he has been at any point since we started watching this battle. Misses the apex slightly there. I think Carlos Matiotis will have another very good exit. Victor Veloso, a bit of a slide, tries to take the tighter line to open up the corner some. That's not going to do him any favors. He'll follow Carlos Matiotis around for one more lap.
Again, it just seems as though that car is just set up to get out of corners a bit better than the car behind it, and it certainly seems to be paying off so far.
It does. I wonder if it would help Victor Veloso to back off for a lap, cool the tires a little bit, kind of settle down, find a more consistent line. It looks like he's pushing pretty hard to get under the rear bumper of Carlos Matiotis and try to find a way past. Might be better for him to settle in for a little bit. They're not losing much to the leaders. And there's still the better part of 3 hours left in the race anyway. A lot of time for them to make up a gap to the front.
From experience, you know that it's really tough to follow a car that's just better out of the corners than you are. You know you have the pace on the straights. You feel within you that you've got the pace to get past the car ahead of you, but they just keep nailing their exits, and it's the most frustrating thing in the world. It's not much fun for the driver ahead either. So it's a bit of a frustrating battle for these two, I'm sure, but hopefully they're enjoying it.
It is. Oh, go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, once upon a time at Westhill in GT1s, I had a man who became iRacing F1 World Champion behind me, and he got so frustrated because I was just caught. It was Westhill reverse, so you remember how the old chicane after what is the final corner here. It was turn 1 at Westhill reversed. He then went up the hill. So I was just nailing it there. That was the only place that he wasn't quicker than me. So what do you think he did? That's right.
What did he do, Chris?
He punted me out of the way. He got a nice top goal penalty for himself. So yeah, so that you're right there, Pete. You can if you concentrate on exits. Hello, down the inside into here is going to be a little bit tricky, though. You wouldn't imagine that's going to be a place to pass. We've seen cars spin off here when they've gone side by side, and Veloso decides to back out of that one. Yeah, so I mean, you're 100% right, Pete. Especially if the car in front works out that that's a weakness, then that's their strength, then they're going to overplay their hand in many respects. So that is even something you can do here at Westhill. It's a perfectly legitimate defence technique to drive in a way where you're nailing your exits all times. It's remarkable watching how different lines these do take as well.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that was I feel as though you can start to see the frustration bubbling over a bit. Veloso had an opportunity at probably the most difficult corner to overtake someone around this track, turn number 4, and just couldn't get it to work. He'll have more opportunities if he just, like Travis says, just takes it a bit easier, maybe backs off a bit. He's dropped back a bit now, so maybe he'll be able to get a good run at some point.
I think what's more frustrating than knowing you're quicker is if you let yourself stew on the thought of how you could be quicker, it inevitably leads to thinking how much further up the road you could be, and you start to think about the progress you're not yet making, and think of that as something you've already lost, and that frustration just kind of compounds. Especially after, if you get close enough like he did on the previous lap to be able to make a move and then have the door shut on you. I don't know that I would have said that that Veloso chose to back out so much as Carolus made him decide whether he wanted to stay on the road. An aggressive defense, but I think it was fair. I don't know Victor Veloso very well myself. Perhaps he's more calm than I am, but I know that in this situation I would be awfully frustrated. And it's really hard to concentrate and hit your marks and do the same inch-perfect driving lap after lap when you know, oh, big slide from Carolus there. That will help Victor Veloso. He needs a good run through the chicane here, and then he may have a shot. Fortunately, if he can get it done, and it looks like he might here because he is right under Carolus's bumper, it will all come good. He'll have the release of that frustration, put Carolus behind him without the pressure of trying to get by. He knows he can run his own race, put down good laps, and build a gap. He will have to do it the hard way, though. Brave pass on the outside. This will give him the inside of the next corner. Not giving Carolus any room there. Cuts across his bumper, has the line into the right-hander, and into the chicane. Job done. Very nicely executed pass.
Beautiful camera angle that down there, down low. Veloso goes to the inside, defending fresh air effectively. Carolus looks as though he's got a good chance here to come back, straight back past though. So let's see, will it be easier for him to draft Veloso than it was for Veloso to draft him down this front straight? And that might give us an indication of who has the lower wings, if he can do that. Let's see. In fact, I think he is gaining. He is gaining, but I don't think he's gaining enough. So, very difficult to draft, even on Westhill.
And I expect we will see Veloso pull away in the next sequence of corners, several car lengths, because Batiotis has been sliding very badly through here. Rough entry into that corner, and then on the dirt. That won't help. And now Victor Veloso has taken off.
Oh, he's gone wide, though. He's gone wide. He's gone off.
He's spinning.
He's gone backwards.
He's been so used to following for the last 20 minutes, half an hour, that as soon as he gets ahead, he's dropped the car.
And on the topic of frustration, even more frustrating is to finally get it done and then to make a mistake on your own and have to do it all again. He will be fuming behind his steering wheel.
Racing Fables with Travis Mellinger. There we are. Looks like we've got Gundahar in the pits for Born to Race. The number 33 comes to a standstill just before the sin bin. There we are. for his pit stop. I wonder who's going to take over, or if anyone will take over from that car. Yeah.
Yeah, so Malik is under pressure from Weber, and I think that there's a bit of a clue now on Michael Malik's number plate as to why he's been struggling during the last period of the race. Now, what's that? Does it say on his number plate? It says engine damage.
Oh.
So I get the feeling that's a warning for the other drivers that he's struggling.
Yeah, it's like a ticker. It's like a ticker, isn't it? In Need for Speed, you can update your number plate to send each other messages. So Michael Malik seems to be appears to be struggling with some engine damage. It must be a lot for him if he's decided to update his number plate. It does explain why he's slightly further down the order than he was. But yeah, he's being caught by Jürgen Weber for Heroes of Racing, whom our own Thilo Falkenberg should be taking over from in the next 40 minutes or so, or less, in fact. Meanwhile, at the front, the gap between P1 and P2, guys, has come down to 3 seconds.
The Procrastination Motorsports car will be in the pits very, very soon because he is really struggling on these tyres now. They're super, super finished, is I think the technical term. They have given the roll. They're now just getting the laps out of them to try and make it as far as they possibly can. They might be able to do a couple more, but they may be in at the end of this lap. I think it's... So that would be 2 hours and 38 minutes to go.
Which is possibly just enough to do a double.
Hour 19 a stint, yeah, possible.
Yeah, possible. Sigitas Sakos in the pit lane at the moment. He's doing this race solo, if I'm not mistaken. Am I mistaken? We'll find out very shortly. Car 21 is doing it solo, yes. So well over halfway through the race for Sigitas.
For Cuddle Kitty, we should... Cuddle Kitty, not Kitty. Cuddle Kitty. Why is that a tongue twister?
They haven't managed to get the skin loaded for that, but it is it's blue with Pikachu on it, I think.
With a certain appendage, yes.
I have a trivia question for you two. I don't know the answer to this. I hope that you do. That you two do.
Okay.
That Vitalis Laguskas has driven the XRR and the FXR this season. Did he drive the FZ at all?
No.
No. That was easy.
We need
I was
that
hoping for something a
jingle.
bit more climatic than that.
We
But,
need that jingle.
fair enough. Onward and upward.
Travis's observation.
Sorry,
While
enough
you two
syllabus.
have something important and interesting to say in the next few minutes, I'll go find a jingle for my observation segment. I'll be back in a moment.
Brilliant. See you later. Lightnix's gap has gone now. 1 minute. No, 1 minute, 1 second and 1.2 seconds. There we go.
Aye, this is a big problem for him now. I mean, he's just out there doing laps. Basically, he's not got any kind of speed. He's not got any kind of tires left. He's just trying to get to the end. This is very, very Kimi Räikkönen Imola in 2005. That's a slightly obscure reference.
It's the right thing to do, though. He has to.
Yes.
Yeah, he has to drag this out to the end, as long as he can. Leibniz has no choice. If he pits too early, he's going to have to go down the pit lane one more time. Here it comes, the change for the lead.
Yeah, Vitautas Lagutskas is never shy in coming forward, and here he comes now to try and grab his lead back. But he's dropped back there, that was slightly odd.
I was about to say that Laguskas looked aggressive through the chicane, probably thought better of it knowing that the car ahead is dead to rights as he comes into the pits now.
So, the Gutscast and Yoni Katila and whoever else is driving with that team, I forget, take over the lead of the race. The car number 69.
Gabor and Zatautas are also the drivers
So
in that team.
Gabor and Fast have yet to take over the car.
So the opposite of frustration there for Vitalis Laguskas. It feels awfully good knowing that you can drive up right behind one of your competitors and then they move out of the way and you can move on with your race as though
What a
nothing
heck of a
had
battle here,
changed.
Travis. As we see, Picanco also takes over P2 because Lightnex is in the pits. Between Emre Khan and Alfonso. Alfonso was behind, got ahead, and now he's behind again. And yeah, that's a spicy battle for the last few places inside the top 10. Martin Gapal currently in top 10. Mattis Linder's back in the car, and as you can see from the timing tower, they've dropped right down, but they may be the dark horse of this race. Michael Malek side by side with Jürgen Weber up to turn number 1. Michael Malek through even with the engine damage, but Jürgen was behind him to begin with, so Michael really is now struggling to keep that FXR behind. A real shame because Michael's doing this race on his own, and it's going to be a painful 2 hours and a half worth of defending. But can Jürgen get through in that rather battered-looking Erdinger Heroes of Racing FXR?
Again, 30 seconds cover the top 9. So again, that sort of, we've had 8 or 9 cars that have been roughly pretty close in this race for the whole duration. I know we've had safety cars, but again, we're nearly an hour after the safety car, and again, it's only 30 seconds between the top 9, which is quite an impressive feat. There's some good driving going on out there today. We should mention that Linda is back in the car for Procrastination Motorsports. Did 25 laps earlier on, so he is back in the car. They came out in 9th position.
He's also come out with a very large gap ahead of him. No cars in sight, and no danger of running into any back markers anytime soon. The track is wide open for him to get the tires up to temperature, settle in, and then set fast laps, try to reclaim the lead in the cycle of pit stops.
Problem he's going to have is that this is when Lagutsgas's tyres are at their best, so he will be absolutely flying along just now, whereas the Procrastination Motorsports car, fresh tyres, will be going through the graining phase. So at the moment it is certainly an advantage to car number 69, Yes Motorsports.
We're still keeping an eye on this battle for 7th place between Emre Khan and Alfonso. This is a battle between Master Race Car. Sorry, not Master Race Car. Emre Khan is it is Master Race Car, sorry, and the
other car is the Furtive.
Yep. And here comes the battle.
Yep, down the straight, down into the corner. Alfonso round the outside. Nice move. Very nice move. Just in front of them, Verschinskas has overtaken Bala as well. So that's Verschinskas up into 6th position for SMR Harmon Enterprises.
That is quite a comeback. I mean, that is impressive. To be in half a minute of the lead with all the drama that's gone on with that car, that is impressive. But there you are, confirmation on the timing tower that Brzezinskas has moved up to P6, and he's already put quite a nice gap over Daniel Balla in the race green car. But as we head to the bottom of the hour, it's time for a rundown. Vitalsas Lagutskas leads the way for Yes Motorsports. Then we have Pedro Picanco for Energy Virtual Racing, some 5 seconds behind now. Carlos Motojutis for the other Yes Motorsports car is 11 seconds behind him in P3. Then we've got Victor Veloso for Energy Virtual Racing in P4. Solid job so far by the Energy Virtual Racing teams. Brzezinskas is on an absolute flyer, P5 now on the road, followed by Daniel Balla. Alfonso then for Furtive Racing in P7. Emre Khan for Master Race Car P8. Then we've got Mattis Linder, an up and down race for these guys, but we reckon they will shuffle themselves towards the front as the rest of the drivers begin to make their pit stops. That number 9 car currently in P9. And Martin Gapal, after leading the race at the restart, the last restart we just had, he finds himself in P10 for Savage Angus Racing. He's driving that with Jared Mead. Then we've got Barletta driving for the number 37 team. That is the Argentina Turismo team. And we've got someone off in the background. That is one of the Born to Race cars, but we'll get to them in a minute. Michael Malik, sorry, it was Michael Malik who went off the track. Michael Malik with some engine damage is struggling around at the moment. He's in P number 12. He's driving on his own in this race. Then we've got Rando Muru in P13, suffering from a bit of lag as soon as I put the camera on him. There we are. So P13 for the Fragmasters team at the moment.
Pete, sorry to interrupt you.
Go on.
I wanted to mention that Leonel Alfonso dispatched Imre Khan on the last lap and has been absolutely flying, caught up Dan Bala and is under his bumper, made up 2 seconds in the previous lap, and is now ready to work on Dan Bala and take 6th position.
Right, I mean, yes, that's crazy. He might be coming to the end of his stint then, because this is some absolute pace. Look, he's right under the rear wing of Dan Bala already. And Dan is no slouch, remember this. Dan is no slouch in the XRR. He's been driving it pretty much consistently the entire year. And Alfonso, clearly no slouch either, because he's already under the rear wing. Good observation there. We've got Martinez having some lag as well. We were going to reach him in our rundown. So we're having a few drivers with connection trouble at the moment in the server. So Rando Muru, P13 for Fragmaster. Cristobal Gonzalez for Born to Race, our only FZR entry in P14. And we have a retirement there for Martinez. Hopefully they can get back in the server quickly and get their laps back. And we can keep our 22 drivers that we've had since the beginning. But we have just lost Martinez from the race, who was in P15. That promotes Andre for Born to Race, the 33 car there in 15th place. Sujitas Sakis, who's doing the race on his own for Cuddle Kitty in P16. Christian Ecker for Heroes of Racing, Thito's teammate, in P17 at the moment. Alireza Ibrahimian for the Pixel Air Attack Racing team. After beaching it in the grass and causing a safety car, this car went from P4 to P18. Not a good afternoon for them, and a bit of a recovery drive now to see how far up the order they can get. Then it's Harry Wilson, who's taken over from Lucas for what will probably be the last half of the race, I imagine. He's driving currently in P19. Then it's Pierre Finney, who is in P20 for Gum Garage. He's been in that car since the beginning. And then Janasitis, who's another car who had a bit of an incident and threw a safety car earlier, also doing the race on his own in P21. And confirmation then that Martinez has rejoined the race and will probably get his laps back in the next few moments. Good to see that car back in the race.
So while you were running through the order on the previous lap, at the bottom of the circuit, the chicane at the bottom of the circuit, Alfonso went through, took 6th position, and now Dan Bala has Emre Khan all over his mirrors. Dan clearly struggling with the car because Leonel Alfonso has disappeared into the distance, and Emre Khan is now hungry for 7th position.
We should say now that we are joined by our dear friend, one of my co-commentators from this season in CSF's revolving door of co-commentators that we've had. We now have 2 of the 4. I think it was 4 anyway. Eoin Harmon, hello, how are you?
Hi Chris, Pete and Travis, I'm feeling good, thank you. How about yourself?
Oh.
We're good, we're just watching this battle on screen between Dan Bala and Emre Khan, and Emre Khan has just made the move. Welcome to the commentary box again, Eoin. How was your stint?
It was definitely the wildest of the stint so far because of the safety cars breaking up, but Adam did a fantastic job getting the car into the top 6 when it was my turn to take over. Naturally, I wasn't obviously suitable fit for a 6th position, so I started dropping down the order, but I managed to get a bit of momentum back, and then another safety car. Decided to keep going. I was feeling good, and then I think after that one I had my best stint. I managed to pull off 1 or 2 overtakes, but obviously it was really difficult with the cold tires. I got the car where it needed to be, and now Darius is flying. It's looking good.
That's an understatement. Darius Vajinskas, your teammate, has put the car back into P5 on the road.
Yeah, that's nosebleed territory.
Yeah, it's back where it started, that car, in fact.
Yeah.
And
I was probably 16th at the lowest point, but not
I mean,
much I could do.
that car has been like a yo-yo, an actual yo-yo this race. But yeah, fair play. It's doing well at the moment, and it's some 33 seconds off the lead. So it's dropped back. Darius has dropped back 4 seconds ish between the beginning of this safety car period and now. Sorry, the last safety car period, which is only an hour. So really, that pace is phenomenal. And you have to remember that Darius is someone who has been driving the FXR this season in GT2 Challenge and not the FXR, which you guys have put him into.
Yeah, the XRR is definitely the middle choice, the not too hot, not too cold, at least in my opinion. And Darius has had to adapt, given his decision to join SMR HE. Very, very pleased with him so far. And then we'll have the team leader, Stephen Martin.
Well,
Yeah,
you've just...
slick, yeah.
Owen,
dear,
you just
yeah, that's
the commentator's cursed.
Yeah, cursed commentator.
Oh,
I'm just
no.
few seconds behind with my stream on YouTube, but yeah, it was anti. So he's now under pressure from Alpha.
You might blame me for that. I was just thinking about Darius and was ready to interrupt and say that Darius is quick, but Lionel Alfonso is absolutely flying and is now... Darius helped him out a little bit, but Lionel Alfonso was going to catch him no matter what. Alfonso is sailing. He's unbelievable.
This is unbelievable pace. That is unbelievable. He's actually getting past... he's got past Wajinskas.
He's through like he was standing still. I'm stunned. I don't know that I've seen Lionel Alfonso drive in any of the events that I've helped cover this season, and he's here and disappearing into the distance every time he comes across another car.
Yeah, I mean P5. Yeah, P5 on the road now.
Yeah, wasn't it
Alfonso.
the 86 car that got in trouble earlier in the session for overtaking safety cars, and the queue of the safety? Something like that. I could have sworn when I was warming my tires I saw that particular livery overtaking me for no explanation.
I
It
can't
could have been.
verify that or anything.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
sure.
he's had a lap removed. Yeah, so yeah, something did clearly happen earlier on that shouldn't have happened. So he's had a lap removed, but he is in fifth position now, completely on pace.
Amazing. Yeah, so must have benefited from one of the wave rounds then at some point. But look at that, he really is gapping Darius. What pace that is! That's amazing. Jeff and Jacob's in the car now. So Dan Ballard's just gone in the pit lane, and Jeff and Jacob has taken over the car for race green. And interestingly, they aren't phased by that left front damage. They've left the damage on the car for now.
Seems as though the number 42 Yes car is about to pit as well. Another driver has joined for them, so I wonder if that'll be the last 2 hours that that switch will take place.
Yeah, I still think Motojutis will try and get as many laps as possible out of that car as he can. As we see Ibrahimian leaving the pit lane for the Pixel Air Attack Racing team. Motojutis driving for Yes Motorsport, currently in P3. Yeah, that car will be pitting pretty soon. You'd imagine. What did I say? Okay, well, yes, Lugutskas is thundering around at the moment. He's still absolutely on pace. 7 seconds now, the gap between him and Pedro Picanco for Energy Virtual Racing. One of the two Energy Virtual Racing cars at the front of the field. Motojutis should be in the pit lanes soon. Veloso is pretty close to the back of Motojutis still, even though they swapped positions again a few laps earlier.
Just keeping an eye on Linda at the moment. Obviously, he was in the car that was pretty much at the front of the field. His pace isn't too bad, and his tyres haven't gone too hot during this period after the pit stop. So, it'd be interesting to see how close he is to Vytautas Lugutskas when the pit. I think Lugutskas will probably be ahead now. The gap is 1 minute, pretty much exactly. So, that's roughly. Yeah, I think Lugutskas should be in front.
Yeah, I think it's safe to assume that they'll be in front, but by how much is the question. The gap to Mattis Linda has opened up certainly, and has been opening up for some time, of course, because Lugutskas is on low fuel, good tyres. and Linda was really Lightning X was really struggling before he came into the pit lane, and now their car is really heavy. But it was very important for Lagutskás to be ahead of of Lightning X when the Procrastination Motorsport car came into the pit lane.
It'd be interesting to see if that switches round again, actually, won't it? Because obviously then Linda's gone through the peak in the heaviest point, and he will be able to attack Lagutskás. But let's see how close they are. Lagutskás last pitted 67 minutes ago at the pits at the last safety car, so he will be in the pits very soon, you'd imagine.
Yeah, we ride on board the bonnet cam of Emre Khan for Master Race Car as he sets his sights on Jeff and Jacob, who gets really sideways on the grass. This is the race green entry that is about to get mugged down the short run to the final corner. Emre Khan alongside the black and green race green car, and he's through for now. But yeah, there's a long straight coming up. Does Jeffin have a response? Let's find out.
I think he's falling back slightly at the moment. No, it seems to be very difficult to draft him as main straight today. It's I don't know if that's a wind factor or something, but it seems incredibly difficult.
Well, if I may jump in with my experience on the track, you have to have your last corner pretty much nailed on, and then the draft is yours. There's very little you could do. Certainly when I struggled with oversteer on the last corner and someone was behind me, I was pretty much, I'm done here. I have to let them draft me and stay on my side of the track and then battle for the position. So that was my feeling anyway. Could be.
Where was the wind the most tricky out there, Eoin?
I'd say turn 2, because I do like that corner on ordinary practices. There's a pit stop here. I think carry on.
Yeah, Carlos is coming to the pits as we expected him to. Veloso then goes through into P3, which means EVR have got 2 cars on the provisional podium again. And Alfonso's now taking over those positions as MotoGP will drop down the order while he serves that pit stop.
I've been watching this battle between Alfonso and Brzezinskis as we followed other cars around the track. Alfonso looks supremely comfortable in this car. He's very smooth. He's driving similar lines every lap. It looks like Darius is driving the car awfully hard to keep up. He's able to match the pace. He hasn't fallen back. But it looks like a lot more work for Darius to stay with Leonel Alfonso than it does for Alfonso to run the pace he is running. Alfonso a bit more luck with the lap traffic on the previous lap too. Darius had to work a bit harder to get through. But not giving up. He had a couple small offs earlier, now motivated, and a bit closer than he was earlier to Leonel Alfonso, so not over yet for him. He may get the benefit of a bit of lap traffic here to get right under Alfonso's bumper. Maybe pressure him a bit into the latter part of the lap.
Yeah, he clearly wasn't happy that Alfonso got past him so easily and then just started to disappear, so Brzezinskis has had to dig deep. In the meantime, Alireza Ibrahimian has been into the pit lane, and Simas Taukavicius has taken over. So the 4th driver in that Pixel Air Attack car has now entered the race, and let's see what he can do. Taukavicius, an experienced pair of hands, as we see Brzezinskis, also an experienced pair of hands, going off on the grass.
Yeah, I've seen him do it twice now there, and at other points on the circuit. He is working awfully hard to stay right with Leonel Alfonso. And speaking of Leonel Alfonso, Darius Brzezinskis takes off in pursuit of the leaders while Leonel Alfonso stops in the pits.
Another driver change has actually happened. The 42 Zanella has taken over from the driver that was in there before. So, and it seems as though Vitautas Lagutskás is only doing one stint because his teammate is here to take over as well.
Okay, great. So yes, Jeremiah Stanella, known to the community as Yara Loco, is in the car for his stint in this race. Currently P7 on the road, and he takes over from. That's a good question. Who was just driving that car? It was Carolus Massachusetts. Yes, you're right. So good luck to him. Vitasis Lagutskas is going to be in the pit lane now, and he will be. Yeah, let's see where he comes out in relation to Mattis Lind. Currently, in P5. In the last few laps alone, he's managed to pull another 2 seconds out on Mattis. So I assume that the gap is going to be pretty big as Pedro Picanco takes over the provisional lead of the race, while the number 69 team, Yes Motorsports and the Pleb, make a pit stop. So yes, Vitasis Lagutskas is stationary. Victor Veloso goes through to make it a provisional 1-2 for NDR Virtual Racing. They'd like it if the race ended now, wouldn't they?
They would. They've had a good race, let's put it that way, and I think that they are heading for really good positive results. Let's see how far away Procrastination Motorsports are from this Yes Motorsports car. My question about that Yes Motorsports name is, which one of them counts as that final word? It must be, is it Yanni that they're referring to? Because he isn't part of Yes Motorsports. Oh, he's been hit! He's been hit! Gabor's around. Tautovicius hits Gabor, and somehow Gabor stays in control of the car. Tautovicius came up behind him in the air attack car and just punted him. Just ran clean into the back of him and almost spun the effective leader in turn number 1. So that's not a great start to your stint. His tyre is very, very warm now, his left rear. That's a nightmare start to the stint for him.
Well, Gabor's car looks fine. So luckily no damage that we can see. So might have got away with that one. But yes, Tautovicius, a bit of a strange one that.
Gap between the two cars. Oh, it's showing. So I was wondering if you get the gap yet between Procrastination and Yes Motorsports. For some reason, the Yes Motorsports car is having an issue with the tracker. It's showing Lagutskas still being in the pit. So we'll get that to you in a little while. It looks to be around about, I would say, 15 seconds.
20 seconds-ish, yeah. It's around about that.
That's quite an impressive job that Vitasis Lagutskas has done there to get that gap.
Yeah, that's a big gap. 20 seconds, Mattis Linder. But now the thing is, Mattis Linder has had 20 laps on this stint to run out of fuel and stuff, and use his tyres. So he'll be at this stage of the race, he should be faster than Gabor.
Yeah, I'm glad I've been following him for the last lap just to see how he has progressed since the stop. And his tires they're now coming to their prime. He should be setting quick laps, but he's had a couple offs, not really capitalizing on the opportunity here. He needs to be going quicker if he wants to make up the time to the leaders, but he's not yet done it. Tires still not quite at their peak performance, a little bit warm, but he needs to pick up the pace if he wants a chance to reclaim the lead.
Certainly, as we switch attention to Dariusz Rosinskas, who at the moment is in P3 in that car. He's really done an amazing job as he drops a wheel. Hopefully he keeps it on the right direction. Yes, he does. That was following Michael Malik there. He got some dirty air and it pushed him wide. Well held. But a good effort so far for Dariusz. Solid stint.
I think early he must have just had a couple mistakes that shook him up a little bit, because now he has been on it. His pace is really strong. He looks to be slowly catching Victor Veloso. It's not too far behind, about, was that 14 or 15 seconds? He's getting through the lap traffic pretty easily as Michael Malik moves out of his way. Now there are no cars between. He's off in pursuit of Victor Veloso.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got almost 20 seconds of a gap actually, and he's coming to the end of his stint. So whether he's doing a double or not, I'm not sure. But he is not going to be. I don't think he's going to be overtaking Victor on the road, unless he's doing another stint. So
no, certainly not.
Solid work though from Dariusz on this stint.
And I think you called it. He takes a tight
pits
line out of the final corner and down to the pit lane speed limit into the pits.
So there we go. He pulls into his box and makes his pit stop. I wonder where he's going to come out in relation to everybody else on this lap.
He's handing over, is he? He's handing over to Stephen Barton by the looks of it.
Yep.
Okay.
Mattis Lind will get through easily. He's coming across the start-finish line now. And Zanella coming out to the final corner, so Zanella will go through. And after that is Martin Kapal, just now coming out of the final corner. So it looks like may lose a few positions yet. No, he's
going to be
rolling
behind
again now, coming to the exit.
Be
Steve
behind
Martin in
Kapal,
control.
definitely, as Martin storms past. But Steve Martin also behind Alfonso, and that's the Laps FXR. So yes, P8 then for Steve Martin to begin his pursuit.
And he's got a good gap over Ember Khan, who just came through the start-finish line, so he'll have some breathing room behind, won't have to look into his mirrors, can focus on managing the tires for the first part of the stint, and then set off to find the leaders again.
Steve's been quite quick at this track again. He found a setup for GT1, converted it, made some changes for GT2, and one night I asked Isaac if he'd have a go just see whether it was good or not, and Steve's pounding around doing like low 55s at the start. I think he was in the mid 54s, and Isaac came out of the pits and he found the setup so strange he couldn't turn into turn 3 and ended up in the wall. But Steve was making it work, so that was quite an amusing one.
Perhaps that's a strategy for future participants, is to try to goad Isaac Price and Joe Holmes into using unfamiliar setups.
Yes, well, it was very amusing that Steve was finding it so comfortable, and Isaac came on and just thought, what the hell is this? So, yeah, very amusing times.
Now that we've had over an hour and a bit, well, almost a full stint of clean running, you're beginning to see the pace difference across the field. We've got 11 cars on the lead lap at the moment.
Indeed,
it's
yes.
soon to be 10.
Mm-hmm.
These EVR cars are looking quite good, I would say, at the moment.
They are looking fantastic, aren't they? Not just the liveries, but also just their pace at the moment.
The fact that they're carrying on as well, it means that they're going to be doing shorter stints as well, or they might do one long one and then a short one at the end. But they're in a good place strategy for the strategy as well, because if there's a safety car, it sort of plays into their advantage having the stint patterns they've ended up on at the moment. So it'll be interesting to watch where they come out. It's 45 seconds back to Gabor in the effective pre-pit stop leader. So it'll be interesting to see where Picanco comes out.
Yeah, we're approaching the 2 hours to go mark, so thank you very much for tuning in to this, the post-season endurance race for the New Dimension Racing GT2 Challenge, the 6 hours of Westhill International in Live for Speed. Our 100th broadcast in Live for Speed as well. So yeah, it's been quite a fun day, and we've still got 2 hours of amazing action left, and we are, well, it's going to be a juicy ending. We've been seeing various strategies unfold throughout the race, and I think that there's going to be a definite battle for the lead at the end between either both of the Energy Virtual Racing cars. Gabor is currently driving the Yes Motorsport car in P3 that's been rapid all day, and Mattis Linda as well. And who else might get involved in that? Well, we might see some other entries into that if we have safety cars or other things thrown in late, but we will see.
Indeed, there's never, in a New Dimension Racing event, a safety car never is far away, is it, Pete?
Well, hopefully it is today. We've had enough.
Well, it may not be, since you mentioned it. I've tabbed forward now to Michael Malik, who was holding up a train of 3 cars, trying to get out of the way. He's alongside Zdravko Topolnjak now, who was trying to get through. Michael Malik, blue flags. Michael Malik has blue flags, and I think he was doing his best to let cars through, and then ended up doing the over-under, trying to avoid Zdravko Topolnjak. Now Gabor alongside him coming in Shane. Zdravko lets him through, probably wisely, because this is getting a little bit hairy. Taukavicius will want to get through these guys as well, try to make as much of his race as possibly can. Gabor onto the dirt there. He'll compromise his exit somewhat. These cars have spread out a little bit now. I think there's less danger of a safety car, but it was looking mighty hairy coming through the first few corners and down the hill. Michael Malik clearly struggling with the corner without the bollard there to indicate where the apex is. He went sailing right over the curb, got a bit of the dirt on the inside. That's not the line, but he's made it work.
Picanco pits from the lead. Pedro Picanco is in the lead and in the pit. So let's see where he comes out. It was 47 seconds back to Gabor in the Yes Motorsports car now. He's already away. Now, where's Gabor? Gabor's
only at the final corner.
Yeah.
Veloso didn't pit, by the way, but Veloso stayed out.
So
Picanco is in the lead. This is amazing. That has worked brilliantly for the Energy Virtual Racing team. Gabor's in traffic as well. So, advantage EVR as we go into the final 2 stints of this race. That is amazing.
Gabor has had a nightmare few laps of traffic.
Yeah, great really luck for Picanco there to get in and out of the pits while Gabor was mired in the back markers.
Now, I don't want to jinx it, and every time I say that I end up doing it, but Picanco hasn't had the smoothest run this race. He has pace, but he's not been as solid as maybe he would want to be, so he needs to really he needs to dig deep and put in some really amazing lap times now, because there's Gabor in the background. Coming through, he's now got past Michael, but yeah, the gap is going to be small. We'll get a more accurate update when we end up going across the sector time, as we see Zdravko Topolnjak finally getting past Michael Malik there, and the lapped car of Simon Astakvicius wanting to do the same. As they come down the back straight now, Takavicius is unlapping himself on Michael Malik and trying to do the same thing on Zdravko Topolnjak. This is a bit uncomfortable for these guys. You never want to see, you never want to be in a battle with a back marker, really, do you? But Takavicius definitely thinks he has the pace to get through and break free of these guys. And yeah, he really is fighting now with Zdravko. So that's not exactly sporting at this point, and he's actually let's hope he just clears off now.
Veloso gets a penalty in the pit for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh no!
And that will be reviewed. By the admins.
Okay, so that will be reviewed, because if it wasn't triggered by the race control app, then yeah, it will be looked at. It has to be triggered by both systems in order to be confirmed. Apparently, it's a valid penalty, so Veloso's won't be reviewed. Sorry for the confusion there. He'll have to be down the pit lane, so that's unfortunate for EVR, really. And it turns out that Veloso ended up being quite a long way behind Gabor when he came out of the pits anyway. So, Veloso's really in a battle with Mattis Linda, who is only, less than 10 seconds behind him now. Owen Harmon has stepped out of the commentary box for a bit. He might be back a bit later towards the end. I'm Peter Butcher, and I'm joined by Chris Ford at the moment and Travis Mellinger. With 2 hours to go now in the GT2 Challenge post-season 6-hour endurance race, we're watching Mattis Linda, who is in P4, currently following Victor Veloso, who's got a back marker of Lucas Wilson for Gum Garage for company. Victor needs to go down the pit lane for a drive-through penalty. He just got for speeding in the pits, and he'll probably serve that this lap, get it over and done with, and then set his sights on fast lap times to the end. Look at the clock, 2 hours to go, and should be a good one.
Victor Veloso now has 2 problems. He has to serve this drive-through penalty speeding in the pit lane, and now he has further evidence of his mistake in his mirrors. Mattis Linda has picked up his pace a little bit and is now well in sight. Victor Veloso sails through one of the tire barriers on the inside of the chicane there. That won't help him much. This should let Mattis Linda take off easily for 3rd position with a good gap behind. He's got another 10 seconds behind him to Zanella, so it's coming good for Mattis Linda and that team. Victor Veloso goes through the start-finish. Maybe they're appealing. I don't know that they can.
I had to look back at the pit stop times to see if there was anything obvious within the pit stops as to why Picanco's team came out in front. And the exact same in and out lap. So compared to the previous laps of 46 seconds, it was the pits. So it must just have been just staying out those few laps and just absolutely hammering the hammer down that's given Picanco this lead.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird for Veloso that he didn't come in straight away, because he will end up being caught by Mattis and they may end up battling and lose each other more time. So I'm a bit confused. Maybe he's going to wait the full contingent of laps before he comes in. Meanwhile, we are joined in the commentary box by Karis Motojutis, who was driving the number 42 Yes Motorsport car, currently being driven by Jeremiah Stanella. Karis, good afternoon.
Hello, don't forget the Oni.
Say again?
Yes Motorsports and a Oni.
Of course, yes. Okay, so my mistake. But yeah, how was your stint? It looked mega.
It was a little strange. I was expecting to be faster at the beginning. I was way too cautious with the wind. Knowing that it is 16 kph, I thought it's going to be worse for the car. But it was quite decent. I was too, as I said, I was too cautious at the beginning. So I think I could have been faster, at least at the start of my stint. But then when I understood how the car reacts, I adjusted. It was fine afterwards.
Well, we've just seen Jeremias being overtaken by Savage Angus Racing's Martin Capal. We think Martin needs to be in the pit lane pretty soon. He's on low fuel and old tyres. But yes, Nico got the car into the lead. He got out a pretty big lead, and then it all kind of unravelled. Do you want to talk us through how that unfolded?
I mean, how we got so down in positions after being the leaders.
Yeah, but did Santi have a bit of trouble during his stint? I mean, what was the story there?
I don't think there's really any story. Partly it was because of pit stop strategy. I'm not sure if it was a good idea to not pit in the second safety car. I'm not sure now. Yeah, but we decided for Sarah to keep on going. And then we pitted, 15 minutes after the safety car. So we lost some positions there, but I am not sure whether it was really a bad idea or if it was okay. And as for the lead, I think it's mostly because of the safety car strategies. Maybe it was not the most optimal.
Well, Jeremias is putting a solid stint in at the moment, although maybe slightly down on pace to where he wants to be. Martin's just got through, but he is out of phase. What would you be happy with from here with 2 hours to go in this race? Position-wise.
Of course, 1 and 2 for Yes Motorsports would be nice.
What's the outlook like for the other car for that?
Wait, which car was it? One car was really fast as well. It was number 12. Yeah. Number 12 was also quite fast, so it's a real contender for the top 3 as well.
Yeah, Pedro Picanco is on an absolute mission at the moment. He got out of the pit lane ahead of Gabor, and Gabor is 5 seconds behind at the moment. You can just see him in the distance there on cameras. But yeah, obviously you'd like to be P1 and 2. I think your particular machine, the 42, is probably unlikely to get there unless something dramatic happens up front, or Jeremias decides to step on the gas and really put in some stunning lap times.
He should be fast, but I think we don't have a chance for number 1. Number 1 could be 69. They have the means to get that. And for us, well, as I said, the number 12 is also fast, so P2 might not be possible, but
yeah, you've just
P3.
got past Energy Virtual Racing there after Victor made his drive-through penalty, so you've made up a place.
That's great
on them.
Yeah, so we'll see. I guess top 3 would be good for us.
Yeah, two US Motorsport cars on the podium. That sounds good. Go and make it happen. Who's in the car after Jeremias for the final hour?
It should be Nico, unless Jeremiah is faster than him.
Okay, so either Yaroloco or Nico. Great.
Yep, that should be the case.
Awesome. Do you want to sum up your GT2 Challenge season this year? You had a good one.
Oh, I'm not sure if it was a good one. I got COVID on my first race, so I couldn't.
No.
I couldn't race there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had a good end to the season.
It was okay. Yeah. I was expecting more from Falkenberg round. I was enjoying it real much. Many people were annoyed by the wind. Well, yeah, I guess they were impacted by the wind more. I didn't really feel it. I was enjoying the race, but then I flipped. I got the tire in front of me and I couldn't do anything about it. But yeah, overall the season was fun. I always enjoy NDR races. They're so professional.
Yeah, they are fun, and we're looking forward to more being announced pretty soon, so keep your eyes open. Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, Carolus. We'd love to chat to you at the end when we find out where your team ends up. But anyway, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Enjoy the rest of your race. Carolus Mosages there, driving in the number 42 Yes Motorsports. What was it you said? Andioni? No, because Omi's in the other one.
Omi. I think it's Omi.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
I don't know what it means, but anyway.
This is what I meant earlier. Which one of them is the P word that we may or may not be able to say on broadcast at the end of the Yes Motorsports? Yeah, I was like, I don't know whether you can say that. I don't know. I was surprised that the NDR allowed that team name.
NDR, if NDR allow the team name in, I feel we're safe to say it on the broadcast. So there we go.
Do you want to give Michael Malik's team name a go? Oh no, we'll wait for
I can't
Owen.
read it properly.
Owen's brilliant at pronunciation, so we'll wait for Eoin when he's said goodbye to Steve and come back to the commentary booth in a second, because he's good at pronunciations.
I don't want to even attempt to pronounce that team name.
I think we got to him once. He did it specifically to annoy us.
Okay,
so.
on the final rundown, we'll do it now.
Okay,
we'll get Eoin to do it on the final rundown. We'll treat the audience to that classic quality team name. In fact, it will be on the results screen.
Yes,
so we can read it out. There's a close battle.
I've been listening to this conversation. It felt a bit put out because you both have said on many occasions that I'm good at pronouncing things. So I've gone to look at the entry list and I give up. Never mind. We'll wait for Eoin.
We should get Michael Malik in to read out his own team.
Yeah, Michael,
I think that's fair.
I think that's fair. I think Michael should come and read it out. Okay.
I think that's a good idea. I wanted to mention while we were talking to Carolus, not a whole lot of change on track. There's a bit of a battle going on now, but I wanted to mention that Pedro Picanco has been on a mission. He is motivated, setting consistent low 54s, full on fuel with tires that are only a few laps old. He's looking really, really strong up front. Gabor has not done anything about it. The gap's actually grown slightly. Picanco is in command of the race.
Yep, Alfonso's looking very strong here at the moment. We mentioned him before. He's in a direct fight with Veloso at the moment. In this battle from 5th down to 7th, and I think you could probably classify Emrakan as being in this battle. He's a little way around the corner, but yeah, he's not too far back, is he? No, it's only 15 seconds or so down the road. So yes, Alfonso looking strong in P7. Then Victor Veloso, after his drive-through, is in P6, and Jenna Marcinella just ahead for the other Yes Motorsport car in P5. This is a tasty little battle here. 3 very fast drivers. 2 of them are South American. I'm not sure where Alfonso's from, although the roof has an Argentinian flag on it, so it's possible they're all 3 South Americans.
Yes, I was about to mention that actually. The Furtive Racing car, all Argentine drivers. And I had an observation. I don't have the jingle yet, but I have another observation to share with you. Is that I wanted to make a quick mention of the work that Scowen did on the simulator to up the packet rate. Oh, he goes a little bit wide there. He'll have to do this again now.
Yep.
I think it's in the past. It's been a little bit frustrating for South American drivers and for others driving with South American drivers because the pings tend to be pretty high. But they look awfully smooth. The changes that we got recently to the simulator have made a world of difference, and it looks like it's going really well for them. It looks great for us. I think we're pretty happy about this.
Certainly, when you compare the current way this works to how certain other simulators that will remain nameless work, LFS is doing pretty well right now.
Yeah, it's holding up.
Mm-hmm.
Still needs a Scirocco though.
In due time, when it's finished.
Anyway.
Moving swiftly on, we're watching Alfonso, who has Yeah, he's going to try and do that move again on Victor. At some point. I mean, he's going to catch up to the back of him again, but yeah, this group is stringing out slightly.
Alfonso's put a lot of... Alfonso's setup is quite interesting, actually. He really has low tyre pressures compared to everybody else. That might explain why he's so quick at the end of his stint. His tyres seem to wear out quite a lot more than the others around him, but looking at his tyres, they are very warm during the heat peak compared to the others, so that's an interesting setup they've got there, and they're clearly making it work.
Have they? I had not thought about it till you mentioned it just now. Are they on roughly the same pit stop cycle as everyone else, or are they having to come in earlier because they're using front tires faster?
No, they're within a couple of minutes of certainly Zanella. Velosso's on a different one. He's on his pit 5 minutes ago, but yeah, so Alfonso and Zanella are pretty comparable. Veloso running wide, Alfonso gaining the position or gaining time back. Lugutskas is in the server again, which is interesting for car 69, so I wonder if they're thinking about a driver change. A bit early for a driver change, I'd say, Travis.
I would think so, unless he's... I don't know that or maybe there are enough slots in the server for him to just follow his teammate around and spot, but I don't know. I think the rules... I don't know that they forbid spotters from being in the server, but I think they suggest, they encourage you to stay out, to leave slots free. Maybe they will change drivers. There's a car in the pits in the background of where I'm watching. I didn't see who it was. That'll be Henry Wilson, the number 20 car.
Oh, Veloso!
Oh, Velosso's off!
Oh, and so is Alfonso,
and Alfonso
behind them.
with him!
They might hit each other in the grass. Oh, they don't somehow. That looked like collision course for a second there, Travis.
It did. I think it was a trick of the camera because Alfonso was far enough behind. Both of them full opposite lock to keep the car under control. Neither has gained an advantage here. They're off again. The dirt dusted off the tires, although Alfonso picks up a little bit more as he runs wide on the curb there. Scary moment for the two of them. Exciting for us.
Good news for Zanella.
Yeah, it's very good news for him because he's got away from all that, but Velosso's tyres are hot.
Well, Velosso's... Oh, you said Velosso's tires are hot.
Mm-hmm.
You said Veloso, I heard Alfonso. Both their tires, they're a bit warm at the front of Alfonso's car as well, but he's come out better than Veloso did with his rears. So I'm glad you noticed the setup quirk on the furtive racing car. That explains really well why the car is so good through some of those slower corners. As the temperature comes down, the pressure comes down a little bit, and the tire can squash into the pavement and get that grip. The drag of the tire, the friction drag of the tire against the pavement doesn't make as much difference. He gets a great exit here. Won't be enough to slipstream past coming into the first corner, but he will be really close in the part of the circuit where he is strongest.
Yeah, it's interesting setup quirk that. I was sort of surprised nobody went for the R2 or 3 option around here, but I know it's front wear rather than rear wear at Westhill that the issues are, like corners like this one in turn number 2 and the next one in turn number 3 that are really tyre killers. So everybody's playing it a little bit safe with R3s out there, but Alfonso and Team Furtive Racing clearly going for a setup that has much lower tyre temperatures. So very interesting to see Veloso running all over the track there.
As we watch this battle continue to go around the circuit, we just saw a note from Race Control, a warning for the 88 car. I believe that's air attack. Is that correct, Chris?
That's correct. That'll be for the incident, I would imagine.
Yeah, a warning. Yeah, a warning for avoidable contact for the air attack newsroom car. The Pixel air attack newsroom car. I think they would want us to mention that.
Yes, I agree. Pixel air attack. currently down in 18th position, having caused one of our safety cars today. 3 safety cars so far in this race, after 4 hours and 15 minutes, 1 hour and 45 minutes to go for this race. 125 laps that we just about to have completed, or we have completed. Leaders on lap 126 now, and still the battle rages in the front. 7 seconds there or thereabouts between Energy Virtual Racing and Yes Motorsports and a something.
Yeah, Pedro Picanco is opening that gap over Gabor, which is remarkable, really, when you consider Gabor, the talent that Gabor's been showing recently. But yeah, Picanco is just in another league to this car.
He's been remarkably consistent too. He's had some. I've tabbed back and forth. He's had some luck with back markers. The track's pretty big, so they don't. The leaders aren't coming along back markers all that often. But he's had good luck getting through, and he's just been inch perfect every lap. So smooth and so consistent. Out there doing exactly what you need to do. He flies through that split with a 103.50. He's consistently in the 103s there, and in the 54s at the end of the lap. He's doing a perfect job out front. This is the dream for a driver in the lead of the race, to just have it under total control and be comfortable with the car. Ooh, scary moment for Gabor. A car went wide under the bridge and through the signboards, kicked up some dust and a bit of debris. Gabor had to take avoiding action, through safely now. I didn't see who the other driver that went off was.
Alfonso and Veloso have just changed positions. Veloso must have made an error.
Oh, he must have. Shame we missed it, because Alfonso is through with a pretty impressive gap. Another full second anyway.
Yeah, it's quite a big gap. It must have been a bit of an off track or a wobble, maybe down by the chicane for Veloso.
Oh, what's going on here? It's Veloso on the grass. Something wrong with Veloso at the moment. I don't know whether he's having hardware issues or something. He's on the grass on the main straight. So something happening to him and his car there at the moment. Something not quite right with that car at the moment, you'd have to say.
Something else wrong for Cristobal Gonzalez. Whether he was just leaving the pits or something, I don't know. But he lost a ton of places just now.
Yeah, he was in the pits. He sped in the pits as well.
Okay, so he's got another trip down the pit lane.
And he had a bit of a moment too with Mattis Lind coming through to put a lap on him. Lind was trying to get through, the hazard lights flashing, letting him know, and they nearly had it coming together between the first few corners. Both of them off, no worse for wear now.
Joining us in the commentary box right now is the teammate of the car on screen at the moment, Mr. Steve Martin, driving the 67 car. Darius Roginskas, what a stint you just pulled.
Okay.
Why don't you talk us through what that stint was like? Because you started well outside the top 15, I think, and then you managed to get it up to P5?
Yeah, but it's a bit out of sync for now, so nobody knows what place we are in, guys. So.
Yeah, it was still impressive to watch.
Yeah, but some pits, some not. It's we will know final places and final stint pretty much, because now it's quite bit out of sync because of safety cars.
Okay, we have a battle on the stream right now between Topolnjak and Andre, actually. Topolnjak went wide apparently, and Andre got through. Tell us what it's like out there, Darius. As Topolnjak makes the move, or tries to make the move back around turn 4, side by side through there. That's impressive. Yeah.
This wind is a bit of tricky, but not that much, because tricky is just first 2 corners pretty much. Turn 3 is pretty much same. And later on a lap is easier, more grippy pretty much because of wind. So like in turn 4 you can push a bit more, and last sector is a lot easier now.
Good. Well, when everything does even out and you end up being where you expect to be, where is that? What position do you think you're going to kind of level
Top
yourself
10?
up?
Top 10, nothing more.
Top 10. I mean, you're currently P9. Is Steve doing a double, or is he going to go? Is he going to go?
We
again?
will see, not decided yet.
Okay, so you don't know who's in the car afterwards. Alrighty. Well, yeah. Wish you the best of luck for the rest of your race. It'd be interesting to see who you stick in the car next. Thanks for joining us, Darius. Great stint. It was fun to watch. And
Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of your race. Darius Rozinskas there for the number 67 SMR Harmon Enterprises car. Owen Harmon, Steve Martin, Adam Brown, and Darius Rozinskas driving for that team. Yes, so Gabor is not catching at the moment. He's not catching Pedro Picanco.
He's not for lack of trying, though. His pace is really good, but Pedro Picanco is just in a class of his own right now. He's out front. He's comfortable. He's had no distractions, no back markers.
There's a car in turn 2. Sorry, Travis.
It sounds like we've had some audio trouble with Chris there, waiting for him to finish his thought. It looks like Giannasitis is very slow coming around this sequence of bends.
It looks like he's been off at turn 2.
Hello?
Yeah, he's got the emergency flashes on.
Yeah, Chris, we can hear you. You're here.
Right, that's strange. That's strange. I must have had some lag. Yes, I was trying to say 73 off at turn number 2. So, yes, there we go.
He's back on the track. Yeah, he's back on, making his way round.
Yeah, he went off in turn number 2. He's got a puncture in the front right. He's the car that Travis saw a few laps ago, piling through the chicane under the bridge, so in front of the leaders. So, oh no, there's a car coming right behind him. This could be interesting. He stays miles out of the way. That's good. So he's had an adventurous race as well, isn't he? He was the one who caused our first safety car by careering into the inside wall at turn 2. And yeah, not a great day for the Gum Garage contingent.
But he's doing the race on his own, which is fair play. I mean, 4.5 hours in, first puncture. It's really difficult to do these races on your own. So fair play. He's still in the race down in P22. Without jinxing it, hopefully. We started with 22 drivers 4.5 hours ago, and we still have 22 drivers in the race, which is impressive.
Indeed, Martin Capel pits from 4th position.
So the Savage Angus racing car in the pits. I wonder if Martin's going to hand the car back to either Jared Mead or Reg LeBlanc. I'm guessing it'll be Reg now.
Yeah, Reg LeBlanc's in the server, so Reg LeBlanc will be taking over. That's the third driver.
I have to say, I don't think that car's going to make it to the end without a splash and dash. There's an hour and a half left.
Yeah, I'd go probably 45 minutes stints from here, probably.
Yeah, so that car is not going to make it to the end on this stint. So that green and white Savage Angus racing car is going to be in again. So yes, probably Reg taking that car to the end now, you'd expect, and rejoining down in 9th, I believe, after Steve. Oh no, so yes, 8th place for that car. Steve wasn't quite able to get through, so decent position. Pedro Picanco is leading as we head to the half-hour mark, or 1.5 hours to go. We're at the bottom of the hour, so Pedro Picanco is leading the number 12 Energy Virtual Machine ahead of Gabor for the number 69 Yes Motorsports car and a pleb. as their team name is written on my score sheet here. Then Mattis Linder for Procrastination Motorsports in P3, the number 9 car. Jeremiah Sanella for the other Yes Motorsports car. Yes Motorsports and OVNI. I'm not sure what that means. Probably an in-joke for something, but anyway. Jeremiah's driving for MP4. Alfonso in P5 for Furtive Racing. This has been probably one of the standout performances here for today, because he's up in P5 and he kind of came from nowhere. That car started way down the order. Anyway, here we go. So Victor Veloso, the other Energy Virtual Racing car, in P number 6. Then we've got Emre Khan in P7 for Master Race Car. Reg LeBlanc for Savage Angus Racing in P number 8. Steve Martin for SMR Harmon Enterprises in P9. Jeff and Jacob for Race Green, P10. Zdravko Topolnjak, who was in the commentary box with us earlier, he's in P11 for Fragmaster. Then it's Andre for Born to Race. Sequeria for, remind me who that is. That is the Argentina Turismo team. We haven't seen much of them today. They've been kind of in the mid-pack, keeping out of trouble. They're in P13 at the moment. Then it's Michael Malik driving on his own in P14. Cristobal Gonzalez for Born to Race, the only FZR. He's had a bit of a tumultuous stint again here, down in P15. Then the first of our FXRs, the Heroes of Racing FXR, driven by Christian Ecker at the moment. We did expect to see Thilo Falkenberg in this car at some point, possibly in the next 15 minutes for the final stint or so for them. Then Sigitas Sakis for Cuddle Kitty in P17, the 21 car. Simas Talkavicius in P18. This car was in P4 earlier on with Renault Coots, but Ali Reza Ibrahimian put it in the gravel at turn 2 and caused a safety car and had to be removed from the gravel by one of the rescue vehicles, and now that's why they're all the way down the back. So a recovery drive, and it's not going too well as Simas puts it on the grass again. Then we've got Martinez. This car timed out of the server and is back and was given its laps back, the number 52 Team America entry. Then it's Harry Wilson driving for the Racing Wilsons or Gum Garage. One of those. It's Gum Garage, in fact, today. P20 at the moment. Then Pierre Finney for Gum Garage. He's driving on his own as well. He's done an hour and a half in the car, an hour and a half to go. And then at the back, it is Jan Asaitis driving for the sole remaining Gum Garage entry, the number 73.
The cars are spread out again at the moment. When I joined the broadcast an hour and a half ago, there was we were in a bit of a lull, and then we've had bouts of excitement in between, and now I think everything's settled down. We should be coming to a cycle of pit stops relatively soon. Emre Khan nearly runs into the back of Martinez, the car that disconnected a little while ago. Now through. Martinez will try to pass him again coming down the back straight. That's a little bit naughty with the blue flags. That'll irritate Emre Khan a little bit, but he should be through pretty easily before too long ago. Martinez is going to have a look.
Yeah, this is about uncomfortable.
And now thinks better of it.
Yeah, we've got a three-way battle, Travis, between Reg LeBlanc, Steve Martin, and Jeff and Jacob. Jeff and Jacob in the middle now. He's actually managed to get past Steve. But yeah, this is the closest 3 cars for position on track at the moment, I think. As we watch Reg trying to stay ahead of Jeffin at the moment.
Stephen Martin has lost about a second on this lap to his competitors. I was looking through the order to see if there were any interesting battles going on. I wonder if Stephen Martin was in front of this train at the beginning of the lap, because Reg LeBlanc was a full second quicker through his second split.
Yeah, I mean, he's only just started the stint, so he got a bit of a wobble on the exit there, and I don't know if he's going to keep the place. Jeffin's quite close. Yeah, Reg thinks as though he has to go a bit defensive here on the drive up. He should still be ahead by the time they reach the corner, so that's no worries. So, joining us in the commentary box now is one of our race directors and the voice that you've been hearing on and off throughout the series, the one and only Jonathan Palmer. Hi, Deco.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you all today? I hope you're enjoying this racing struggle.
Racing struggle. I mean, it's not been a struggle. It's been excellent so far. What have you made of it so far?
We've kept ourselves quite busy, but it's for the first half. But it's calming down now. But we're glad to have all 22 starters still on the course, and it's actually been some good racing on the whole. Stewards are busy a little earlier, but not too much to worry about.
Yeah, and we weren't able to get a word with you after the final round of the main series. But what have you made of this series, the 2021 edition of the GT2 Challenge by New Dimension Racing?
On the whole, I think quite good racing, despite some of the drama we had. Yeah, we as NDR know we had some administrative hiccups and problems this season. We know we had some horrible moments, but on the whole, the racing was quite good each week, and I think everybody was left with something good, bad, and ugly to talk about after each round.
Yeah, there were some lows, but plenty of highs, and yeah, nothing's perfect. You did a great job of organising the series, of course, and a lot of drivers enjoyed it, so much so that we have 22 cars still on the grid for the post-season endurance, which is great. Thanks for having us along to do the broadcast once again. Yeah, so what have you made of the top guys? I feel like the competition at the front has been a lot closer than maybe, say, the front of the TBO Challenge, if that's fair.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Quite good to see the energy virtual racing guys up towards the top. Hard luck for the number 10 EVR car with that drive-through penalty, but Picanco, the number 12, that he's been gaining in his stint so far, at least a second and a half on Gabor for the moment. So it's been good seeing some of this competition at the top end.
Absolutely, I think it's I think it's about time that EVR had some good luck in these races. They always turn up, they always put in the work, but it never quite works out. And right now, it is going their way. But yes, the Yes Motorsport crew, they do look like they are a threat, but at the moment, Gabor is not doing enough to catch up to Pedro. Yeah, how's it been for you, the race?
Well, I think the highlight of the race so far was the what is it? The number 73 car that me and the other rescue car Elmo had to help back. Yeah, but on the whole, we've had Westhill generally has some clean racing. It's a fast but wide circuit, so there's usually room. But most of the business today has been more procedural.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jonathan.
Overtaking under.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. The three-way battle that we were watching earlier has become a two-way battle, and these two nearly collected each other coming into the final corner. Jacob Jackson had a look and is now in Reg LeBlanc's slipstream. Looks like they're not in contention at the moment. We'll keep an eye on this. Wanted to make a note of that. Please continue.
But yeah, it's been a good race. It's been good to see, and I think something's been had to watch or deal with for the first 4.5 hours so far.
Yeah, hopefully it's not been too busy in the steward's room today. I saw a few penalties and things going in, but yeah, nothing too dramatic as we continue to watch Reg LeBlanc defending from Jeff and Jacob for race green. Two green cars battling it out.
14 penalties so far.
14, okay, so perhaps more than we were aware of.
That's including warnings and cautions.
Right, yeah, okay.
Looks like Jacob Jeffin should have a good run here. He had a good exit. Looked like Reg had a bit of a slide through the chicane. This, I think you'll probably have a look to, well, whichever way the Reginald Blanc doesn't go, going to have a look down the inside here into the hairpin. He's gone quite deep on the brakes, but manages to make it stick. That's a really strong move.
Yeah, good going.
Now up into 8th place.
Amazing stuff. So, Deco, I'm not quite sure whether you're ready to spill the beans on anything yet, but obviously after today, we're not quite sure what's happening on the New Dimension Racing calendar. You don't have to spill anything, but is there anything you want to talk about?
We'll talk about it.
UF1 at the Oval, full 100 kilograms, full passengers. I've told you, it's the way forward.
No, not yet. Not until day-night cycle. And rain,
Okay.
gotta have rain.
I have a serious question. I'll just put you on the spot,
think the
and you
thing
can
that
say we're thinking about it or not.
A lot of people
I want LFS card.
know is... Okay, first we're going to do the simple one first. Starting May 1, provisionally, calendar to be fully confirmed, Layout Racing League comes back. We're going to do about 6 or 7 rounds. Pete, you are the original champion from LRL. So you know what LRL is, but open layouts. On
Yeah, Sean was
carbs,
talking to us about
wherever.
LRL earlier.
So yeah, we're gonna have that. So we know how popular FM's Fox Friday is. For those that were around 100 years ago. We had the LFS Kart series, which is the FO8, and we had LFS Kart Lite, which is the FOX. We are going to bring LFS Kart Lite back. We have not fully pegged down dates yet, but probably starting mid to late June to bring back LFS Kart Lite.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, LFS Kart Lite has, well, we know how good at racing the Fox is from all the Fox Fridays we've seen in previous years of LFS Kart Lite. So we've got so we'll figure out the format we're going to hit again. That's one of Thilo Falkenberg's brainchilds, so he'll get to redirect that. And, we'll hope to have some information on that here in the next couple of weeks. But we're going to take the rest of April to work on cleaning up some of the rules and procedures. And we're going to try and work on some of the internal stuff and just give kind of everyone a brief rest, because we know that it was a lot to ask to go from TBO Challenge, do Christmas and New Year's holidays, and then come right back to do GT2 Challenge.
It has been an intense time, that is true. But it's all fun and games. We've got a bit of a battle up front at the moment between Alfonso and Jeremiah Sanella. Alfonso, our dark horse, one of the dark horses of the race, has got himself up into P5, and he's knocking on the door of the car that was leading the race at the beginning. Impressive stuff.
That 86 car, don't forget, was nicked one lap for safety car infringements earlier in the race.
Yeah, and it's now, well, yeah, right up there. Could be in the vicinity of a podium if things go their way.
Yeah, I've been watching this car off and on because they've performed so impressively. They've really got my attention. Their gap to the lead has stayed pretty steady around 40 seconds. So I doubt a P1, well, certainly not a P1 unless there's some new excitement at the front, or a P2. But I think P3 might well and truly be on for them. He's got the pace. Mattis Linda was not as quick early in the run. We know all these guys have to make one more stop, so there might be something in it for Alfonso. I think you said maybe a podium, and I think that could probably be. They might have a shot at P3.
Yeah, there's a little bit of uncomfortable stuff happening now. We've got Zdravko Topolnjak trying to make his way past Mattis Linda. Mattis Linda's in P3. Topolnjak's way down the order, and he's trying to unlap himself, and they're just battling now straight up. So something's gone wrong for Topolnjak. He's got damage on his car. We're hearing in the chat it might have been to do with contact. Another car, maybe a back marker, and we've got side-by-side action for P4.
Yeah, the two of them look like they banged doors slightly coming into the braking area. Neither one affected the other too badly, but Alfonso nearly got the move done. Is now like a wet towel all over Jeremias Zanella, stuck to him, not going anywhere. Firmly under his bumper. We'll try to get this done into the final corner, or maybe, if it were me, I'm not as good as these guys are, if it were me, I think I would stay back and try to get a nice wide entry into the corner and a good run down to the first corner, because he's so strong through the winding sequence past the start-finish line. No, he'll get it done on the inside here. This will be a tough move to make it stick on the outside coming into the first corner. But he's got the grip to make this work. We know he has the gumption and the commitment. He's slightly ahead. He's decided he'll tuck in here. Discretion, the better part of valor. Try to make this work as they head up the hill and then back down again.
Oh, he's run wide. Zanella's run wide. Alfonso now has the inside line. I think it's going to be game over down into turn number 3, Travis.
Yeah, I think you're right. Alfonso's been so strong into this corner in particular. He's really precise over the curb here. He does it again, goes out wide with plenty of clearance. Really, really strong move.
Brilliant from both of them, actually. That was super clean. We've seen cars collide there in every single series it feels like we've had into that corner, and both of them just having the maturity to race hard but then accept that the move is done. You're not going to go around the outside there. So great stuff there. Zanella thinking that he can have a good run out the chicane, but he's gone onto the grass, and Alfonso seems to have had the position nailed down for just now. Veloso charging behind them, trying to catch up as well.
So I want to look further back for a moment. When we started talking to Jonathan Palmer, we had the three-way battle of Jacob Jeffin, Reg LeBlanc, and Stephen Martin. Jeffin has claimed another position. He has disappeared up the road, is ahead of the Virtanen now. Stephen Martin earlier, I think, my guess is that he was struggling with equipment, because there was nothing obviously wrong with the car and the tires were in good shape, but he was badly off the pace and was lifting well out of the throttle more than he would have into some of these corners and braking really gingerly. But now he's caught up Reg LeBlanc again. Reg LeBlanc appears to be struggling. He's had a couple excursions into the grass, and Stephen Martin is right there with him again. I wonder if maybe we can get a word later from one of his teammates to see if he had some kind of trouble or what happened there.
So while you were speaking to Travis, a key driver change is about to come. Linda is in the pits as well for Krusty Motorsports, but Yoni I was going to say Yoni Katia must be coming in for the final stint, but Yoni Katia is disconnected. So I was going to say, yes, Motorsports and a pleb, which I believe they're referring to Yoni. I thought they were going to throw everything at it there to try and get the victory off of Energy Virtual Racing, but no, Katia's gone again, so that's interesting.
So why did they do that? Is that a miscommunication? Because there's an hour and 15 minutes left. They might. I don't think they could stretch this an hour and 15 minutes.
It's been 55 minutes since Lagukas and Yanni's car Gabor and it was in the pits. So a lot of times you'll see other team drivers just pop in and out of the server to look at the state of the car and what else is going on. And that's become a lot more prevalent too since Flash died and we don't have remote.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you read my mind. You answered the question I was about to ask, which is that is he connecting to kind of throw a dummy and confuse his competitors, or is he's gathering information? And that was the answer. At least he's looking for information that he can't get otherwise.
Alfonso, Zanella, and Veloso are all still very, very close together. Zanella has redoubled down his efforts, and he's right back on to the back of Alfonso. Veloso, who's had an interesting stint with the drive-through penalty and then dropping off the pace before coming back now, has caught up to these two again. So this is a battle for third now that we've had a car in the pits, which car's pitted? Procrastination Motorsports. So there they go charging around. Can Zanella get in the slipstream of Alfonso? Alfonso with a good drive at the final corner, though.
Something to keep in the back of your heads. I believe Pedro will have to leave the car at the end of the stint. He's at 72% and climbing of how much time he spent in the car. So any car that's sharing, or any team that's got drivers sharing on a car, no driver can do more than 75% of that team's laps. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on too here in the last hour and a quarter.
Good intel, thank you. Yes, Alfonso really is breaking that toe. He's got a healthy gap over Zanella now. Zanella's going to end up being more bothered by Veloso pretty soon. And Lightning is some way behind now that he ended up getting, well, sorting his pit stop out.
Also, Pete mentioned this earlier. I'll say that Pete's predictions presage podium positions. Alfonso is now running in a podium position. If he can hold on to this through a cycle of pit stops and keep the pace up, he has one more net position yet to make up. He's on for it, Pete. You called it.
Yeah, so we have Jeff and Jacob in the pits. So that promotes Reg LeBlanc, Steve Martin, I believe, as well. Jimmy Vertonen as well. So yes, Jeff and Jacob in the pit lane. I wonder if he will stay in the car. We'll find out very soon.
And now the camera back on Pedro Picanco in the lead of the race. This gap is steadily climbing. Gabor is running good laps, but they are just not as quick as Pedro Picanco. Pedro Picanco is steadily gaining a tenth or two here and there, a few hundredths a lap. And extended, he's now got the lead over 8 seconds.
Renault Coots is back aboard the 88 for the final stint, so he's hoping that he can change what's going on as we watch Thilo Falkenberg, who just got in the car. He's put it in the gravel. Hopefully he can get out. Otherwise, this is going to be a safety car. No, he's going to get out. He's got four-wheel drive FXR. He can get that out of the gravel, but a bit uncomfortable there for Thilo as he makes his way out of the turn 2 gravel trap in front of the leaders.
Didn't actually mean for him to go and have an Erdinger before he got in the car.
So yes, good advice, Chris. Thanks for that.
I think we know Thilo well enough that he. I could not imagine him having done that, but
no,
I think it is fun to joke about.
Yeah, definitely.
It did.
So
it
he
did
just
look
completed.
a bit.
He did just complete his thesis. Completed his master's, so I wouldn't hold it against him.
Yeah, perhaps he's a bit sleepy. He's been working hard outside the virtual race car and
Absolutely.
outside his participation and helping us put on this series.
Patrick Hall, someone who we've been used to driving the FZR in GT2 Challenge, is currently having to let everyone through. So that's not the way he wanted to start his stint with back markers. As Veloso there sneaks through. So yeah, Patrick's going to have a bit of a miserable stint, I think, unless he just sticks on the back of these guys and can, have a bit of fun. But yeah, letting back markers through straight out of the box is not the way. Letting the leaders through is not a nice way to start anyone's stint. But anyway, good to see Patrick here for the race.
Yeah, I think that's the most exciting way to do it too. That's about the worst place on the track to come out on fresh rubber with a roughed up car and have the leader suddenly show up on your back bumper.
After Picanco pitted, I think he has pitted. I think he just came out the pits.
He has, yep.
He's now 3 seconds behind Gabor, although that's not long enough to make a pit stop. So what's happened?
No, I think
there?
he had a spin.
I think he had a spin. I think that's actually
those tires are
missed.
nowhere near fresh.
Yeah. So we've had a big development happen. We need to get someone on a replay. We'll find out what happened because Pedro Picanco's lost the lead of the race. He had a 7 or 8 second lead, and he now has a 3 second deficit. It's not long enough for him to have been in the pit lane. So he's definitely had an incident. We'll get you more on that as soon as we can. Jared Mead said he was off at the exit of T2, so the same place where Thilo went off when we were watching him. We'll get that verified, but that is not good news for Energy Virtual Racing, who have had 2 bites of the cherry. In fact, they were very, very definitely in contention before, and then they dropped the ball, and seemingly they've dropped it again. And you don't have infinite luck in racing. You can have some, but you can't be too greedy. So Picanco may have used up his lives, so to speak.
I think this is an optimistic thought, but I think that could just put him into the Further Racing Car's clutches. We've seen them run a pretty creative setup with the low pressure at the front of the car. I think they're one adjustment away and a really solid stint from actually making up that gap. He's about 30 seconds off now. Picanco has a stop to make. He'll have to gather up his thoughts and compose himself and get back into that rhythm. And Alfonso, the Forza Racing car, has been in trouble.
Contact.
Oh my God, Pedro Picanco off again. He's gone.
That's going to be into the wall.
Back
Yeah,
That's like Stephen Martin there.
Oh, okay. So he's just
That's a
taken
big
Steve
hit.
Martin out. Yeah, that Steve couldn't do anything there. He's a complete passenger. Pedro now has big damage on the front. Steve will have to recover that car carefully. That's a shame for Steve for sure, because that car was running really high up. Darius Rashinskas told us that they were aiming to get a top 10. I don't think Steve could have done anything there, to be honest.
No. It looked like Pedro Picanco just blacked out and drove right up the rear of his car. There was plenty of room on either side. He could have backed out. It was a terrible place to pass it. He just ran Steve right up the bumper and then off the track. That's a shame.
Yeah, it's a shame to see. But anyway, Pedro's race goes from bad to worse, and it looks like he's got front damage to deal with now.
Just had a look at both. First one, coming out turn 2, dipped 2 wheels to the right of the curb, 360, and gathered up and continued. Looked like Steve might have had a compromised exit to turn 3, and was slow right in front of Pedro. Pedro tapping him up the back, and both of them going off. So that might get referred to the stewards for a look anyway, just to be sure.
So as Jonathan's telling us about that incident, we got Jeremiah Zanella right on top of Victor Veloso, went wide into the grass, coming through the slowest sequence of corners on the circuit. Not in contention now, after having a couple offs there, but this is a closer battle we'll have to keep an eye on. These two looking for the podium.
Gabor is
it
in
looks
the
like
pit lane,
Zanella's
by the
about to
way.
peel off to the pits.
And
Nope.
Yarakatia is in the pits. They're in the car.
Yeah,
excuse
sorry
me.
about that, Jonathan. Looked like Zanella had thrown the fade down toward the pit entry lane and then swooped back out onto the track in pursuit of Victor Veloso.
Yeah, so with Yoni Katila back in the car, that means that Pedro Picanco has taken over the lead of the race again, but not for long, because when he comes in the pits and does whatever he needs to do in the pit lane, that Yes Motorsports car is going to be ahead for sure.
It's also a driver change in the 86 car. Alfonso has gotten out. Santa Andrew is now in the machine, coming across the start-finish line behind Leipniks, just about a second behind on his first lap out on circuit.
What a stint, though, for Alfonso, I have to say. What a stint.
Yeah, that was 2 hours of nearly perfect driving. Just incredible stint from him. Well, that was the ebb and flow that I talked about earlier. It had slowed down a little bit, and then a lot of excitement all at once.
Yeah, when is Pedro coming into the pits? That's my next question.
You have to assume that Lima will take over the car at some point as well, given what Jonathan Palmer was saying earlier. But this is the thing. There was no real need for him to be pushing that hard to make those 2 hours with in turn 2 and also with Steve Martin. They were ahead on strategy. They had the race exactly where they wanted it to be. There was no. He's off again.
Oh, sorry, Chris. He's gone off again.
He didn't. I think he's now driving rattled, but he didn't even need to be rattled after the first incident because he still had the advantage. He didn't damage his tires that badly. He spun into the grass. He didn't need to be pushing as hard as he is, and he needs a safety car now, I think.
Yeah, he's driving angry. This is what we see at this time of the race. When you've been driving for a long time, you start to drive angry when things go wrong. That's too many mistakes in too few laps, unfortunately, for the Energy Virtual Racing team.
And when you drive angry and you need the benefit of a safety car, the majority of the time you are that safety car.
Yeah, unfortunately, where this is really gone wrong for Pedro Picanco. Pete and I talked about frustration earlier. Now he knows that without the benefit of a safety car or making one himself, hopefully he doesn't. He has to do this on pace, but he's rattled. He's frustrated. You can't it's hard to drive for lap time in an endurance race and try to make up a lot of positions or a lot of time on raw pace alone, because it's a race of strategy. It's a race of tenths and hundredths that compound over the entire distance. But now he knows he has to make it up himself as much as he can with 1 hour left in the race, and that kind of frustration just breeds more frustration. This is where you're really in danger of making a terrible mistake that just throws the race away when you could still salvage a good finish. So he needs to be really careful here. Hopefully his teammates are talking to him, kind of calm him down a little bit, get him to back off and settle in, and they can salvage a good finish here.
Yeah, talking about salvaging a good finish, I think it's a complete gift for Joni Katila and the Yes Motorsport team. What's been going on at the front, they were gifted the lead. Pedro was doing literally everything he needed to do to keep it in the lead, and he just dropped the ball. It's really a shame. Joni coming around the final corner. There'll be one more lap or two more laps on his 2 more laps for him before we're in the final hour, as Zanella is in the pits after what has to be said is a pretty strong stint from Jeremias, I have to say, and that's Steve Martin pulling into the box and repairing his car. Steve Martin unfortunately got collected by Picanco through some lapping, and they both went into the right side Armco at turn 3. Let's see, will Zanella, well, who was it? Someone told us that they didn't know who was going to be in that car for the final stint, either Zanella or Nika Pantola. Nika Pantola would be probably desperate to get back in that car for the final stint, as Joni Katila tears past the pit lane with those guys still stationary. And Zanella has, what's he done there? He's pulled into another pit box.
Didn't do a takeover.
So they haven't done a takeover. So Zanella's doing the final stint. He's forced himself into doing the final stint. That was definitely a mistake, because he tried to stop in another pit box, and of course you can't do that. You can only stop once in the pit lane per lap. So either that car is going to come down in the pit lane and do another stop, or they've botched their pit stop and Zanella will have to do another stint. So either way, not going to plan for the Yes Motorsports B car.
Yeah, and while that happened, immediately behind him, Darius Brzezinskis took over the car from Stephen Martin, and they will have a drive-through penalty under review. Don't yet know if that penalty will actually be assessed, but I think their frustration has gone from 8 to a 9, getting punted off just a couple laps ago and having to limp the car around to finish the stint, and now a looming drive-through penalty for Darius Brzezinskis. This looked like a strong finish for them that is now slipping away.
Yeah, Darius said he'd be happy with the top 10. It doesn't look like it's going to be a top 10 in the end. They might just scratch one. They may just scratch one, but it could have been. It was a race that could have been for them. Pedro Picanco is leading this race, but of course, with a 25-second gap to his teammate Veloso, they need to pit again, and there's only 38 seconds back to Joni Katila in that Yes Motorsports car. Pedro Picanco has to put in the laps of his life if he wants to keep this car on the front of the on the top of the podium.
And I had one more thought to add about Pedro Picanco too. What the thing that feels absolutely the worst in a situation like this is it's one thing to throw away a race and make a mistake and lose some positions. It's even worse knowing that your teammates have done the work to put the car near the front of the order and then hand it over to you to preserve a good finish, and then to let them down does not feel good at all. I did it myself in a 6-hour endurance race a few weeks ago and felt absolutely terrible. That's looming over him and just makes it even harder to get around the track.
Welcome back to the commentary box. Owen Harmon, maybe Owen can tell us a little bit about that incident with Steve Martin from your perspective.
Well, Steve told me that he made a decision to carry on with the leader behind through to turn 3. I just felt he had the momentum, but then as he entered turn 3, Picanco he met the same bit of tarmac on the edge of the track as Steve did, and they both hit the barrier. So it's just really, really unfortunate. I think he was doing quite well at that stage, just 1 or 2 hiccups, but yeah, just the way it goes.
Just a shame. Sometimes it's better to let the car through on the straight before, even if you end up losing more time. On the stream just now is Andreas Leitner. He's back in the car in P5 at the moment, chasing down that really quick furtive racing car with Santandreu driving it at the moment. A little bit off the pace of his teammate, I think, at the moment, but definitely under threat now from Procrastination Motorsports' Andreas Leipniak's the number 9 XRR.
I think, Pete, I think that's actually just gone the other way. I think Santandreu has gone through. Yeah,
Okay.
He was running in 5th when they came out of the pits behind Leipniak's, and now he's off and running down the road. I do agree with you. He doesn't have the pace of his teammate, but I'm pretty sure we can check on this. I'm pretty sure he was behind just a lap ago.
Right, my mistake. I could have sworn it was the other way around. My mistake. If that is the case, we'll keep an eye on that battle. That is impressive if it's the case. Andres Leipniak's is no slouch in the XRR, and Furtive Racing are showing their mettle today, whatever happens. Currently, Energy Virtual Racing are leading with P2. We are hearing confirmation that Leipniak's did get overtaken by the Furtive Racing team. Amazing. Joni Katila P3, Santandreu P4, Leipniak's P5, and Zanella after his pit stop. Botched pit stop, it has to be said, where we believe Nico Pantola was supposed to get in the car. Zanella is P6, with Jimmy Vertinen some 30 seconds behind.
And Santandreu coming through the first split now. That's a strong first split with a full load of fuel and new tires that he's just putting the heat into now. And gapping Leipniak's ever so slightly. Don't know yet if he'll have the pace that his teammate did, but this is an awfully strong start. And that also worth noting is a minute and 14 seconds off the lead. Again, as Pete mentioned a few moments ago, Pedro Picanco will not have the net lead of this race. He'll fall down the order after a series of mistakes when he finally cycles through a pit stop. So the Furtive Racing team on for a podium. You called it, Pete. They're in position.
Yeah.
They just need to close it out in the next 1 hour.
There's an hour to go, remember, and the top two have still got to pit. They've still got to go in the pit lane. Anything can happen at the top of this race. I really honestly think that there could be an outside chance that Furtive Racing can get on the podium.
I think they have a strong chance at the podium. I don't think P2 seems believable to me. With the troubles that Picanco's had out front, he's still 25 seconds clear of his teammate Veloso in second. If I were going to predict it now, I would say Joni is on for a pretty easy win.
Yeah.
But then Santandreu, a shot at second or third. They look really strong. I'm super impressed with their drive.
Every time we think Joni Katila is going to do something easy, he finds a way not to make it easy. So
yeah,
that's a bit rude, Chris.
It's true.
Maybe today's his day.
Maybe today. Maybe
let's give him the benefit of the doubt today for the non-championship race, all for fun and games.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, in Joni's opening stint, he looped the car, and at the end of the day, anything like that can affect the entire race. If the race is lost by 1 second, obviously, then that would have affected it. But at the moment, it does look like Joni has around about 20 seconds in hand for the lead at the moment. We're still waiting for the car on screen, Energy Virtual Racing's Pedro Picanco, to hit pit lane. It's going to be at some point soon. Likewise, his teammate Victor Veloso due a pit stop too. Joni won't need to pit again. They've just done their final stop, and Santandreu too. So it's a straight fight between Katila and Santandreu. 30 seconds separating those guys, but yeah, we're yet to find out where Pedro and
speaking of Santandreu, speaking of Santandreu, Leipniak's has come alive, is awake and alert now, trying to put a move on the outside coming into this, the slowest corner on the track, squeezes Santandreu down to the apex, gives him plenty of room. Santandreu going to be on the left side of the track for this right-hand corner. Leipniak's is through. This could be a good battle for the next 55 minutes.
Yeah, nice dice. This won't be helping Santandreu, who's obviously charged to get on the podium, but it will be helping Leipniak's. If these two keep battling, it might stop either of them from getting on the podium, so who knows?
It could. I think this might be a bit frustrating for Reno Coots.
Reno Coots wants his lap back.
Yeah.
I think Reno looks a little bit quicker than these guys. Yeah, sorry, Eoin. Go ahead.
No problem at all, Travis. Coots just thought, I need to get involved, get my team back in the game, and Santandreu just got a tag at turn 12, and now he gets the position back.
Yeah, I don't think this is really nice. I don't think that's really fair, because this is the battle for top 5, and now look, he's kind of pulling him off the road a bit. Renault Coots needs to be miles quicker in order to be getting past here, and I don't think he has the pace. He's been behind these two for ages. on the road, and St Andrew can't afford this battle to be going on with a guy in 18th.
Yeah, a bit rude from Reno. I think if we were about halfway through the race, I think it would be fair play for him to try to get through, and it'd be a bit smarter for St Andrew to just let him go if he looks a bit quicker. But now it might be frustrating for Reno because he feels like he's quicker, but he should really hold back here. It looks like he has.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gotten a talking to from one of his teammates, or thought better of it on his own. That has compromised St Andrew. He's about a second behind Leipniak's now.
So it's interesting to note that there's 41 seconds between Joni Kutia and EVR, Pikanko in the lead, and I reckon it's about 46 seconds that everybody's been losing today so far in the pit. So it's not all over yet between those two. Plus, also you have to factor in that this the Energy Virtual Racing car, whoever takes over, will not have as long to wait in the pits because they're going to be doing a much shorter final stint. They won't have to go through heat peak. Okay, the XR is quite a quick fuel car.
Yeah.
Won't need as much fuel in the car, so they're not in a bad position at the moment. Katia has to still push for this. He's losing about a second a lap to Pikanko at the moment, so it's not all over yet.
No, definitely not. I mean, if Pikanko can keep his head cool and that damage that he's got in the car doesn't affect him too much during his final stint, obviously if they repair the damage, it's all over pretty much, because you'll end up with 10 seconds of minor damage repair, and that's too much to recoup when you've got the likes of Joni Kutia to get past. But yes, Chris, you're definitely right. He'll have probably 25 minutes less fuel to put in the car than Joni would have done.
Sorry, Pete. Looking back now, St Andrew has Reno Coots all over him again. Looks like St Andrew's going through the heat peak of his tires and struggling a little bit. Here he just lets Reno through.
He's not like this though.
Yeah, it might be if he thinks Reno is quicker than he is, then it might benefit him to just chill out for a minute, take care of the tires, let them come down to their prime grip, and let Reno set off in pursuit of the car that he himself is chasing. He might think that Reno could do him a favor by battling to get his lap back. I think this is the smart move for him. Still plenty of time left in the race. 52 minutes he's got a lot of laps left to do.
Yeah, I mean, if Renault clears off now, that's fine. That's all fair enough. But when they were battling, it was just uncomfortable.
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
Agree.
So let's see what happens there. At the moment, it looks like it's okay. Sure, St Andrew has some dirty air off that car ahead of him, but what can you do when you're trying to get through and make your own race a success? St Andrew won't be happy that he's now lost a further 2 seconds to Lightnix.
Yep. And I was going to say a moment ago that I think if I were in that position, that I might be a bit more rude to Reno and not leave him quite as much room to get through. But I also spoke about how I let a teammate down a couple weeks ago, doing exactly that. A seemingly innocuous bump against a car that I was quicker than, and I could have let go with plenty of time left. Ended our race. So I think St Andrew's a bit more cautious, a bit more thoughtful than I was.
Just off camera, guys, Sigitas Sakis running solo for Cuddle Kitty, ran wide at the chicane, heading into the final corner. He is being chased by Brown as I think he's been called. I don't know what the gap is exactly. It's probably narrowed down to about 5 or 6 seconds. They're not too far away from each other.
I can't hear.
Yeah, Brown is just taking the same chicane now.
I can't hear whether Sakis' splitter is dragging. But yeah, I saw that he took out some of the race control lights down by the chicane. They were flying in the air. That's going to be an uncomfortable. It looks an uncomfortable car to drive at the moment as he runs a bit wide there.
Yeah, I have my memories of a drop splitter way back when in Blackwood. So I really, really hope that's not the case for him. Veloso needs to overtake Malik for a lead lap or to lap him. So he's on his way.
I'm looking at the timing chart now, and I wonder if Pedro Pikanko has calmed himself down, composed himself, gathered his thoughts, because it looks like he is gapping Joni ever so slightly. I feel like, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like that was about a 40-second gap 2 or 3 laps ago, and now he's extended it just came down a little bit, extended it about a second and a half. I don't know that will. I doubt that will be enough. I think your accounting was what, about 46 seconds, Chris, to get through pit lane. So he could slot out P2 and have a chance at this. Though no sign of him coming in just yet. I think he has to be close to a stop soon. If I look at his tires, they're looking a bit thin, and the temperature has gone out of them.
We are within 50 minutes of the end. This is way less than a normal GT2 Challenge race remaining. You're watching the 6 hours of Westhill International, the non-championship endurance race. 6 hours of Westhill International, part of the New Dimension Racing GT2 Challenge here on Sim Broadcasts. Our 100th LFS broadcast as a team. And it's been a bit of a celebration today, and quite an enjoyable race that we've all been watching. Currently being led by the car on screen that Travis has been talking about, Pedro Picanco for Energy Virtual Racing, with his teammate Victor Veloso currently on the track behind him in P2. Yoni Katila, though, is the car that has made a pit stop and is on his final stint, and the top two are yet to pit. But we think it will be close in the end between Picanco and Katila to the wire.
I can't imagine that Pedro can stay out that much longer. He is pounding in pretty good laps. His splits have been pretty consistent. We haven't been watching him that closely because he's been off on his own out front, but I don't know that he's been off. He looks pretty consistent after a bit of a rough go earlier in this stint. They might still have a shot at the win here. A 103.21 is a really strong second split. If he doesn't come in this lap, this should be in the minute 3 range, if not the low minute 4s. So he's trying to claw back the time, but Yoni Katila is ever so slightly gaining, bringing that gap ever closer to 41 seconds. He should have the net lead of the race when Picanco does finally stop, but it will be close to the finish.
Yeah, Andreas Leipniaks is doing a great job here. However, he is losing time, probably too much time to the leaders in order to be in with a shout of a podium at this point. Sant'Andrea's dropped off the pace too.
Pete. Picanco is coming in right now. He is on the brakes and in pit lane.
So he's found his box. This is it. This is the battle that we have been waiting for. We need to keep an eye on Yoni Katila. He will probably be out ahead, but then it just depends how Picanco can get his tyres turned on and get out of the pits. It's going to be close. As Chris mentioned, he's going to be putting less fuel in the car than Katila would have done. Probably about close to 25 minutes worth less than him. Picanco is on the move, and his teammates coming in ahead of him. That's a little bit comfortable.
Yoni's coming over the final corner now.
Teammates, yeah.
Picanco, will he just be out ahead? It's going to be so close. William Lima's taken over the car, and he's ahead. So William Lima versus Yoni Katila for the final 46 minutes in this race. It's a straight fight. Now, the problem for William is that he's been given a car with damage on it. So how quickly can he get up to speed with that damage? Look how close it is.
So I've realized the mistake in our counting a few minutes ago is that they didn't have to take. Actually, I think somebody did mention this earlier, and I myself forgot about it. They didn't have to take as much fuel.
Yep. That was mentioned by Chris Sandy at some point.
Yep, that's my mistake, not Chris's mistake.
All right. Look at this.
I am always right. We should just accept this.
After 5 hours and 15 minutes of racing, it comes down to this. The battle between Yes Motorsports and William Lima for Energy Virtual Racing. William Lima has had hopeless luck in the GT2s over the last few weeks. Multiple retirements. Hopefully it goes his way, really. Hopefully he can get a solid finish to this race and a good battle with Yoni Katila. Here he comes. Yoni's in the slipstream. He's going to pull out. Chris, take over.
Round the outside, he will go, but I think a move will be made before the hairpin chicane starts, and it is all over where Yoni Katila swings into the lead again. But this is going to be very, very interesting because Lima, you have to assume, will have better tyres at the end. Katila's going for, how long is Katila going for? Katila last pitted when? Katia last
About
pitted
15 minutes
20
ago.
minutes, 20 minutes ago. So Katia will have to do 1 hour and 5 minutes on those tires, whereas William Lima's tires will only have to go 45 minutes. This is going to be fascinating into this race if Lima can just get through this quick heat peak that he will have with a lighter car and challenge Johnny Katia. Katia back in the lead though for car number 69. Yes, Motorsports and a pleb.
So behind these guys, while we were watching that action, Victor Veloso came into the pits and out comfortably into P3. He's got a good gap over Andres Leipniak's, and St. Andrew's pace had fallen off, now back within 3 seconds of Leipniak, so it's not over yet, but we thought that maybe there was a podium in it for those guys. Looking like their hopes are dimming now, but could be on for a P4 if he can pick up the pace and get by Andres. That's a tall order. He's no slouch. But we've got a couple good races on circuit. The leaders in close contention and a race for P4 a few seconds behind them.
Indeed, who would ever have said that after 5 hours and 16 minutes?
So Johnny Katia did what we all expected. He had to work for it though. He had to actually get past Lima on the road, but he takes over the lead. Now those two cars probably weigh about the same. They've got probably about the same fuel on board, but Johnny has older tyres. So can William Lima make the most of his fresher tyres to get past that car in the next 43 minutes? It's going to be fascinating. We're glad you've been able to join us for this race, our 100th broadcast.
Tell you who we haven't seen an awful lot of, but actually doing a very good job on pace is our dear friend Thilo Falkenberg, actually, unseen mostly, but in terms of pace, he is right on pace with his two teammates who normally drive the bus during the normal season, whereas Thilo hasn't been driving, as we discussed. He's been doing his thesis for his master's degree, so a good little cameo today for Thilo in the lovely Erdinger skin.
Yeah, it's excellent to see. Good for Thilo. But he does have Reno Coots. That's for position, just in the shot there with Leipniak in between. That is for position.
It's not for position. Sorry, Reno Coots is down in 17th just now, Owen, after Ibrahimian put it in the gravel a while ago. Sorry, Owen was talking about battle for position with the Erdinger car. Sorry, my mistake.
That's
That is a battle for position with the Heroes of Racing car. My mistake.
Yeah, just Leipniak in between. That's the
Yeah.
trouble. He has to get through Thilo.
I feel like Andres Leipniak might know this, that he has lapped cars on either side of him racing one another. That might give him some pause after he saw what Reno did to muscle his way through earlier. But Reno's been running behind him for a while now, hasn't had the pace to catch and pass, so he might feel perfectly safe. He'll be by Thilo in a lap or two anyway, and he can get on with his race and not have to worry about these two fighting with one another.
Tell you what, Lima is right on pace with Katia as soon as his tyres are warmed up, so this is not over yet. This could be a very, very interesting
Chris.
last 41 minutes.
Thilo, the gentleman, let Leipniak through in a convenient spot for Leipniak, but ended up giving away the position to Reno Coots as he did it, compromised his line through that downhill left-hander, and Reno pounced, is now through and easily ahead coming through the chicane. That was a fair gentlemanly play from Thilo Falkenberg, but he loses the position as a result. I don't know that Reno Coots is going to feel generous enough to give it back. He'll be on with his race in pursuit of Leipniak once more.
Yeah, it's just one of those unfortunate things. Thilo was doing the right thing, but Renault had the momentum, and Thilo just lost too much time by letting Leipniak through there. That's what happens in endurance racing. You win some, you lose some, and Renault up to P16. It's not the race that these guys deserved or wanted. They had really strong pace at the beginning, just some bad luck and a safety car caused by their teammate Ibrahimian. Just, yeah, unfortunate.
A few cars have made their way into the pits. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say in front, looks like William Lima has settled in. He's within a couple tenths of Eoin at the front. Not in contention right now, but we'll keep an eye on that. Looks like William Lima might give us a race toward the end. Owen, you were going to say?
Yeah, I've seen the Savage Angus car pit. I've seen the number 52? Yeah, is that Team America?
Team America, yeah.
Yeah, so they both pitted. Martinez has taken over the 52, but Reg LeBlanc is happy to carry on for number 98.
We've got a battle on track in the top 10 now between Martin Capel, Jared Mead, and Reg LeBlanc, and Cristobal Gonzalez, and it looks like it's going to get spicy, Chris.
Yes, that's LeBlanc just coming out the pits, just in front of Gonzalez, battle for 9 to 10. I was going to say it's unfortunate, isn't it? Because the Team America FXR was going really, really well at one point. It was as high as 8th on the lead lap, but something's happened to it, sort of seen by us, and they're now back in 19th position. But I think they could be very... they could take a lot of heart from this race. It's not an FXR car, but they certainly were the fastest FXR for most of this race. And here comes Gonzalez on the back of LeBlanc, down the back straight they go. Looks like it's going to be a nice and easy pass while LeBlanc gets his tyres up to temperature. Gonzalez up to 9th position in the bunch racing, the only FXR in the field, now comfortably-ish in the top 10. They're being chased. Well, no, actually, they're the last cars on the lap, but... it seems as though the Fragmasters and SMREH, what's it called, Owen? SMREH. Oh,
Stephen Martin Racing, Harmon Enterprises, SMR.
Enterprises, that's the word I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
Car are closing in on them as well, so those two you shouldn't really discount from a top 10 still.
Yeah, an excellent display being put on by the drivers in the GT2 Challenge. 22 cars started, 22 cars remain after 1 hour and 22 minutes of racing. It's quite amazing, actually. I don't remember the last time we had this much, quality of field, all sticking around and not having any trouble. Yes. Lightning X getting through on. Patrick Hall there? Nope, sorry, not Patrick Hall, Reg LeBlanc.
Yep, LeBlanc taking a bit of time to get up to speed after the pit stops. He's got a similar position where it'll take a little bit of time to get the tyres up and running, see if he can chase down Gonzalez again for that 9th position.
In the commentary box with us once again, it's Zdravko to Topolnjak. Now, the race just hasn't gone your way today, has it, Zdravko?
Hello. Yeah, I would say not quite. We were quite unfortunate to pick up a drive-through penalty for cutting over pit exit blend lines right after the safety car. So that put us firmly at the back of the field and quite a way up.
Yeah, and we heard whisperings that on your stint you had a bit of trouble with some, was it a back marker?
Maybe it's best I don't say anything about that.
You don't have to name names, I'm just interested about what happened.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion is like this. If you are a lap down, you have already ruined your race and there is no need to ruin anybody's else. When leaders came up to me, I moved away from them, except for when Mr. Linde was very slow at the end of stint, but still I tried to pass him once, saw that he doesn't want me to pass him, and then I just drove behind him because there's no point in making him lose any more time and I'm a lap down. But yeah, I guess that some of the drivers don't share the same feeling about lapping and lap drivers' behavior.
Yeah, I understand. That's fair point. It's frustrating being lapped. It's frustrating being a lap down and trying to make your way back into the race. But yeah, unfortunate. I mean, you're currently, where are you? Currently P11. Is a top 10? Are you in with the chance of a top 10? How close is Reg to you?
Well, I'm thinking that car 23 has to pit again. The last time I checked, I think I'd say there is no chance he gets to the end, and if he tries to get to the end, he will have such a low pace that maybe we get him. We weren't really thinking about Rage because he's quite a way ahead of us. I think it's like 7 seconds. But yeah, Daniel is fast, so maybe he gets him.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got over half an hour left in the race. It's still a long time to go. You might gain some places. Yeah, who's been your? Have you been paying attention to what's been going on with the pace of some of the other drivers? Have you seen any standout performances that perhaps you didn't expect to see today?
Well, not really sure. I think everybody is somewhere where I expected them to be, except maybe car 88. I don't know what was wrong with them.
Well, they caused the safety car, didn't they, at turn 2?
Yeah, it was right behind me, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right behind me.
I don't know why nobody caused the safety car when I started driving. I was praying for that safety car host.
You could have been that guy. Lecastic has just made it into the top 10, by the way, because Gonzalez is in the pit lane as you predicted. So yeah, as usual, your calling is on point.
So yeah, we would try to get right, definitely, and yeah, Dana has a lot of pace on hand. We have a bit of damage on the car.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it's my fault for part of it. Yeah, so suspension is a bit weird, but car still handles. I still managed to put it into 53, so yeah, I think the pace is still there. But yeah, I was just hoping for a safety car hosting because we were so far behind, and I was like maybe 10 laps into my stint when tires start to overheat. A nice safety car would be perfect, but it wasn't too.
Just an update for you, Zdravko. Gonzalez did pit for Born to Race, so you have gained Cristobal Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's awesome for us, not for him. I mean, you never know. Maybe we get another safety car. Then the game changes completely. I don't know how many time they gave for lapped cars, but if they will give lapped cars to overtake and enough time to catch up to the rest of the field, I feel we are faster than some of the guys ahead of us.
This would be a good time for a competition caution.
Yeah, if someone decides. I mean, I'm surprised. To be fair, right, I am surprised that Jeremiah Sanella hasn't pitched it into the trees yet in this race. So maybe he can cause us a late race safety car. Why don't you do that for us? To be fair, Zanella has been driving a pretty terrific stint right now. He's in P6 in the number 42 Yes Motorsport car as he comes across the line with half an hour to go. But yeah, it would be a great time for a safety car, wouldn't it, right now?
That was your prediction. That was your prediction last night to Nico, wasn't it? When we were playing Among Us last night, that Yero Loco would have some adventures, but he is not. He's done well, and
I mean,
he's done a good job.
I'm not going to lie.
Speaking of which, he's in the
he has a bit of a wobble. When Nico told me that he teamed up with Jeremiah, I was a bit confused. I was wondering how that was going to work, but so far so good for these guys.
You know, the funny thing is actually two teams almost took him. In the end, it was Nico, but Yoni and Lagukas were ready to race with him. So that's why now you have two Yes Motorsports team. But I think he was practicing for this combo for like the last month or even more.
Okay.
I'm not sure how many laps he has, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did like 20 race stints for practice.
That's a lot of race stints. I mean, what's his fastest lap of the race compared to, say, Yoni Katila? How's he doing in terms of his pace?
I gotta admit, I wasn't looking. His best lap was, well, 53.64. That's only half a second of Nico.
Yeah, it's pretty quick. It's pretty good.
Yeah, faster than and just a bit slower than Sarah. No, faster than Sarah. So yeah.
Wow.
Zanella is second fastest man in his team. Yeah. And his lap is faster than mine, so yeah. Good work. I mean, he was really practicing a lot.
The leader is trying to get past Lucas Wilson at the moment. It should be fairly straightforward on the straight.
I'm sure he'll be celebrating later in Discord with the stupid vibing cat gif.
Well, who doesn't like the vibing cat gif? It's brilliant.
Chris Ford, apparently.
Every time I see Jared
Well, do you use it in
posting in
irony?
Discord, I use it. So, I mean,
Yeah.
So speaking of the leader here, I've just been listening and enjoying the conversation. But Henry Wilson goes off behind Eoin into the grass. I wanted to mention sorry, Harry, my mistake. We talked earlier about how Eoin has a propensity to make mistakes toward the end of the race, and I would say he's going needlessly quick to close this race. The last lap was a little bit slower because he got caught up behind the back marker in kind of a bad spot, but he's been running in the low 53s. His splits have been really, really quick, and he's putting time slowly on William Lima than I don't think he really needs to. Maybe he feels like he does because he knows that William stopped later and will have fresher tires, but he looks to be pushing really hard, and I don't feel like it's really necessary. He doesn't have that much time left to close out the race, but hopefully he keeps it together for the remaining 29 minutes and doesn't have a whoopsie pushing too hard.
There's a battle for position. It's P9 and P10, LeBlanc and Lukastic heading to turn 12 to conclude their next. It's getting tight now. Zdravko will be very interested in this, I'm sure. His teammate now has a look on the inside. Slipstream should be available. But he picks his line now going outside, so that would fade the Fragmaster. Okay, pardon me, cutting out a bit, but there we go, that's the move done.
He got in so fast, I didn't expect him already.
Yeah, that was pretty quick gaining there, to be honest. Yeah, really pulled up to the back of that car.
ooh la la, Darius Vizhinskas has just done a 53.60 and is absolutely driving the wheels off of this XRR right now. Good grief, he is on a charge.
So he might be the next one to get to LeBlanc. I don't think he's so far behind.
The tracker's not updating very quickly, but yeah, he is the next one to catch LeBlanc, yeah, but I think it might be a bit too difficult in the last half an hour. Whereas LeBlanc compared to him, LeBlanc is 14 seconds and 20 minutes is looking difficult.
What's the time? We have what? 13 laps, something like that?
Yeah,
14 laps left to go?
Possible.
Yeah.
At that pace.
Definitely possible.
Anyway, I believe that Travis, you are departing us for more Easter adventures.
That is true. I stayed a bit longer than I intended to, and I have other obligations. But it has been a pleasure. It's been a lot of fun calling some of the events this season with you guys, and then spending the afternoon with you here today. I guess evening for you. This has been really good. Excellent racing, excellent company. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Travis.
Yep, thank you, Travis.
Right.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
All right, we're at the bottom of the hour again. Chris, so why don't we run down the order? Eoin Katila leading the way in the number 69 Yes Motorsport car, followed by William Lima, only 6.5 seconds to gap. We'll keep an eye on that gap. It's been hovering around that. There's currently a gum garage blockade ahead of William at the moment, with the two back markers seemingly fighting it out, and hopefully he can get through there without any issues. Victor Veloso, the other Energy Virtual Racing car, looking solid for a podium right now in P3. Then it's Lightning X for Procrastination Motorsports in P4. Santandrew, whose teammate Alfonso put in an absolutely stellar stint just before him. He's following suit with an equally good stint, keeping those guys in P5. Then it is fellow Argentine Jeremiah Sinella in P6 for the other Yes Motorsport car, doing a great job there. Jimmy Versinen for Master Race car in P number 7 there. Patrick Hall for Race Green P8. Daniel Lukastic for Fragmaster P9. Reg LeBlanc for Savage Angus Racing in P10. Darius Vizhinskas for which one is that? Is that SM Harmon Enterprises in P11? Patrick Linker in P12 for Born to Race. Barletta there for Argentina Turismo in P13. Cristobal Gonzalez in reporting for Born to Race. Michael Malik doing the race on his own once again in P15. Renault Coots after a pretty rocky beginning to the race. These guys are down in P16 trying to recover as many positions as possible. That's Pixel Air Attack Racing. Thilo Falkenberg is driving the Erdinger Heroes of Racing FXR at the moment, the top FXR in the race. Sigitas Sakis in P18 at the moment, driving on his own for Cuddle Kitty. Martinez for Team America, P19. Harry Wilson for Gum Garage in P20. Pierre Fenny in 21st for Gum Garage. And Janasitis in P22 also for Gum Garage. 22 cars started this race and 22 cars remain.
And still, nobody's tried to say Michael Malik's team name.
I believe I have to do that. Is that correct?
Oh, here we go. Come on then.
Either you or Michael Malik, or both. I mean, you can have a go.
Yeah, Michael can probably complete the treasure, I suppose. But if you want me to try,
you can have a go at saying it now if you'd like to pronounce Michael Malik's team name.
Chargog, Agogog, Mank, Huagog, Chowbanaug, Maug, Race. I don't know. I'm not Welsh. That's the best I can.
It's not even Welsh.
It's gobbledygook.
It's
feels Welsh.
Gobbledygook. It's not Welsh. Anyway, good attempt. We'll get Michael in to see what goes on there. Anyway,
Vyshenskas is on a charge, by the way, and he is closing in on Reg LeBlanc at around about a couple of seconds of that, maybe a little bit less than that. But he's just done his fastest lap of the race, 53.33, and he is comfortably the fastest man on the track just now, Darius Vyshenskas. This is what he can do, isn't it? He just appears like when he is angry or just driving frustrated or trying to make up time, he is very, very good at that, Mr. Trespasser.
I mean, his teammates are giving him plenty of time to make
up. Oh
as
no,
he goes
he's
onto
hit a
the
tyre.
grass.
He hit a tyre, yeah. A tyre in the middle of the road, and now is that damage to the car? No, just cosmetic. Are you insinuating that Eoin has given Darius a lot of time to make up there, Pete? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, I think you're right, Chris. In fairness, I had it fairly rough. Like, I was way too far up on the grid, and I was only going to go down. So,
well, we were joking about this before we went on. When we went on air, we didn't know whether you were going to take the start and start. What was it, 5th? Yeah.
Oh god.
I was thinking. I thought I heard that Eoin was doing the last stint, so I was thinking that Eoin doing the last stint trying to get a podium.
Well, thankfully not. We got the.
Oh, Vyshenskas is round.
Oh, Darius, no.
He's held it, but no, he hasn't held it. He's in the wall. Oh, that's unfortunate. Too pushy. I think that's a top 10 for Savage Angus Racing, confirmed.
Yeah, just pushing too hard in the end. I think he may have had the place if he'd just kept on the pace he had. It's so easy to push just that little bit too hard in an endurance race, and when you see the clock counting down, you just want to push for everything you've got. But ultimately, sometimes 95% push is enough, and maybe Darius didn't think he had enough in him, and he was just pushing a bit too hard. But it's not over yet, guys. There's still 20 minutes left. Anything can happen. He's P11. He'd like P10, I'm sure. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be on at the moment, does it?
No, the gap now around about, I think it'll be 14 seconds. I think he lost 8 seconds. Let's see as he hits the second split. So yeah, still possible. Still possible if he carries out, if he can get back his momentum. Or the intervals now on your screen, so it's 14 seconds now. Still catchable.
So how it will look after the race? Will Eoin said, Darius, because of you, we didn't finish in top 10.
Will the rest of your team tell you, because of you, we didn't finish top 10, Zdravko?
Well, I didn't make a big mistake. I caught up to some guys.
I'm only messing. William Lima and Victor Veloso are currently going all the way they need to go in order to get this double podium for Energy Virtual Racing. How amazing would that be? That would be pretty good. for those guys. I'd be pretty happy if that was the result. They deserve a good result. They've been, these guys definitely put in the effort, Zdravko, this race.
South American teams on a whole, if you look at it, are really putting a good show, because you have in P5 also car 86. It just shows that they prepared very well. And Lima and Picanco were riding also in GT2 Challenge regular season.
Yep.
So they gained up nice experience. And experience counts a lot in this car. I can tell you firsthand that it counts really a lot. Me and Lukastic, like this server was set up like 2 weeks ago, and Lukastic did 500 laps on it in 2 weeks, and we're still nowhere near the pace of Yoni, Lima, and other fast guys. It's just you can't cram laps into 2 weeks and expect to be at a pace where guys were training for 10 years to get to.
Yeah,
and
it's just years and years and years, isn't it, that can account for that pace difference. But yes, the gap at the front between Joni Katila and William Lima is almost 10 seconds now. So at some point, that gap needs to start coming down if William wants the win.
Lima finally did a good lap. Lima finally did a good lap. He did a 53.34 last time around. That was still a bit slower than Yoni, but not too much. So we will see if he can start pushing those tires now, because they should be in great shape by this point of his stint.
Brzezinski immediately gets the gap back down to 11 seconds again, so it's still possible that we'll have that fight for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, I mean, it was 12 seconds 3 minutes ago, so he's on the right track. He just cannot afford any more issues in that XRR, and he needs to pray for a mistake from Lukastic, LeBlanc, those sorts of drivers. I know Zdravko won't thank me for saying that, but anyway, that's what Brzezinski needs if Eoin wants a top 10, or else Owen's going to get the whip out.
Well,
that's a terrifying image.
Lukastic basically at the moment is 4th car on pace on the track. So that's good enough. He's faster than Brzezinski at the moment.
Yeah, Santandro just behind Leipenex has lapped Reno Coupe. So now the chase is on with the final 17 minutes to...
Yeah, so Renault Coupe's has dropped back down behind these two. After separating them, you could probably argue that Renault Coupe's kind of pushed Santandro off the back of Leipzig earlier. This is still a battle that's going to go down to the wire, remember. This is the battle for P4. It's been hotly contested all race long, and P4 has been occupied by Leipzig for quite some time now. I wonder whether Santandro's just found a little bit of pace at the end of this race to try and turn the screws on Procrastination Motorsports' attempt to get that best of the rest spot.
Well, he has 5 laps fresher tires, so that will surely come in handy right about now. As the tires from Leipzig will start to cool.
Another 3/10 on this lap down to 1.4 seconds, so that's certainly going to be a very interesting battle in the last 15 and a half minutes that we have left. 6 more laps, potentially 6-7 laps.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think so. Yes, Yoni's brought that gap to William Lima up to 10 seconds. It's beginning to look like that win is slipping away for Energy Virtual Racing, unfortunately. Apparently 8 or 9 laps left, according to race control. Veloso is looking set for that P3 unless anything happens, because he's got a pretty nice buffer to the car we're watching at the moment, Andrzej Leipniaks, who is at a little bit of risk of losing that P4. St Andrew and that Furtive Racing team really are on pace today. Amazing stuff, honestly, to see these guys carve their way through the field. Yes, great stuff.
I tried to find out what an envy was. I forgot about this. And the closest I can come up with is it's French for UFO.
Oh, okay.
An ovni, sorry. So
OVNI, right.
would that be calling somebody an alien?
It makes sense, right? I'm sure
It's coming from the mind of that four, so I'm not really sure that anything makes sense. We'll have to ask Nico.
Well,
It's something that started when Loco, I think he called Gabor an UFO because he was so fast in Fox. It was something like that. Already last year, I think that Gabor and Mandula raced with RAC in the Open Endurance Cup, and they called the team and only with a RAC.
Leipniaks has just had an absolute moment, guys. He's had a moment under the bridge, and now look.
Yeah. Sant Andrew fancies a run at him, doesn't he? And I don't think he's going to take no for an answer around the outside of the final quarter. I wouldn't imagine that's going to come off, though, right there. But will he be able to do the switch? But no, he's going to go right there on the outside. Okay, well, fair enough.
Whoa.
Fair play to both of them. Brilliant
Whoa,
move there from
nice.
Sant Andrew.
My goodness.
And that's fourth place. Now, however, the Procrastination Motorsports car now has the run down the main straight. He's got to time this perfectly to get the overdraft and overspeed that he needs for taking turn number one before him. Oh, and he gets in front of him, and there's a little bit of contact there. Lapidicus through again into fourth position.
Wow.
Sant Andrew runs slightly wide. There was a little bit of contact there as Lapidicus cut him off to ensure that the front downforce is lost from Sant Andrew's car. That was great racing, though, again. We've seen some absolute cracking racing today.
Yeah, absolutely unnecessary, though. Leipniaks is not making this easy for himself. This is the battle for fourth. He'll want to keep that, and he hasn't made it easy for himself. He lost the car. We only caught the end of it, but he lost the car under the bridge before the final chicane, and Sant Andrew just taking advantage of that, but not able to keep ahead on this lap. 12 minutes to go, and they're coming up to lap Michael Malek once again, and Leipniaks sends it down the inside. Sant Andrew follows no problem, and they'll continue battling down the back straight.
This is the battle to watch, isn't it, really? This is going to be the race now for the final 12 minutes of this race. Sant Andrew looks as though he's got the pace advantage at the moment, as we were discussing earlier. Lapidicus' older tyres are wearing down. That's that strategy that they were on earlier. In fact, interesting enough, there's only a few minutes between these two sets of tyres, so it's really coming down to the setup again. That Furtive Racing setup is a very interesting one with the lower tyre temperatures.
At the end of the stint, it's rapid, isn't it, with the lower pressures, and they're able to keep the life in it during the stint so that it really comes alive at the end. And for now, it looks like the Furtive Racing team are living inside Andrzej Leipniaks' head rent-free, because he's making mistakes, and can Sant Andrew get past on over the next couple of laps and stay ahead?
I think Darius Vizhinskas has had a moment again. He's dropped to 17 seconds.
Oh, no.
No, he hasn't. Sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. I think he's had a moment, but he didn't really lose time, so he's still 7 seconds behind Reg LeBlanc, so still possible there as well, Eoin. Are you nervous?
Well, as long as we don't lose what we have, I'm satisfied with 11. It's better than what I usually get.
That's not true, surely.
You wanna know who the fastest driver on the track is last lap? It's Mr. Zdeněk.
It's Pete's favourite.
Hey, I have nothing
So
against the guy.
So not only that he will not crash, he's actually the fastest, and if he goes a bit faster, he will go faster than Nico.
Really? Wow. Okay. What was the best lap time of the stint for Jeremiah?
0.01 slower than Nico, so 153.30.
Sorry, I just watched him go off in the grass. Yeah.
Here
Good.
comes Sant Andrew. Sant Andrew on the back of Lapidicus down the inside. He sends it in. They make contact.
Oh,
He
no.
sent it too much. That was too
That's
much.
going
I
to get
think.
looked at. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't great. He's letting him
Oh, he's
through.
let
I
him
think he
through,
knew.
okay. Fair enough.
I think he was thinking about whether he should make the move or not, and just locked his rears. And yeah, that's fair enough to let him back through, to let that take us back through. But that was an unfortunate incident there. Santandrew just he was undecided as to whether he was going for the move, and then he went for it, locked the rears, and just drifted into the Procrastination Motorsports car. So all's fair in love and war. I don't think that needs a penalty, given they gave the position back.
Yes, he gave it. There was no hesitation there at all. He knew he'd messed up, and he gave the position back the corner later in a really nice place. So that, in my mind, yeah, it wasn't a good move initially, an unnecessary accident. But yeah, nice sportsmanship between those two, or at least from Santandrew in the end. Lightning won't be happy if he then gets him back, I guess, but we'll see what happens. The stewards may still take a look at that.
In the background of this fight, guys, Reno Coots caught up to Michael Malik, so that long catch-up journey is now over. Poor old Michael with his engine damage just eventually caught up to him, as he had back mark. He was a back mark, he had to get out of the way, and just a bad lap allowed Reno to catch up.
Yeah, so 15th place in the end for the number 88. I don't think there's many more positions that they're going to be able to make. There's an entire lap between them and Cristobal Gonzalez.
Zanella's off in turn number 3. He's managed to keep it going. I thought for a second he was heading for the wall, but somebody's definitely wanting to go faster than Nico Pantola.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to go for that extra race point as they would in F1. He's just pushing hard at the on the dying laps, but he can still lose a place if he's not careful.
All teams, 5 laps remaining.
There we go. Jonathan Palmer just notifying that there's 5 laps left of the race. If Yanni keeps on the same pace.
Verzinskas continues his charge after LeBlanc. That car is certainly the most lively out on track just now. I don't know how he's managing to save some of these moments he's having in the fast stuff, but he's really pushing hard.
Yeah, I think if 22 cars finish this race, this race will live in my memory for multiple reasons. Not only that all the cars will finish, I really hope we do get to see 22 cars on the results sheet. That would be an excellent result for not only the GT2 challenge but also for all the drivers out there. And fair play to Yanni Casilla. He's driven a really nice stint so far, setting the fastest lap in his first stint, I believe. And yeah, once he got past Lima after Lima's stop, and yeah, he's really dominated this stint, and the gap just continues to grow. Lima has had no response in the end, even though the strategy nearly worked out for them. 12 seconds the gap after almost 6 hours of racing.
Yeah, I think the thing with Yanni is, for all the jokes earlier on about, he sometimes spins. Of course he sometimes spins, but when he drives, as the Yanni Katir we all know he can do, he is absolutely beautiful to watch. I know that he had a frustrating start to GT2 Challenge this season as defending champion, and things just weren't going right, but he's gone away and he's come back, and the last few races have been the real Yanni Katir rather than the one that's from the start of the season. It's just watching him just now, just inch perfect every single lap and every single corner. He's just a man on a mission at the moment, and he doesn't need to push. He isn't pushing. I can guarantee you he's not pushing from his perspective right now, but he's driving beautifully. Absolutely wonderful final stint here from Katia. As he almost crashes as I say that.
It wasn't on camera, you're saying. It's okay. We're looking at the reverse cam from Lightnix's car, the number 9. Santandrew, again, too close in the braking zone, I think, and he needed a better exit than that if he was going to get the slipstream up the straight. He might just have got away with it, Lightnix. Yes, I think he has, for another lap. So, yeah, Santandrew just too close in the braking zone before the final corner. And, yeah, that battle will then live to fight another day.
They're running out of days, laps. So he has to make something. Santandrew has to try something in the next 2-3 laps. Surely he doesn't want to leave it to the last lap.
He does still have the advantage on tyres, though, doesn't he? I mean, this is the thing. I wouldn't like to be driving on Lapinaikis' tyres just now. They are finished.
Yeah,
Well,
but
he-
it
yeah,
still
he-
looks like
He came in after 1 hour 17, if I'm not mistaken. 1 hour 17 remaining, so Lightning is on the limit. He's on the limit with those tyres. There's no denying.
while driving. It looked to me like the tires are used a bit less. Maybe it's because of the wind. Maybe it gives you the more downforce in some of the turns. But for me, it looked like tires were using a bit less. So I'm quite sure he can make it to the end on the tires.
Yoni Katia's gone for an adventure in turn number 1 with 3 laps to go. He has got back on the track. Come on, Yoni. That's it's just a nice cruise to the finish now, isn't it?
Well, we're going to find out. The gap's going to update at the split time. If it's going to go below 12 seconds, then it was a pretty big off. Yeah, it's 11.4. So it was a decent off, but not enough to threaten the lead. He just needs to calm down, I think, for the sake of our blood pressure. Again, Santandreou doesn't look like he got a good exit out of the final corner, so yet another lap goes on to Leipnitz's belt.
Yeah, so we can see car 67. So we can see car 67, there is Virginkas, has finally caught up to car 98, Reg LeBlanc. It's taken him a long time with a spin in between, but so we can see in the last 2 laps if he makes it or not.
Yeah, it's
think-
interesting, isn't it? Did Reg have an?
Oh,
an
what's that?
accident or
Is that
something?
an FX?
Oh, it's Martinez.
Yeah, Martinez rejoining there. Pretty solid race for Martinez. It's a bit of a shame that he's put it in the gravel in the last on the last lap, or the last couple of laps. But yeah, Zdravko, did Reg make a mistake? Because that gap came down pretty quick, right?
I don't think so. Darius was just putting up mega laps because Reg on last lap did his best lap of a race, so he's still pushing.
Okay, good. So Vyšinskas really is on a mission. He really wants that top 10, and I don't blame him, but he hasn't made his life easy for himself.
It's contracted that if they get a top 10, then Adam and Darius get 1% of Owen's cat. So that's why he's pushing so hard.
That's not in the agreement. Mustang is autonomous. He has his own boy. He's a good boy.
Oh, bless Mustang.
I tried to convince them to put Mustang on the car, but they wouldn't do it. So yeah.
No, we have a very nice livery. It's a sort of blend of my red and Steven's white.
Owen,
Looks
have
really-
you seen the nose of the bonnet of the Yes Motorsports livery?
No, let's not talk about that.
I have, but I'd need to zoom in on the documents that I have.
You should
to see
definitely
exactly.
you should definitely now in the 1 minute 30 we've got left of the race take a look at the front of Yoni Katila's car just for your own amusement. Anyway, Vyšinskas.
Here comes Vyšinskas.
Yeah, Chris, while Owen's
Getting away from my
looking
face, here comes Darius Vyšinskas on the back of Reg LeBlanc. It appears though Pierre Ferry will give LeBlanc slipstream, but Ferry, where's he going? Right, okay, right now he's chosen the way, and that actually has helped LeBlanc out massively, and that has maintained the position just now for LeBlanc. Down into turn number 1, they turned in, a little bit of oversteer. Vyšinskas just about getting away with the oversteering moment. This is the section where it's going to be the most difficult to follow. Through turn number 2, Vyšinskas all over the back of him, using all the track and more. Leader is on the final lap, so that means these guys have 1 lap plus to go. So can Vyšinskas get the job done for Eoin Harmon, who's sitting here a bag of nerves waiting on his top 10 finish? It's all down to Darius Vyšinskas and Reg LeBlanc. The leader is on the final lap, yes. So, Oh, and we've had an accidental virtual safety car message go out, so that's gone well. Here we come down to the chicane, and it looks as though Brzezinski is going to have a good opportunity here to make the pass, is he? No, he's run wide in the chicane. It's all... LeBlanc is doing a fantastic job the last few laps. He's really, really upped his pace and is determined he's not going to lose his position.
Yeah, Brzezinski isn't following.
Fresh air. He's kind of defending fresh air.
We think Santandro may have a run on Lightning up the home straight, and he might actually, yeah. Oh no, I think he's just too far out of the picture. We've got battles on the last lap. The clock has hit 0. The timer is over. Yoni Kasilla is on the final lap. But what's happening between Leipniks and Santandro? Nothing. Brzezinski is... Oh, contact was there with Measurable.
Well, he's coming through. Brzezinski is coming through.
Yeah, there was contact, I think. I'm not sure. It looked like there was. I don't know. I don't know whether Reg just ran deep. It was a bad angle at that point. But anyway, Brzezinski is into the top 10. Whether that'll get reviewed later, who knows? Yoni Katilla's coming up to the final corner. Chris, take us away for the finish.
For the final time in 2021 on Sim Broadcast's 100th Live for Speed broadcast on New Dimension Racing's return to proper endurance racing. Today has all been about car 69, driven by Yoni Katia to victory for Yes Motorsports and a pleb, referring of course to Yoni himself. Katia crosses the line. Victory in the 6 hours of Westhill for Yes Motorsports. Second, a fantastic run from Energy Virtual Racing, who finally get a result that they have deserved for their pace, but they will feel as though they could have won that race. In third position will come Energy Sim Racing, a very close relation to them. 2-3 for those two teams, great performance for them in this race. Now we look back at Lapinikas and Santandro. They're still fighting over this fourth position. It seems that Lapinikas has got the job done now, though, on his colder tyres into the chicane for the final time. Lapinikas just in front of Santandro, and it appears as though they are going to get... Oh, car 10 is spun at the final corner. That's Veloso. So Veloso spun, and then we'll finish third on the race in the end. But we have watched this battle that's been raging the final hour. Lapinikas looks as though he's going to get the fourth position. They led this race at various points, and a very, 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 very good performance here from Furtive Racing, who took fifth position.
Yeah,
a great job by that top 5.
Yeah, here they come. Leipniks across the line for Procrastination Motorsports. Furtive Racing P5. What an amazing race for them. And thank you for that, Chris. If you want to, take a breather for a moment and. 6 hours and 56 seconds of racing, 180 laps on the clock, and the remaining drivers just coming across the line now. All 22 of them.
So Santandro finishes in fifth position for Furtive Racing, and then comes the second Yes Motorsports car, who led the first hour. Yes Motorsports and an OVNI, which apparently means UFO alien. Master Race Car finishing 7th position ahead of Race Green Autosports, with Fragmaster and SMR Harmon Enterprises rounding out the top 10. With that pass for Darius Brzezinski on Red Blanc right at the end of the race. The Savage Angus Racing finishing 11th. Born to Race 2 finishing 12th position ahead of Argentina Turismo, and the only FZR in the race, Born to Race finishing 14th position. Pixel Air Attack Racing, who were right up at the front and had a very adventurous afternoon, eventually do finish in 15th position ahead of Michael Malik. I'm not going to say his name. If you want to hear what the name of his team is, Eoin did a very good job earlier of saying what the name of the team is. He finished 16th as a solo entry. 17th for Cuddle Kitty, with Sakis, again, another solo entry. Very good job from him as well. They must both be absolutely knackered, Pete. I don't think I could be bothered with 6 hours of this.
Yeah, I mean, we struggled doing 6 hours of commentary. Imagine doing 6 hours of driving. It is an effort.
And then Heroes of Racing in the top FXR in 18th position with our own very own Thilo Falkenberg taking the checkered flag. Team America, who had a very, very, very good start to this race. It was as high as 8th position at one of the safety cars, but their race went south after that, unfortunately, and they finished in 19th. And then the final 3 positions are Old Club Garage with the XRR in 20th position, the number 20, the 82 car finishing in 21st, and the 73 car that unfortunately had the big incident earlier on in the race that reminded me of an American chase car chase seen, finished in last position. But again, that was another one doing the whole race on their own, as was Pierre Fenny and the 82 Cagaš cars. They must be absolutely knackered. But that is your 22 starters and 22 finishers of the 6 hours at Westhill.
Thanks so much, Chris, for that rundown. 22 cars finishing. I think we're just waiting for Victor Veloso to make his way round to the podium. There you can see Joni Katila with his own face on his bonnet, alongside William Lima for the first time on a podium in GT2C. We believe Victor Veloso's at turn 1 waiting, so we might not get him on the podium. But anyway, we'll hang around for a few moments to see whether we get any driver interviews after that one. I'm sure everyone's pretty tired, so we'll give them a few moments to sort themselves out. Obviously, some of the drivers, as you can see, are still making their way into the various pit garages here at Westhill International. We will take a couple of moments just to take a breather, get a glass of water, and we'll be back in just a few moments' time. Welcome back to the post-show of the GT2 Challenge 6 Hours of Westhill International. We have a few drivers lined up for interviews. We'll begin with Joni Katila. Well done, Joni, and well done to your team, Yes Motorsport.
Thanks.
All right, tell us about it. What happened? What happened in your first stint? We've got to talk about that first.
I mean, I just slid my rear tire on the curb of the crash. I just did a tiny drift, but it's fine. I still got Nico, but then the safety car came. But yeah, the start of second stint was amazing. I put like 13-second gap before the next safety car. But yeah, sadly safety cars came on my time, so couldn't even do a nice gap.
Yeah, it was a pretty impressive drive. You want to say anything about your teammates, the sort of job they did to get you back onto the front of the race?
Yeah, they drove great consistency. Didn't do any crashes or anything, so it was nice to secure the win on the last stint. Although with a bit of overfuel, but yeah, all good. Had fun. Pace was good.
Yeah, so congrats also to Vitautas, the Gutskas, Gaborgia, and did Lucas Vitautas drive at all, or was it just you three in the end?
Without us drove. Westhill didn't drove.
Didn't drive, did you say? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't think so. So there we are. Just going to put the official confirmation of the results on the screen there. So yes, congrats to Yes Motorsports and a Pleb for their win. We will have a quick word with Energy Virtual Racing's William Lima, if I'm not mistaken. Hello, William. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi. Congrats on a podium.
Oh, thank you.
8 seconds was the gap in the end across the line. I'm sure after your pit stop on your final stint, you thought you had a chance of maybe keeping your Energy Virtual Racing car ahead of Yes Motorsports. But how did that work out in the end? What was going through your mind when you came out ahead?
Yep. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone, the guys in the broadcast and the guys of the event for making it possible. But yeah, we had some advantage for the Yes Motorsports at the during the last Pedro's stint. But he had some troubles, and we ended up losing so much time there. When I just left the pit, I saw Eoin was pretty close, and he had the tire advantage, so it was almost impossible to fight there. And I thought that maybe later in the stint I could make my tires work better and try to get him, but there is no time available. So yeah, at the end it was really nice. Congratulations to everybody that made it, and yeah, it was a good one, a fun one.
Yeah, great to hear from you. I mean, you've had a spell of bad luck with the GTRs recently, William. It's good that you're finally able to get a good result for you and your team.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot for speaking to us. Next, we're going to have a word with your teammate, actually, Victor Veloso. Victor, can you hear us?
Yes.
Congratulations. Double podium for Energy Virtual. How do you feel?
Man, I'm so tired right now. I just had like 2 minutes between a pee after the race, so it was tough, man. And I didn't press a lot. I was doing some Daytona at the racing, so but I'm glad. P3 is good and bad for my teammates that could have won, but it was a good race. Very funny.
Yeah, absolutely amazing job, especially to get both of your teams on the podium in the end. Massive congrats. Like I said to William just before you joined, you've not had the best run of luck with the GTRs recently, so it's good to see a good result for your team. You always turn up, you always put on a great show, and it's good that you've finally been rewarded for all of your hard work. So yeah, congrats to you both.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Amazing.
And congrats to P1.
Yeah, Yoni's in here, so you can say well done to Yoni. Yeah, Yoni, how would you sum up your battle with the Energy Racing guys today?
Yeah, it was nice. I liked how Capo could almost keep up with Petro, so it helped out a lot. But yeah, in the end, it turned our way. Although I had 16% fuel left on the line, so I was really slow compared to normal my last stint, but it worked out anyway.
Yeah, it definitely looked like you weren't up to speed after, at the beginning of your final stint. It looked like it took you a little while to get back into it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was a bit better in the middle part, but just too much kilos for the instinct for my tires, so I couldn't really do a good lap even so. But it
Fair
was
enough.
enough this time.
Well, someone else who had a pretty interesting race was Darius Vajinskas. I know you joined us for an interview during the race, Darius, but yeah, tell us about that final few laps and ultimately what ended up in a top 10 finish.
Hi again. Well, barely, but beat Jared. That was good.
Barely, yeah. It was like the final corner, wasn't it? Of the
penultimate
penultimate
last lap.
Yeah. Of course, Owen's in here as well. So, well, congrats to you both on the top 10. Yeah.
Right.
Thanks.
You sound thrilled with that, Owen.
Yeah, it's definitely a career best in a circuit event for and my first
I mean,
endurance race.
a couple times I was aiming at fastest lap, but failed one corner or another and lost tons of time. So had a spin and so on, not last in.
Yeah, ultimately an awesome result for your team. Chris, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just going to say to everybody, so that's the final 2021 GT2 Challenge by New Dimension Racing race. It was an odd championship event, of course. Does anybody have any particular highlights they'd like to share with the broadcast before we pack it up for another year, unfortunately? Good grief, that was a quick one.
I mean, it's nice to see you guys improving and community growing. Nice job from you guys, NDR guys, drivers, and so on, that we make like second season, and it's totally better this year, I think. So good job from everybody, and keep going.
Cool. I have one thing to ask Michael Malik. Michael Malik, can you please tell us what your team name is?
That's your job to tell, I think.
See you later, Michael.
Well, I gave it a go.
Michael's out. Michael's
to rank
gone. He's done. Is it? That's all I wanted to talk to you
I prefer to wins version.
No, sorry, Michael. You're back. Michael, congrats on P16. How do you feel?
Well, slightly disappointed because not everything went my way, but after all, I'm quite happy that I managed to complete the race. Actually, quite easily. I could go like 18 more hours. But yeah, I was hoping for a top 10 result, but due to engine damage and the lack of fuel in the final stint, I finished where I finished, and I got some things that I have to learn from, but I'm excited to race again in some endurance. So yeah, that's my point of view.
Great stuff. Yeah, unfortunately, well, I don't know who it was in the commentary box, but one of the guys picked up on your number plate changed at some point during one of the early stints, and it must have been a pain to drive what would have been more than 3 hours with engine damage in the XRR.
Yeah, exactly. I got for those who know and use LFS lazy, I got 1.3% of engine damage, which did cost me about 1 second per lap. So for 3 remaining hours, it was quite hard thing to have.
Yep.
But it was actually quite interesting to drive such a GT 2.5 class car. I managed to keep up with some people, so it was actually not that terrible, but of course I could go better without it.
Yeah, a good result in the end, considering you had all that engine damage. One person I want to talk to is Scattle, Cristobal Gonzalez, driving the FZR, as well as Katal Krokin for Team 23. You finished P14 in the end, guys. Congrats for choosing getting that FZR into the top 10 for most of the race. Tell us about your race and ultimately how you ended up finishing P14.
Yeah, just had an unfortunate few incidents at the start with contact with people and whatever else, a few spins, this here and that there, and we were supposed to run 3 drivers, but unforeseen circumstances meant we only ran 2. It was a good race, but it just wasn't to be for the top 10, unfortunately. But it was a damn good race.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of fun. Cristobal, would you agree?
Yeah, it was difficult to get into P10 or higher. It was a really tough competition. Also, the FSR was difficult to manage, and it was slower overall. So we were really in a bad position, but we are glad that at least we could get a higher position. I mean, I was aiming for P10, but I'm glad that I finished in that position at least.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you to Eoin for being such a gentleman. Whenever I was coming up behind him, he'd always get out of the way.
The Guel cores have to stick together, don't they?
That's it.
Yeah. Good man, Carl.
Good man, Eoin.
Great stuff, guys. Congrats. I'm glad you had an enjoyable race, especially being the only FZR running around there.
Oh, it was tough.
It was really tough.
For the boys?
What would you like to see change with the FZR for next season? Because I think we're due a balance change.
Yeah,
I think that we need to review these because it started off with these regulations that the FZR was the king, and now the XR just nobody uses the FZR anymore.
Well, it was a few last-minute changes I had to do to the setup. We had to run a lot less downforce than we normally would in the FZR because we were just down. It could have been up on 5 or 6, maybe 7 mile an hour on the straightaways, so we were running very little downforce. So we were really pushing it in the corners to try and keep the grip. We were using as much mechanical grip as possible. So we couldn't stretch out our stints any more than we did, whereas normally we would like to have done longer stints than say 30-35 laps, but because we were using so much mechanical grip, we were going through the tires.
Yeah, I think it'll certainly be worth looking at for next season, I think, or when we next bring the GT2 regulations back. So, yeah, I think that's something that we need to look at for sure for further GT2.
Faster bus. Just
that's not possible. Look, it's a bus, okay?
I mean, in Kyoto and Westhill in Aston, it's just too slow.
No, man, it's just a beautiful car to drive.
It's a beautiful. Well, that was our only argument to race that car because we love that car. But we knew that it was slower than everyone else. But because we love that car, we wanted to race it with that.
That's a good reason to want to drive the car.
You can't say that car's not brilliant with its wide hips.
Anyway,
I mean, they drove the entire season. Heck, no, it's slow.
Anyway, thank you guys. We have got a couple more interviews to get through, so let's have a quick chat to Lucas Wilson and Thomas, who both drove for Gum Garage but for different teams. Lucas, you had a mare of a race. What was going on?
Don't really know, really. I mean, I just set up the car to have more downforce and just be more grippy because I thought I just was more consistent with that, really. So wasn't really that quick in the corners, and then I don't know what happened with the mess ups, like spinning off and stuff. I guess I just lost control of the car. I don't know how though. Probably having a bit too much downforce on the rear meant that I couldn't use it all in terms of aerodynamics, causing the safety car, that I think it was the third safety car of the race. Again, no idea what happened there. Probably just took too much of the curb and I just caught the rear of their end and just got stuck basically.
Yeah, well, we can talk about that afterwards. P20 ultimately in the end, but did you enjoy your race?
Yeah, I did enjoy the segment a bit before my cousin took over. I mean, my real kind of goal for the race, I'd say, was A, mainly just to finish it, and B, to not come last, I guess, like we did in the TBO 6-hour endurance race. So glad to have gotten a better position than, well, not overall, but better, we didn't come dead last like we did in the TBO challenge. So was glad to have done my part. Super happy and super proud of my cousin Harry as well for taking over, because he said that the car didn't feel okay either. But yeah, props to him for sticking with it, and I think we both enjoyed it, enjoyed our part, and enjoyed the race.
Good stuff. Your teammate Thomas is here. Thomas, can you hear us? Give Thomas a few seconds to maybe sort out his microphone. Thomas?
Can you hear me?
Can hear you, yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
Just saying hi. Congrats on finishing the race. You drove the whole race on your own, I believe.
Yeah, I drove it on my own, but it was hard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw you had a strange incident that caused a safety car at some point during the race, which was a bit unfortunate. But on the whole, did you enjoy yourself for the 6 hours?
Could have done better, but yeah, I at least finished.
Yeah, finishing is the main thing, and having fun is obviously up there as well. So yeah, congrats on doing 6 hours on your own. It's a pretty impressive feat. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed yourself. That's for sure.
Thanks.
Great. I think I just wanted to have a word with Jared Mead. Jared, do you have any words for Trespasser?
How did I know it was going to go that way? No, not really. I mean, in reality, it was just a fantastic final stint at a Darius. I was there, and Reg didn't have any trouble or anything. I was sitting there and watching the gap and watching Darius chase him down, and I watched Darius spin. I'm like, okay, well, that takes some pressure off, and then he gets going again, and I'm running some numbers, and well, okay, this isn't going well. I finally gave, into Reg's credit, he put in like 3 PBs in a row in the last 10 laps.
Yeah, we saw that.
My God.
I came in and gave him a bit of about 8 laps to go. I came in like, just Reg, car behind, 4 position, gap is not safe. And he responded with 3 PBs. But we were up against Darius, who was just putting in an absolute stormer of a drive.
Yeah, you said it. You hit the nail on the head. Darius, every time he got in the car, he did a great job, except when he was spinning.
Yeah, I'm overpushed a bit.
You did make your life a bit more difficult.
Yeah,
than it needed to
just
be,
lack
for
of practice, pretty much, and trying to push a bit too much.
Well, good effort, Jared. You ended up finishing P11, but yeah, how was it driving with Martin Kapal for a change?
Oh, I was going to say it was a lot of fun. We didn't practice much for this. This was just a fun afternoon out with Reg and Martin. We didn't really start practicing till Wednesday or Thursday this week. Martin carried us, basically. I wanted him to start. He didn't want to, so all right, I'm in, starting second in a pack of people a lot faster than me. But I kind of looked at the GT2 challenge replay from last year. Okay, well, the second place guy led, and I kind of looked, and I don't mind race starts, and I'm all right with them. And I think I finished the first lap in about 8th, so it really didn't go to plan.
Well, you've done it now. You started. You finished the race. You ended the first lap still in the race, inside the top 10. So not too bad.
I got to start from the front row. Martin Kapal got to do a safety car restart from the lead. Those were firsts for both of us. And we finished the race.
Yeah, how does this stack up to winning Crashmas?
Oh, yeah, that's... I don't know if I'll ever reach those heights ever again.
You owe me all.
Okay, great to have you back in the commentary
That's
box,
what it was,
Jared.
Trespasser. We let you have that. We're now even.
Yeah.
I made the
Dream
call
on,
to Reg to
dream
slow
on.
down. We're even now.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you guys. Chris, do you wanna wrap us up for the evening?
Well, that is the end, not for just tonight, Pete. It's for the... Oh, hang on, I think Thilo Falkenberg's
Tilo's
here.
Sorry,
Thilo.
Chris,
Yeah,
ask
someone
Thilo a
moved
question.
me into here.
Oh.
Not sure who it was, but
It was
I'm
me a
here.
long time ago. I'm sorry about that.
Thilo, 18th position in the end. How did that stint go there? You had some pretty nice pace at the start. I was very impressed with the consistency as well at one point. So how did that go for your perspective?
In general, I'm quite pleased with my stint. Actually, looking at the tracker right now, our best times are within a 10th of each other. So that's really a good feeling to be in the same ballpark as my teammates. Yeah, I had 2 mistakes, sadly. One was caught on the stream. I
sorry about
told. I got told by Jürgen.
It was the first time we saw you on the track.
Was it the curse of the commentator?
No, it was the curse of the cameras.
Oh, can we just tell Darius that Owen did the first thing that Owen said in the commentary box, how well Darius was driving, and then Darius drove into a wall. So
Yeah,
there
see,
was.
My God.
Just watch the stream and then wait for my cue to come on. And he was
I
doing so
wouldn't
well
mind.
for that 5 minutes, and then
when I seen that, I was like saying to Scattle, there might be a safety car, but it didn't happen.
No,
we were hoping
Thilo
for a
just about
safety car
kept
for
it
the
going.
last hour.
He just about kept it going in the gravel. Well done. Well
By
done,
the
Thilo.
way, thank you very much, Darius. You helped us really big with this setup. It's
Nice.
no
Glad to hear.
comparison.
Some nice friendly messages for the end of the season. So thank you very much, everybody that's been in the commentary box today for interviews. And thank you, everybody, for the whole season, because without everybody watching, without you guys driving, there would be no series. So, Pete, just one final thing from you. I think you've been mainly behind the camera this season, but what will you take most from 2021 GT2 Challenge?
Full grids, cracking racing up and down the field, people walking away enjoying themselves, the ability to be able to throw a 6-hour endurance race on a weekend, and everyone's here having a good time. We filled the commentary box, we had a good time. It's just good fun, isn't it? LFS is still delivering.
Yep, and maybe by the time we next do this, we'll have the day-night cycle stuff and things like that. That would be very, very nice, wouldn't it?
Wink, wink, nudge.
Wink, wink.
I would love to see
Scirocco
that.
too. Scirocco, I want the Scirocco. Where's the Scirocco?
Shut
I'm
up.
back there for
Scirocco.
13 years.
Come on, mate. Okay.
Okay.
You're not
Right.
asking for much, are you?
No. It would be very Live for Speed to release a car that's no longer even made. But anyway, let's just carry on.
No, Chris.
So, final recap. Thank you to everybody, all the drivers who have participated. Thank you to all the streamers, the viewers out there, whether it be Twitch or YouTube, that have watched us this season. Thank you very much to everybody who's joined me in the commentary box, me and my merry band of human beings who have joined me at various different races. Amazingly, I'm the only one who's actually managed to make every race this year, which is a little bit odd for me because that's normally my thing to disappear. So, for the final time in 2021, I've been Chris Ford, that's been Pete Butcher, Eoin Harmon, Travis Mellinger, Jonathan Palmer, and many, many others who have joined us in the commentary box this season. Thank you to everybody, and thank you to everybody who's been around for this entire season. Thank you very much to New Dimension Racing for providing us this entertainment on a Sunday evening. And for the 100th time in Live for Speed, Sim Broadcasts bids you farewell. Good night.